Preface. The Nigeria Economy, The Way Forward, is my little contribution to my beloved country on the occasion of my 50th birthday. The 28th of May 2017 marks 50 years of my life on Earth. Even though over 30 years of my life has been spent in Europe, I nevertheless still feel a high level of responsibility and burden for the country of my birth, Nigeria. As part of my celebration, I have decided to write a book each for the individuals and entities that have played some significant role or the other in my formation. A book is dedicated to my family and all members of this family that have played a role in me becoming who I am today. Another book is written to contribute to the growth and development of the country where I was born. That book is the book you are holding in your hand right now, The Nigeria Economy, The Way Forward. I wrote another book to appreciate my race and the African continent. I have written yet another book as a sign of my appreciation and gratitude to the world. In short, my gratitude knows no bound as I celebrate my 50 years of life on Earth. As a result, I am releasing in total 50 new books to both leave a legacy and to give back to the family, nation, continent, the world, and the God that I owe everything to. In this book, The Nigeria Economy, The Way Forward, I have endeavored to write in details all the ideas that I believe will definitely bring Nigeria out of economic recession into a global economic dominance. I have tried to examine all the tendencies of the present economic structure, in view of which I came up with my set of solutions for our country moving forward. I have tried to come up with ideas and solutions that will be able to take the country forward for the next 50 to 100 years. If the Nigerian government and the economic team will be careful enough to study this book and put into practice the recommendations therein, I have no doubt in my mind that Nigeria would be for sure one of the leading countries in our world. To the experts and meticulous economic technocrats, I would like to ask for your understanding in that I am not an economic expert. There might have been one or two missteps in this book of which I ask for your considerate judgment. I believe the most important values of this book are in its ideas and concepts, some of which are absolutely unique and worthy of consideration. As mentioned earlier, I only spent the first 19 years of my life in Nigeria. Over 30 years have been spent in Europe while at the same time globe-trotting the developed nations of our world. I have been privileged to also act as a teacher, speaker, and as a consultant to government agencies, heads of states in Europe, America, and the Caribbean. I have been privileged to address the United Nations on 2 occasions, spoke at the United States Senate, Japanese Parliament, Israeli Knesset. All these experiences I try to bring into consideration in this book as I look into the future of the Nigeria economy. I hope this effort will be appreciated by my country and my countrymen. May the Lord bless you as you read. May the Lord bless Nigeria. May the Lord bless the African continent. May the Lord bless our world. For the love of God, church and nation. Dr. Sunday Adelaja. Forward. In this phenomenal, insightful, but extremely practical book, Nigerian Economy, Dr. Sunday Adelaja gives an in-depth, holistic, multi-dimension and cohesive solution to Nigerians' long-standing economic problem. He employs big-picture thinking while at the same time highlighting the different areas that require careful scrutiny when considering economic transformation that has the potential to take a nation from third world to first world status on a national and international level, as in the example of the 4 Asian tigers. The book takes the reader through a paradigm-shifting journey, highlighting and eliminating the erroneous commonly held assumptions that contribute to the perpetuation of our current lopsided poor economic results. Dr. Sunday highlights the often unappreciated, overlooked and untapped pockets of wealth that Nigeria has failed to recognize, harness and utilize for its economic development and progress, and throws an interesting light on characteristics of the country that have often been seen as liabilities, reframing them and illustrating how these can be turned into economic advantage, assets and national wealth. In his book, which presents an in-depth analysis of the historical and current economic challenges facing Nigeria, Dr. Sunday Adelaja proffers both modern-day solutions that will progressively stabilize the economic and futuristic solutions that will work towards placing Nigeria on the map with the economically progressive nations of the world. The book, Nigerian Economy, is a roadmap to economic development. For politicians and national leaders, a research manual for policy makers, an investment guide for diasporas and venture capitalists, a blueprint for entrepreneurs, and a textbook for the youth. This book speaks about raising the standard of living of every Nigerian. This book speaks about wealth for all national economic transformation. Davida Yemiakanal CEO The Wealth Creation Revolution Review. I will like to commend this book. It is going to be a very helpful tool in the much sought after solution to the perpetual economic problems of Nigeria. We have heard that Nigeria economic problems have defiled all contemporary economic solutions that have succeeded in other nations. It points to the fact that we have had unserious, unpatriotic, and incompetent people running the affairs of the nation for too long. I have also subjectively observed that we have not ever had a Sunday Adelaja in the entire history of our great nation. I wish this book finds its way into the eyes of those who really need to have it to implement the suggestions. It would be a motivational tool for any Nigerian who wants to grow and contribute to the growth of the country. I love the book and it has taught me a lot. Thank you DSA for your selflessness and your versatility. I have a lot to learn from you. God bless you and keep your inspiration aflame. Thank you for your kindness and concern in my issues and the help extended. Thank you Imanike Agwanobi. Introduction. The Nigerian economy is in crisis. This is an obvious fact. Given the fact that the crisis has manifested itself in several forms, such as the alarming rate of youth unemployment, increasing urban crime, corruption in both private and public spheres and the likes, it appears the sleeping giant is snoring deeply. It may not be fair to say that there have been no solutions provided, especially from thought leaders. The problem has been, at the risk of sounding immodest, inadequate or in some cases outdated, if not overrated. We have had the terrible experience of the Structural Adjustment Programs, SAP. Our nation had been told of economic diversification. We have heard of the National Economic Empowerment and Development Strategy, NEEDS. President Omara Musa Yar'Adua sold us the 7-point agenda. The list seemed endless, not minding the fact that they have all fallen below par in addressing the crisis facing the Nigerian economy. This book is a humble contribution to the discourse on the present Nigerian economic crisis. Before we the Nigeria economy, the way forward. Proceed, we think it is only proper for us to understand the country called Nigeria, for us to properly diagnose the origins of its present crisis, with the view to proffering the right solutions. Nigeria is a federal republic in West Africa, sharing borders with Benin in the west, Chad and Cameroon in the east, and Niger in the north. On its coast on the south lies the Gulf of Guinea in the Atlantic Ocean. The country is a federation comprising 36 states and a federal capital territory, where the capital, Abuja, is located. Present-day Nigeria has been the site of numerous kingdoms and tribal states over the millennia. The modern state is a British colonial creation in the 19th century which emerged with the merging of the Southern Nigeria Protectorate and Northern Nigeria Protectorate in 1914. The British set up administrative and legal structures whilst practicing indirect rule through traditional chiefdoms. Nigeria became a formally independent federation in 1960 and plunged into a needless civil war, 1967-70. Nigeria is often referred to as the giant of Africa, partly owing to its large population, economy, and its dynamic foreign policies in the 70s. Home to 1/5 of the black race, Nigeria is said to be the most populous country in Africa and the 7th most populous introduction country in the world. Nigeria's youthful population explains its large military and infantry, making it one of the most respected black countries in the world. With over 500 ethnic groups, of which the 3 largest are the Hausa, Igbo, and Yoruba, these ethnic groups speak over 500 different languages and are identified with wide variety of cultures. Nigeria has all the potential it takes to become a global superpower. Nigeria is divided roughly in half, between the Christians who live mostly in the southern part of the country, and the Muslims who live in the northern part. A minority of the population practice religions indigenous to Nigeria, such as those native to Igbo and Yoruba peoples. Nigeria is further divided into 774 local government areas, LGAs, and the states are aggregated into 6 geopolitical zones: Northwest, Northeast, North Central, Southeast, South-South, and Southwest for political convenience. The Nigerian economy, with all its potential, is presently in crisis. The dwindling prices of oil in the international market have exposed a lot about the Nigerian economy. The reality that stares Nigerians in the face is from the fact that they have believed the falsehoods of the pseudo-academics, politicians and others whose primary job is to administer doses of ignorance on them so much. The Nigeria economy, the way forward. For a long time we have been fed statements like the Nigerian economy is 75% dependent on oil. This has turned out to be a favorite cliché over the years. Just as we were told as school children in the 80s that the Nigerian economy wholly depends on oil, it is unfortunate this is still our theme song today. Unknown to many of our people, a lot has changed over the years with regards to the Nigerian economy. The big challenge is that nobody seems to have taken notice. Perhaps this is why some people have continued to make unsubstantiated claims without bothering to do any research or investigation on the subject matter. It becomes even more alarming when government officials, ministers, members of the cabinet and parliamentarians make such ungrounded and uneducated claims. Having lived outside of Nigeria for the past 30 years of my life, I am always amazed at the ignorance that the average Nigerian displays about their country. Many of our politicians talk often of our oil money to give the impression that without oil the economy will collapse. They blame the fall in the international oil prices on the present economic crisis, yet they are unable to explain the boom or its positive effects on Nigerians. Our elites have been misleading the people about introduction, oil money and the issue of oil dependency. Nigerian elites are highly responsible for misleading the people. In a climate like ours where the elites of today are the newly rescued illiterates of yesterday, in a continent where more than half of the populace cannot read nor write, the reason for the rapid spread of this erroneous view is not far-fetched. Again, this should not be the primary justification for not having a basic understanding of the economy. We must also be careful not to turn this into the condemnation of a greater half of our society, damning them to poverty, ignorance and utter destruction. As elites, our primary concern and burden should be to create similar opportunities for the deliverance of all our people from the darkness of ignorance. The rest of this book is divided into 2 sections. The first explores the critical issues, the roots of the misconceptions about the Nigerian economy, its hidden potential and dimensions, the lessons to be learnt and the need to connect or link the macroeconomic growth to the micro level in society. Unlike most books on the subject matter, this book is not filled with technical or esoteric economic jargon that many readers may find boring. Key concepts are explained with simple, easy-to-understand sentences. The Nigeria economy, the way forward. The second part looks at selected groups of people and how they can be supported by the government to achieve the much-needed economic growth. This part also provides series of options for the Nigerian government to explore as both temporary and long-term solutions to the present economic impasse. While we must admit that this is not a quick fix that will just achieve overnight industrialization like other books may have promised, we strongly believe that if our people and government pay heed to the recommendations in the pages herein, we will find out that putting an end to the present economic crisis will seem easier than it has been made to look. We believe the solutions to the present crisis are embedded in it. We only need to be more open-minded and shift our perspectives a little bit, and we will see the solutions manifesting right before our eyes. Let me show you how. Introduction Part 1. Transitional Measures. Chapter 1. Nigeria, an Emerging Market. Chapter 1. Nigeria, an Emerging Market. Emerging market? Nigeria is classified as a mixed economy emerging market, and has already reached lower middle income status with its abundant supply of natural resources, well-developed financial, legal, communications, transport sectors and stock exchange, the Nigerian Stock Exchange, which is the second largest in Africa. These are the areas that give us a huge advantage. Our citizens are simply not taking advantage of these infrastructural facilities and using them for productive purposes. Although economists loosely define the term emerging market to refer to economies as large as China to those of Tunisia, who are usually considered emerging because of their development and reform, even though China is deemed one of the world's economic powerhouses, it is lumped into the category alongside much smaller economies with less resources, like Singapore. Both China and Singapore belong to this category because both have embarked on economic development and reform programs and have opened the Nigeria economy, the way forward, up their markets and have emerged on the global scene. They are often considered to be fast-growing economies, the same characteristics that Nigeria also possesses. The question has always been, are we doing or ready to do what the Chinese are doing? People and the government in an emerging market. The Nigerian economy is transitional, meaning it is in the process of moving from a highly regulated economy to an open market economy with inbuilt accountability and the ability to self-regulate within the system. If we are undergoing a transition, are our people also undergoing that same transition? Are we creating more opportunities that come with the same? Are our people creating more business enterprises that will contribute to the GDP? Many of our people still talk of the government as if it is an elusive institution when, in fact, we are all the government. When our people speak of government as though it is an elusive institution or organization that exists in Abuja or in some state capital, one cannot understand why many Nigerians want the government to come and reconstruct a damaged road or construct a school. To these ones, as far as it is government property, it is none of their business. It is government business. It is their business means it can be destroyed, mutilated, or Nigeria, an emerging market, even stolen. The mentality that separates government from the rest of the society leads to no one becoming ready to accept responsibility for any public property. The truth is that government does not own any property in the real sense of the word. We do. We are all witnesses to the fact that President Olusegun Obasanjo's regime embarked on strong economic reform programs that were expected to lead Nigeria to stronger and more responsible economic performance levels, as well as transparency and efficiency in the critical sectors of the economy like oil, foreign exchange and agriculture, but this initiative was truncated. We will need to revive lofty policies like these if we are really serious about economic growth. We must tie economic growth to the micro levels of the society where the wealth comes from in the first instance. In this case, we recommend micro farms in the rural areas and more SMEs in the urban centers. Our people must be made to work and be productive. The recent growth in investments in our country indicates improved confidence in the economy. We can turn this confidence in our people's favor if they will take advantage of it. Recently, Mark Zuckerberg, the founder of Facebook, was in Lagos. He didn't come as a tourist. He came to inspect some young booming tech businesses. Only those who have done something creative will benefit from his visit. Do you now see why the Nigeria economy, the way forward? It is said there is no food for a lazy man. Moreover, foreign investment is a signal that the world has begun to take notice of sincere efforts at driving growth, and the drive by the new administration to solicit investors all over the world through the injection of foreign currency into the economy can only add value to our stock market and long-term investment to the infrastructure. With President Muhammadu Buhari starting to make good on his promise for tough measures to stamp out corruption, the outlook of the economy is bound to be affected. But in economic policy, economists and investors worry that the country may be taking an equally unusual turn. As of 2015, Nigeria was the world's 20th largest economy, worth more than $500 billion and $1 trillion in terms of nominal GDP and purchasing power parity respectively. It overtook South Africa to become Africa's largest economy in 2014. Also, the debt-to-GDP ratio is only 11%, which is 8% below the 2012 ratio. Nigeria is considered to be an emerging market by the World Bank. It has been identified as a regional power on the African continent, a middle power in international affairs, and has also been identified as an emerging global power. Nigeria is a member of the Mint group of countries, which are widely seen as the Nigeria, an emerging market. Globe's next brick-like one economies. It is also listed among the next 11 economies set to become among the biggest in the world. As of 2010, about 30% of Nigerians are employed in agriculture. Agriculture used to be the principal foreign exchange earner of Nigeria. Major crops include beans, sesame, cashew nuts, cassava, cocoa beans, groundnuts, gum arabic, kolanut, maize, corn, melon, millet, palm kernels, palm oil, plantains, rice, rubber, sorghum, soybeans and yams. Because we have abandoned agriculture and are failing to keep pace with Nigeria's rapid population growth, Nigeria now relies upon food imports to sustain itself. Nigeria is an African emerging economy with huge prospects. It is a developing economy by every definition. The fact that Africa is fast becoming the new frontier for global emerging market, investors strategically target the country as a land of present and future opportunity. It is also largely seen as an emerging market. It is estimated that between now and 2050, Nigeria will have the fastest economic growth rate in the world. It stands a good chance of overtaking countries. One BRIC is a grouping acronym that refers to the countries of Brazil, Russia, India and China, which are all deemed to be at a similar stage of newly advanced economic development. It also includes South Africa. The Nigeria economy, the way forward. Like Britain, France and other Western European countries, if the current growth rate is sustained by 2050. A lot of analysts have looked at the Nigerian economy, often from pessimistic perspectives. When you meet Nigerians and hear them say slanderous things about this country, your natural response would not be to stay and build, but to escape and run away. It does not look like we appreciate what we have at all. A normal but unfortunate aspect of human nature is that we often refuse to appreciate things we have until they are gone. It often takes life-turning events for us to realize how fortunate we are. We realize how much we rely on our possessions after our house gets robbed. We recognize the gift of a secure paycheck after we lose our job. And when we tragically lose a friend or family member, we wish we had told them every day how much we love them. We are fortunate to have many things that we often trivialize, such as having a bed to sleep in every night, a job, no matter how boring it is, a bank account with at least a few dollars in it, a university degree that taught us to think, parents who love us, and friends who keep us sane. Of course, we often take all of these for granted. These parts of our existence become so routine and familiar that we have no concept of what a day would be like without them. We never imagine not having them because we just assume they will always be there. Our Nigeria, an emerging market. Families, friends, homes, schools, jobs and hometowns are so ingrained in our lives that we forget that these blessings are in no way permanent. I remember a story of an American friend of mine. He suddenly realized how thankful he should be for having a home when he lost it. His house had been such a regular, and seemingly permanent, part of his life that he never for once imagined a day without it. On this eventful day, September 11, 2001, he learnt a lesson the hard way, that it was possible for such a thing to disappear and disappear very fast. Although he and his family were only out of their apartment for barely a week, the experience made him realize two things. First, that a home is a gift that he should be grateful for every single day, and secondly, he and his family were, in fact, actually really lucky. Some homes were permanently destroyed. They were able to return home, while other families did not have that same option. It took almost losing a home for them to really see how wonderful it was to have one. This kind of appreciation is what most Nigerians need to have about Nigeria. Nigeria is the 12th largest producer of petroleum in the world, and its 8th largest exporter. It also has the 10th largest proven reserves. Petroleum plays a large role in the Nigerian economy. However, agitation for the Nigeria economy, the way forward. Better resource control in the Niger Delta, the main oil-producing region, at some point, led to disruption in oil production and prevented the country from exporting at a 100% capacity. How long will we continue this way? Only recently did our own Bill Gates establish what is now known as the Dangote tomato paste factory in Kano, northern Nigeria. The entrepreneurial genius of its founder, Alhaji Aliko Dangote, was manifested in the fact that the factory was set up mainly in an attempt to curb the importation of tomato paste into the viable Nigerian market. The facility, reported to cost $20 million, the size of 10 football pitches set within 17,000 hectares of irrigated fields, will directly employ 120 people. Another thing we have to understand about this plant is that it will help address the challenge of storage, saving the country tons of tomatoes that will have hitherto rotted away in the Nigerian market. According to the Federal Ministry of Agriculture, Nigeria produces about 1.5 million tons of tomatoes a year, but over 900,000 tons are lost to decay. However, the Dangote Group has said that the company will buy tomatoes from farmers who grow this crop in large quantities. Nigeria, an emerging market. Unknown to most Nigerians, the country's tomatoes industry boasts of the following: it is the world's 14th largest producer of tomatoes. We are the largest producer of tomatoes in sub-Saharan Africa. We are equally the 8th largest importer of tomato paste in the world after Iraq and Japan. The country has a significant demand for processed tomatoes, but almost half of the tomato pastes found in its markets have been imported from China and Italy. Nigeria spends about $1.5 billion annually on tomato product importation from China and other parts of the world. It takes someone with the business acumen of no less a person than Dangote to recognize this gap and fill it. Two bilateral economic relations with countries like China play a strategic role in the growth and development of an economy, especially in the case of the tomato industry. Some of the benefits of these economic relations are expected to be beneficial to both countries if well managed and negotiated. The inflow of more foreign investment will surely help to improve our economy, and as well help developed economies access our market for their industries, creating more opportunities for local entrepreneurs. The truth is that no one else is, and no one can ever be, Dangote. Even if everyone cannot be anyone else, too, we will deal more on Dangote and people like him later in this book. The Nigeria economy, the way forward. Can we all at least learn to open our eyes to see the good that others are taking advantage of in our country? We pride ourselves in Nigeria as an emerging market because we have the largest population and probably the highest purchasing power in Africa. The concept of emerging markets can only make much sense if we translate the same to national economic development and do the same at the level of the individual. What do I mean? If we continue to chorus it loud that we have the largest population and the largest markets, and this is not translated into improvement in the lives of our people at the micro level, we deceive ourselves. It will just be like a community whose people live beside the ocean, yet its people die of thirst daily. Can you see the foolery of self-deceit and ignorance? Let me make another analogy. Some years ago, I visited a church whose members donated huge amounts of money to erect the new church building. I was marveled at the sight of this building because of its aesthetics. In fact, one of the pastors told me, "We are building the largest church in this city." But let me ask, is the building the church? The beautiful buildings and all its edifices will amount to nothing if its members make such huge commitments and still do not get to heaven. It will be a sheer waste of time and money. Nigeria, an emerging market. Don't get me wrong, it's good to donate to the work of God, but how it affects the lives of individual children of God is what is of utmost importance to God Himself, not the edifices. Therefore, it will make no sense if we pride ourselves as the largest market in Africa and foreigners make the best of deals out of our country. Yet our people continue to live in abject poverty. The youth and national development. It amazes me to know that our youth, who only need to positively display their creativity, are being used as political thugs. A Nigerian scholar 3 has noted that the youth have become political thugs because of the rising level of poverty, unemployment, and weak security agencies account for the thriving market for political thuggery and violence in Nigeria. The more elective offices are made attractive financially, the more politicians employ thugs during elections and campaigns. 3. Agba Michael S., 2011, Political Thuggery and Democratic Dividends in Nigeria, an Empirical Study. Higher Education of Social Science, 1, 58-65. Available from URL http://www.scanata.net/index.php/has/article/view/j.hes.190702401101057 doi.org/dx.10.3968/j.hes DOI http:// Dear friend, let me come out clear: politicians who use you as a thug do not have good in mind for you or your future. Get an education, get a life, and see how you can make the best of your time. Did I hear someone say they have no money to fund themselves through school? One does not need to spend so much on school these days when the internet is filled with quality information that can be put into productive use if one is a sincere seeker. You will first of all be doing yourself a big favor if you do this. Secondly, you will become a big asset to the nation if you can take hold on your future. The best nations are built by the youth. A nation is built out of its human capital. This means that a nation cannot be built without the recognition and the collective effort of all citizens, skilled and unskilled, young and old. Young people are a crucial segment of a nation's development. Their contribution is highly needed. Young people are social actors of change, and as the saying goes, the youth are not only the leaders of tomorrow, but also the partners of today. It is well known that the most vibrant section of every society is the youth. Therefore, the youth have the responsibility of being at the forefront of any national exercise. Youth is that period when a person is full of energy, ambition, and have a zest for life. The power possessed by youth is a recognized force today. This power or energy can be used for both constructive and Nigeria, an emerging market. Destructive purposes. Whenever there is unrest in Nigeria, professional politicians often use the youth to further their selfish interests. Youth leadership skills are relevant to young people's personal development as well as their role within a group. On a personal level, youthful experiences help them gain insight into themselves. This helps them analyze their strengths and weaknesses and set personal and vocational goals. On a group level, youths develop the ability to work with others to create a shared vision and to draw on the talents, skills, and energy of others. The task of nation development is very Herculean, but all hands must be on deck to actualize it. The young people should be made to understand the specific project and its importance to society. They should be given suitable direction so that they can work hard for its fulfillment. This will make them satisfied by the realization that they have been assigned roles in the building of the nation. They would be prepared to work sincerely for the welfare of the society and the country. Every citizen, including the youth, should always have it at the back of their mind that nation building is a collective effort of all citizens in constructing a desired country. No contribution is too small or too big. It must also be noted that nation building starts from the community level up to the national level. The Nigeria economy, the way forward. The young, according to Pearl S. Buck, a Nobel laureate in literature, do not know enough to be prudent, and therefore they attempt the impossible, and achieve it, generation after generation. Youth is that clay which can be molded into whatever shape one wants. It is our belief that this is the sole reason for both the exploitation and utilization of youth in the destruction and construction of any nation respectively. It is a fact that the nation's development is highly dependent on youth. Youth is that spark which needs no ignition. Youth is that powerful resource which can either construct or destruct the whole nation. No doubt, youth should step forward to take on the responsibility of developing the nation. The country's leadership should also embrace youth, as well as youth organizations, as they are the leaders of the future and would contribute to nation-building efforts. Awareness among the youth is to be raised about development issues. and their potential role in the country. It is also important to involve young people in the consultative process of designing policies that affect youth. If young people are inexperienced at work, they will also be inexperienced about policies. There are some important lessons that we have learned. We have learned that youths in their upper teens and 20s have been consulted, if not in decision-making, at least in informing them about legislation. Nigeria, an emerging market that would affect their lives. As such, the government policies and constitutional provisions which safeguard the needy will continue to be implemented. Ignorance, fear, prejudice and apathy, if left unchecked, are fertile ground for breeding hatred, extremism, fatalism and fanaticism, which are the root causes of the world's ills. So, the youth of today play a very significant role in demonstrating strong leadership potential, personal drive, and a passion and energy for making a difference in our community and country. No obstacle is too big, high, deep or wide for us to overcome if all of us, especially the young generation, who will be the leaders of tomorrow, are willing to join hands, think and act together as one. One way to inculcate youth leadership is to establish and allow the youth to participate in youth leadership academies. The youth leadership academies, when established, should be dedicated to nurture and to build capabilities of future young leaders. The participants in these academies will have the opportunity to improve their leadership skills and be inspired by Nigeria's most successful corporate leaders and young professionals. It is true that the youth are highly adaptable, but one must show the guts to take up the challenge to guide the youth to a correct path. The Nigeria economy, the way forward. The central purpose for advocating youth leadership is to support the youth in taking the initiative to engage in civic and community activities in order to build on their strengths and self-esteem, and to work together as a team in building leadership skills. Youth leadership groups are similar to other youth development groups in that they are structured to offer youth interesting educational material and resources that address current youth issues. Youth leadership groups are run by the youth themselves, but facilitated by staff on their program. Because the groups are self-directed by the youth, the facilitator should serve as a support and guide for youth development. Empowering youth towards leadership enables all of us to get involved in nation building besides promoting national unity and social integration, as well as becoming the role models in society. Effort has been undertaken to equip the youth with the necessary skills and qualities to ensure them of a better future, and to meet the accelerated pace of economic development and the changes in the environment. The strategic thrust for the development of youths will be as follows. Empowering the youth for the future through improved access to education and training, increasing participation of the youth in youth organizations. Nigeria, an emerging market. Inculcating the spirit of competitiveness among the youth, strengthening the legal framework of the youth's development. Programs promoting national unity and social integration. To encourage the youth to participate actively in nation building, their accessibility to education and training will be further enhanced, while leadership and skills training, entrepreneurial development and healthy lifestyle programs can be carried out more extensively. In addition, self-confidence and discipline are positive elements which should be incorporated in the character-building program. Measures should be undertaken to increase the accessibility of the youth onto lifelong learning programs through distance education and non-formal education, as an effort to ensure balanced development. With healthy mental and physical attributes, excellent results in nation growth can be achieved. A quality youth leader should equip himself with soft skills in order to perform highly as a nation builder. As Nigeria is ethnically a heterogeneous country, interaction and communication among each ethnic group should be further enhanced in order to help our nation take a larger step of improvement as all of us work on it together. Hence, to check the Nigeria economy, the way forward. Polarization among the youth, more multi-ethnic youth organizations could be established to allow for greater interaction among them. In addition, good moral values such as understanding, harmony, respect for the culture and tradition of other ethnic groups, goodwill and trust should also be inculcated among the youth to enhance nation-building efforts. The private sector could also be encouraged to contribute to youth training as part of their social responsibility. More active participation of the youth at the international level could be promoted through intergovernmental and non-governmental institutions. The various skills and leadership training programs aimed at empowering the youth should be undertaken by the Ministry of Youth and Sports. National development is a collective effort of all citizens. As an old saying goes, the youth are not only the leaders of tomorrow, but also the partners of today. The youth, as energetic, ambitious and highly capable people, have the responsibility, passion and power of being at the forefront in developing the nation in a democratic and constructive way. Expatriates and capacity development. Our government must also do their own part in this. Most of our jobs are done by the so-called expatriates, while our youth are roaming the streets. Nigeria, an emerging market. While our youth have a part of the blame for this, the government must also share part of the blame. If we do not show much confidence in our people or products, we can't expect them to improve. It is no rocket science. Development is deliberate. There was a time Chinese products were not the best, but their persistence and improvement paid off. This is how to build confidence. Like the Chinese, the government must make development a deliberate process. We may not be perfect at the start, but in the end, the patience will pay off. What we need to do is simple. Let us start from our universities. In most of our public universities, we have poor students, most of whom are hardworking. What these universities need to do is to encourage their best students to be solution providers. Let us look at a university whose main challenge is water. In this university, they have a civil engineering department. The question you will ask yourself is, what is the department doing? When funds are finally released by the government to solve the water crisis, the authorities at the university will have to look for some Chinese companies to dredge boreholes in an institution that produces civil engineers every year. This is shameful. Can we see how we produce our graduates? The Nigeria economy, the way forward. All that was needed was for the university authorities to send a memo to their civil engineering department to get its students and faculties to provide a solution to the challenge within the framework of their own environment. This solution is cheaper, cost-effective, and environmentally friendly. We are also building capacity by having this kind of mentality. Chinese products. Before you continue reading this, take a moment to look at the back of your phone, or computer monitor, or handheld device. Do you see a tag that states "Made in China"? My iPhone does. My Android phone states it a little differently as "Assembled in China." For products imported and sold in the United States, this product information is not customer courtesy, it is legally required. But there was a time a "Made in China" phone was tagged inferior in Nigeria. If your phone rings too loudly, it is seen as a China phone. Some people feel embarrassed when their phone is referred to as "Made in China." Wait a minute, my friend. What are the Chinese doing? A travel by ferry from Hong Kong to Shenzhen, one of the regions that make China the workshop of the world, an enormous billboard greets you. Time is Nigeria, an emerging market. Money, efficiency is life. That quote is instructive. In Nigeria there was once a song like that, time now money oh. Where did the Chinese get it right? China is today the world's largest manufacturing power. Its output of televisions, smartphones, steel pipes and other things you can drop at your feet surpassed America's in 2010. China now accounts for a fifth of global manufacturing. Its factories have made so much, so cheaply that they have curbed inflation for many of their trading partners. According to the U.S. National Bureau for Economic Research, NBER, China has been a global hub for manufacturing for decades, and they have become really good at it. Their ability to create the infrastructure and systems to support and adapt to manufacturing needs is pretty much bar none. From material sourcing to shipping logistics, everything functions like a well-oiled machine, creating unparalleled efficiency. One vital piece of this machine is the ability to quickly create injection molds and manufacturing lines for hard goods. It may make your eyes glaze over, but the engineers and contractors we found are like magicians, taking days. June Wang, John Wally, 2014, Are Chinese markets for manufactured products more competitive than in the US? A comparison of China-US industrial concentration ratios NBER Working Paper number 19898 issued in February 2014 NBER Programs, Dev.io. The Nigeria economy, the way forward. Or weeks as opposed to months or years to help us turn our vision into reality. The question of efficiency, when answered, solves a lot of trust issues in business and the economy. If they are to make many of the hard goods domestically in some US companies, which is always their primary objective, it was discovered that the end result is often far too expensive, and that is why it is cheaper to produce in China. The country has cheap labor, and its infrastructure is one of the best. Many Western companies want to hit a level of accessibility that all families can afford. In the end, lower cost on some of these items means greater access, encouraging greater profitability. The Chinese government and Communist Party also rewards manufacturers that help bring foreign currency into the country through commerce. At the same time, however, there is little or no punishment meted out to those who conduct their businesses in a substandard fashion. This encouragement is what was needed for the country's young ones. Thus, in some cases, we find high school children manufacturing Android phones which are subsequently exported to some African countries as China phones, all in an attempt to bring in foreign exchange to the country. Nigeria, an emerging market. For more than 2,000 years, the Chinese kept the secret of silk to themselves. It was one of the most zealously guarded secrets in history. Anyone found guilty of smuggling silkworm eggs, cocoons, or mulberry seeds was put to death. Silk garments were worn by emperors and royalties, and became an indication of wealth. Common people were prohibited from wearing silk. With increased travels and trading, sericulture slowly reached the outside world, first to Korea, then to Japan, India, and finally Europe. The Chinese understand the importance of trade secrets. What of Made in India products? India is the fastest growing economy in the world, according to recent data. According to Delhi's Central Statistics Office, quoted by UK's The Telegraph, higher than the 7.2% reached in 2014. India's quarterly growth, measured from the 3 months to December, was in line with expectations at 7.3% and outstripped China's 6.9% at the end of 2015. The Telegraph reports, India has overtaken China as the fastest growing major economy in the world, expanding by 7.3% and cementing its position as one of the sole bright spots in a flailing global economy. UK Telegraph, November 28, 2016. Growth star India overtakes China as world's fastest growing major economy. http://www.telegraph.co.uk/finance/economics/12146579/India- overtakes China. In the past 4 years, India's exports have risen by 44%. In 2014, the country's total export was over $318 billion. According to credible statistical reports, India's total GDP has increased to more than $7.9 trillion this year. Here is a question that was posed to a panel of marketers recently. If Made in Japan stands for quality and Made in China stands for price, then what does Made in India stand for? In the last few years, the world has watched in amazement and fascination as Indian companies strode on the world stage, making a number of foreign acquisitions. Some Indian acquisitions in recent years include Tata Steel buying Chorus, Tata Motors buying Jaguar and Land Rover, Tata Tea buying Tetley, Taj Hotels buying International Properties, Hindalco acquiring Novelis, and Bharti Airtel buying Zain. Brand India first caught global attention with the IT companies Infosys, TCS and Wipro gaining momentum with their work related to Y2K. Since then, the IT brand is well established, but in the low value added end of the market. This is the key challenge for Brand India. It is seen as good at affordable products, but not with any leading technology. Even in the case of Jaguar, Tata Motors bought both the brand and innovation pipeline. They did not export the Nigeria, an emerging market. Innovation from India. Mahindras were able to develop an affordable SUV, the Scorpio, as they designed it in India at 1/4 the design cost. They are now able to export this to other emerging markets, but do not seek to compete in the premium global SUV market. Take the Taj hotels abroad. In India they are the epitome of luxury and service. Internationally, however, the Taj acquired properties are nowhere near the top end, they are in the middle league. Another export from India is good management talent. Indian Institute of Technology, IIT, Delhi, graduates are well known in every corner of the world, especially in Silicon Valley. And there are several Indian managers who have made their mark in international boardrooms. Multinationals like Unilever and Citigroup were amongst the first to spot and leverage Indian talent globally, and today this is being done by many companies. Over the last decade, India has come to stand for affordable products and quality global managers. Some Indian brands, as we speak, are finding markets in other countries. A few companies have been successful in leveraging their scale in India to be low-cost operators in other markets, a la Mahindras with the Scorpio. Or through tackling niche markets globally that other multinational companies, MNCs, are not focused on, for example Marico and Godrej. They have the Nigeria economy, the way forward. Taken their brands and products to foreign markets and focused on niche segments that are too small for the big multinational companies to serve. While these brands are successful, they remain niche brands serving small consumer segments. One thing Indian companies will find very difficult to do is truly build a global brand. This is because they will need to invest in technology like Samsung and LG. Indian expense on R&D is about 0.9% of GDP. This compares with China at 1.5% of GDP, which in absolute terms is second to the US. South Korea spends about 3.4% of GDP, Japan about 3.5% of GDP, and the US about 2.8% of GDP. It almost appears that you need to spend about 3% of GDP to be world-class leader in technological innovation. By the way, how much of our GDP in Nigeria goes to R&D? We have gone the great lengths to dig into the great stories of India and China to prove that there is nothing wrong in building confidence in our own products and people. In the long run, it costs less, and we gain more, as the cases of the two countries have shown. Nigeria, an emerging market. Business opportunities for our youths. Son Badejo was at a creative crossroads in her career. Combining a strong entrepreneurial streak with training as a sculptor by the art school in a European university, she was ready to start her own business. But there were challenges. It's hard to have a fully outfitted foundry in your living room, she says, especially with 3 young children. Her husband left her when things became difficult. So Badejo took up her other love, sewing, determined to craft and sell one-of-a-kind handbags made with unique fabrics. 6 years and thousands of bags later, her enterprise is still hand-sewn from her studio in the city and swing from the arms of women across Eastern Europe, as well as Japan, Mexico, and several European countries. The home studio is the best of both worlds, she muses. I get to be home with my children and still be an international handbag designer. Success didn't come overnight. One thing was sure, right from the beginning. She leveraged her business status as a woman-owned, small enterprise. While combing the internet for funding sources, Badejo came across a microcredit scheme, which helps the self-employed and small businesses, the Nigeria economy, the way forward. With up to 5 employees, also known as micro-enterprises. The organization offered a wealth of resources. The program provides business training, networking opportunities, as well as low-interest loans, says the director of the program. Though entrepreneurs of either gender are eligible to apply to the program, the majority of our members are women, he says. Thanks to the training, Badejo learned skills that, she says, allowed her to operate more efficiently. That meant she didn't need to apply for a loan right away, but she's still planning to do so to expand her offerings. She also continues to search the internet for future resources. Does Ms. Badejo's challenge sound familiar? I bet it does. Like many of our youths in Nigeria, she has financial challenges. She doesn't know where to start from. The funds are not there. She didn't attend a big school like Harvard or Cambridge. She has personal issues in her family to cope with. Things are really difficult. But one thing she got right was that she was ready to move on where others gave up. She will not let her situation run her down. Her financial status will not be an excuse. She has got something she can hold on to, her skills as a tailor. God asked Moses, "What is in your hand?" Moses had a rod. It was that rod that Nigeria, an emerging market, parted the Red Sea. That same rod was used to strike. If you are, I advise you to dig deeper. I know too many people who put food on their table writing. You heard me right. How do you find this? Think back to elementary school when your teacher was explaining the difference between a rectangle and a square. A square is also a rectangle, but a rectangle is not necessarily a square. Things to note. Even though we are classified as an emerging market, this will not make much impact on our national development if our youth are not trained opportunists. We are not using the word opportunist in the negative sense, but in a positive way. We must train our youth to take advantage of the situations and opportunities around them. These opportunities are many with the age of the internet. Distance has been shortened, speed has been redefined, and ways of doing things have changed with the era of globalization. Our government must therefore create this consciousness in our young ones on the need to become risk takers and entrepreneurs. The Nigeria economy, the way forward. Friends, if you don't take a chance, then you don't stand a chance. You heard me right. The opportunities available in Nigeria are enormous. As bad as we say our country is, investors are still coming. They are seeing what we are not taking advantage of. There are still large vacuums created in traditional agriculture that our digital youth can explore. There are big gaps in traditional schooling for which our youth can develop mobile applications or apps. This will go a long way to keep millions of youth busy. The present economic crisis is painful, but this can also be the opportunity for many of our youth to be creative and enterprising. Periods like these often create new millionaires. The apartheid period in South Africa was a period of deep hunger for blacks, but even at the lowest ebb, blacks were turning out great poems, music, and artwork. In the age of the internet, things have been made easy. Apart from many of our young ones chatting on Facebook or posting pictures on Instagram, it appears social media is a major distraction to real progress among our youth. Today, the internet is supposed to provide them with information on how to help come out of this present economic milieu. If they can channel the same energy and time they use in insulting people or engaging in unprofitable chatting on social media to more productive search for solutions, Nigeria will be better for it. Nigeria, an emerging market. Emerging market classification of Nigeria means Nigerians themselves must take responsibility. If we don't build our nation, no one will come and do it for us. The concept of technology is an ideology. We must build our local technology capacity. This is going to be a big investment if we know what we are doing. We may not get it right at first, but if we are persistent, we will eventually get it right. This is why the story of China and India appear to make some sense, because they were persistent in making their Chinese and Indian products over the years with government support. We can inculcate this in Nigeria. There was a time in Lagos, there were Malyus locally assembled large trucks for commuting passengers. Over time, the government has banned these buses and replaced them with buses made from India, China, and Germany. We are not doing ourselves a favor by engaging in such acts. Even if the production is not perfect, we can encourage the producers and the operators. As a result of the introduction of the Bus Rapid Transit (BRT), many of these Malyo operators ran out of jobs. There would have been nothing wrong if the government empowered the producers to study the BRT models and come up with their own and run in some designated areas of the state. It only shows how unstrategic we are in our thinking, because our transportation now depends on giving out jobs to the Nigeria economy, the way forward. Indians, Chinese and Germans at the expense of our people. This is not how emerging markets behave. How to promote made in Nigeria products. Of late, there seems to be genuine efforts by the federal government to diversify the Nigerian economy. Considering the current economic reality of the country, occasioned by dwindling prices of oil in the global market, there is no auspicious time than now to promote the non-oil sectors as a way of salvaging our nation's ailing economy. It is encouraging to note that the government is currently working on plans to promote the production and consumption of local products. Undoubtedly, this is a sensible thing to do. Beside providing solution to the unemployment problem in the country, encouraging the production and consumption of local products could usher us into the path of the much-desired economic prosperity. This is the secret behind the rising profiles of the now prosperous Asian tigers. Our ability to achieve a similar feat will depend on our capacity to harness human and material resources towards the promotion of made-in-Nigeria goods that can compete in both local and international markets. Sustainable development that would guarantee jobs, vary the economy, advance the standard of living as well as security of life in Nigeria, an emerging market. Properties depends on the existence of a robust economic development agenda that encourages production and sustenance of local goods. Fortunately, we have an amazing advantage in our size. Conservatively, the country's population is put at over 160 million. Nigeria is home to about 1 in 5 Africans. Our population is, therefore, a major source of strength and behooves on us as a nation to leverage on this factor to promote the Nigerian brand in terms of products and services, as this remains the only means through which sustainable employment can be guaranteed. Nigeria is in a position to play a strong continental and global role because it benefits from a large population of energetic, educated, and entrepreneurial people, as well as from an abundance of natural resources. For local industries and local goods to enjoy sufficient patronage from local consumers, there is need for the National Assembly to come up with a local patronage bill that would ensure that made-in-Nigeria goods and local producers are protected. It is a thing of serious concern that the production capacity of the local industries can neither suit local consumption nor export. A situation where Nigerians depend on imported goods for most things is appalling, to say the least. The idea of patronizing made-in-Nigeria goods should not be regarded as a parochial scheme. Rather, the Nigeria economy, the way forward. It should be viewed as a call for nationwide partnership to develop the kind of collective commerce pattern that would have a positive bearing on national development. It has the potential to enhance the utility value of goods as products and consequent services for the specific orientation and cultural needs of the Nigerian people. There is a need for holistic overhaul of our importation policy to discourage items that can be locally manufactured. One is actually in support of plans by the federal government to discourage the importation of certain items that the country has the potential of producing locally. We need to embrace attitudinal, structural, and cultural change that would enable major stakeholders to modify their outlook towards made-in-Nigeria goods. In our drive towards a varied and dependable economy, it is vital that we build internal structures that will establish it as an independent commercial hub wherein our position will be strengthened in the course of international collaboration and our negotiation powers leveraged by a culture of homegrown technical expertise. Certainly, made-in-Nigeria goods will boost the nation's manufacturing sector and by extension, create more jobs. It is through this that indigenous firms can take advantage of bigger markets at regional, continental, and global levels. It is important for the country to appreciate its fundamental dynamics by making Nigeria an emerging market. Policies that will ensure sustainable economic development. Advocating and supporting made-in-Nigeria goods is a sure way to turn around our dwindling economic fortune. Nigerians should encourage indigenous entrepreneurs by patronizing locally produced goods and services. It is only in doing this that we could develop and transform local industries. There is no country that has managed to transform itself without sustained industrial growth or complete dependence on imported goods. Therefore, we need to empower local industries, and this could only be done by embracing locally made goods. Our experience with the paper industry, which was once dominated by imported exercise books like Onward notebooks, have sufficiently demonstrated that local industries could act as catalysts for economic growth if only the needed impetus for growth and development are put in place. This is where funding and other related issues come in. Though the Bank of Industry, BOI, is currently making serious efforts in this respect, there is need for more banks and financial institutions to buy into the Made in Nigeria vision in order to ensure enhanced industrial growth in the country. Equally related to this is the all-important question of stable power supply. Currently, the power situation in the country is yet to really get out of the woods. If this is not frontally the Nigeria economy, the way forward addressed, nobody would be encouraged to venture into local entrepreneurship in view of the high cost of sustaining alternative power source. It is not enough that the power sector has been deregulated to encourage private investors, much still needs to be done for us to have a reliable power sector that could drive the local industries. There are immense benefits in supporting and embracing locally made goods. It is one of the sure ways to fully realize our potential as a nation. It is one possible way out of our current economic dependency and poverty. It is what everyone should support. In closing this chapter, we will need to summarize our points. This chapter emphasizes the need for our youth to take advantage of the several opportunities available if we want to improve on our status as an emerging market. We also stress the need for the government to build capacity locally in the area of public works, services, and product development. We argued that expatriates should only be employed when skills are not immediately available locally, as the examples of India and China have shown. Nigeria, an emerging market. In doing this, we propose that 1. Government must make it a deliberate policy to build local capacity, especially in our youth, by engaging them in providing services in public works through the universities. 2. The youth must play more active roles in national development efforts, especially in the area of entrepreneurship. 3. There should be a well-funded campaign sponsored by government and local industries to patronize Made in Nigeria, as are the cases of China and India. 4. Readers should see the need for patronizing locally made products and services, save when they are not readily available. Chapter 2. Misconceptions about Nigerians' oil dependency. Chapter 2. Misconceptions about Nigerians' oil dependency. O foolish Galatians, who hath bewitched you, that ye should not obey the truth? St. Paul was speaking to the church in Galatia on the need for them not to be deceived or be shaken by their belief in Jesus Christ or on their faith. Quoted from the Holy Bible in Galatians 3:1. While it is true that our foreign exchange earnings are still about 75% dependent on oil, but that it is simply based on it alone is not true. Even from the hallowed pages of official government statistics papers, one can easily see the folly of those who spread and hold this misguided view. St. Paul asked, O foolish Galatians, who hath bewitched you, that ye should not obey the truth? Maybe this should be reframed, O Nigerians, who has deceived you about oil? What is the source of this misguided belief? How did we get to this point where everyone cannot think outside oil? Are there other viable sectors in the Nigerian economy? In regards to the notion that Nigeria's economy is 75% dependent on oil, it is simply not true. But if you go across Nigeria today and conduct a survey and the Nigeria economy, the way forward, misconceptions about Nigerians' oil dependency. Overwhelming majority would probably tell you, yes, this is true. They consequently use this claim as the basis for bashing the country, giving a tongue lashing about how much we have failed as a nation. This conception that the Nigerian economy is mainly dependent on oil is as false as many other misconceptions about Nigeria. It is true that our foreign earning is almost 80% oil dependent, but not the GDP. This misconception is similar to many other misconceptions that is making Nigerians feel inferior about themselves. It also gives foreign media agencies and foreign government ammunition to attack Nigerians and humiliate the nation. Hence, Nigerians must have a clear picture of our economy. When we know the truth, it will be very difficult for anyone to embarrass us or push us around. I hope this book will help every Nigerian stand their ground anywhere in the world and defend the nation's and their personal integrity. These fallacies seem to be greatly propagated by foreign media. A simple interaction with non-Nigerians outside the country reveals how much the world knows about our people. Some Nigerians have had to face the embarrassment of being seen as bad or corrupt people whose documents must be thoroughly scrutinized, their luggage searched, or their identities doubted for its authenticity. Traveling Nigerians face these constant harassments at airports or foreign embassies. Are Nigerians that bad? While we accept there are bad eggs in Nigeria, just like all other countries, God being our witness, there are fantastic people in Nigeria too. There are people whose integrity is priceless. There are people who hold their values so dear that nothing will make them compromise them. There are bad Nigerians just as there are overwhelmingly good ones. The problem has always been the way a section of the media has presented the country in the past, which has to change. It is true that Nigeria is the 12th largest producer of petroleum in the world and the 8th largest exporter, and has the 10th largest proven reserves. It is also true that petroleum plays a large role in the Nigerian economy. Our point of divergence is based on the fact that we have left other sectors underdeveloped, deliberately or due to ignorance. This does not mean that it is the true state of affairs. Nigerians must be careful of how they talk down on the nation, because it will go a long way in tarnishing our self-worth and dignity. A lot of Nigerians in ignorance bash Nigeria in areas where we are even doing better than other nations. Remember, a man's stomach shall be satisfied from the fruit of his mouth, from the produce of his lips he shall be filled. Death and life are in the power of the tongue, and those who love it will eat its fruit. Proverbs 18:20-21. As a people, we need to control our tongue. The Nigeria economy, the way forward. Misconceptions about Nigerians' oil dependency. We need to watch the ways we talk, complain, lament, and even speak negative about our country, so that we can eat its fruit. If we are to relate the above scripture to a nation, it would probably read like this: a nation's destiny shall be determined by the words of her citizens. With the produce of their lips, the country shall be filled. From this paraphrase, we could go further to expatiate that the destiny of each nation is shaped by the words coming from the mouth of her citizens. This means that it is what we mainly speak, good or evil, about our land, that our land produces and becomes. While it may be true that we have failed in a lot of ways as a nation, and we would be the first to admit it, but our proclamations must be factual and truthful. I would not have had any issues with this statement about Nigeria being 75% dependent on oil if it were true. This is because the truth must be our only basis for action. As of 2010, about 30% of Nigerians, mostly rural dwellers, were employed in agriculture. Agriculture used to be the principal foreign exchange earner of Nigeria before the discovery of oil. A survey by the National Bureau of Statistics shows that the agriculture, forestry, and fishing sectors had the highest number of persons employed with 14,837,693, followed by wholesale and retail trade sector with 12,097,189, manufacturing 5,337,000, and other service-based activities 3,471,702. 6. Let us take a second look at the above data to get a proper picture of the state of things. If 30% of Nigerians living in the rural areas are responsible for a large chunk of our foreign exchange revenues, let us ask, what will our situation look like if we had more of our unemployed graduates deploying their technical and intellectual skills to till the land? How much research has been done by our universities in the areas of fishery, forestry, crop production, and the likes? What will be the case if most of my readers return to their villages to occupy the unoccupied lands? A lot of resources are wasting away by the day with those largely fertile lands that are unoccupied. Yet, many of our youth fiercely compete for non-existing white-collar jobs. When media report that the country is poor because of a crisis in the oil sector, one need not look further to see how quickly ignorance spreads. To quickly disprove this jejune opinion, one only needs to travel from Lagos to Osun. Driving through Ibadan from Lagos, all that we see is a nation with abundant resources comprising fertile land. A visit to Gwogan. 6. National Bureau of Statistics, National Manpower Stock and Employment Generation Survey July 2010. The Nigeria Economy, the Way Forward. Misconceptions about Nigerians' oil dependency. In Osun State will convince one of the agricultural potential of the nation called Nigeria. Even consider the places we call desert like Borno. One does not need to wait long to see the large watermelons, which, with adequate storage facilities, can earn the country millions of dollars in foreign exchange. Friends, to generate an income in Nigeria, what one needs to do is just to look around. The country is flowing with milk and honey. It has been said that at least every state in Nigeria has one economic commodity or the other which is of value. A call to return to the land, which built the most enduring institutions in the country like the University of Ife, Nigerian Television Authority (NTA), National Stadium and the likes, should be a continuous one. As Nigerians, we must learn from the wisest man that ever lived, King Solomon. The lesson in the scripture quoted above becomes much more vivid in verse 21. Death and life are in the power of the tongue. What a stunning submission! Both death and life are in the power of a person's tongue. People themselves determine what they fill their life, family, nation, and destiny with. My fellow Nigerians, let us choose life. Let us begin to speak the truth about our country. Let us begin to speak life upon our nation. We quite agree that things have failed in a lot of ways as a nation and must be frank enough to admit it, but our proclamations must be factual and truthful. There is absolutely no need to have issues with the statement about Nigeria being 75% dependent on oil, if it were true. This is because the truth, and only the truth, must be our only basis for action. Oil production put the country as the 14th largest producer of oil in the world but the 8th largest exporter. Many Nigerians will be shocked to learn that Russia produces more oil than Saudi Arabia and the USA. China, Canada and Norway produce more oil than Nigeria. But they do not export theirs in the crude form, but choose to add value to it through refining, processing and turning it into gasoline and other petrochemicals for internal consumption and export. With an estimated crude oil reserve of 40 billion barrels, and some 184 trillion cubic feet, TCF, of gas, we are more of a gas than an oil-blessed nation. Nigeria has the 5th largest gas reserves in the world. The capacity to leverage these natural resources for the betterment of our nation and its people is in the hands of our leaders. The discovery of crude oil was supposedly a blessing of nature expected to accelerate the development and growth of the Nigerian economy. Our oil revenues provided avenues to invest in the future through a massive infrastructure build-out, educating our people, ensuring their health and well-being was well taken. The Nigeria Economy, the Way Forward. Misconceptions about Nigerians' oil dependency. Care of, and that there was equality of opportunity for all. That was the dream and promise of Oloibiri through the lens of our founding fathers. Whether that expectation has been actualized since the discovery of oil is a question requiring deep pondering. The oil and gas sector accounted for about 16% of our GDP in 2010, the 3rd largest after agriculture and wholesale and retail trade, but employs less than 0.15% of the population, due to its technology-intensive nature and the procurement practices of the international oil companies, IOCs. Having said this, the question that comes to mind is, how has the fact that we are the largest oil producer in Africa impacted positively on the lives of Nigerians? My friend, I have asked this question myself. What I suggest is for us to continue to create opportunities as citizens. I personally believe that oil belongs to the past. We could only use oil as the intermediary economy into what I call the futuristic citizen-oriented economy. Nigeria has to go from dependence on raw materials like oil and gas and other mineral resources into intellectual and human capacity resource-dependent economy. Instead of being mineral resources dependent, we should move into dependency on the human capital development of our people. The economy of the future does not depend on raw materials anymore, they depend on the development of the human capital prowess of their people. Countries like America, Japan, China, India, Brazil, Russia, though might have some amount of raw materials, they focus on futuristic economic generators in the area of technology, electronics, etc. These are aspects of the economy that are mainly dependent on the human capital development of the nation. Opportunity creation led to big names like Google, Facebook, Twitter, and so on. We should continue to look for how to create leverages in the economy through the creation of values. This does not mean that Nigerians should completely neglect the oil sector at this stage. We can actually create online platforms discussing how to improve the oil and gas sector. Nothing stops Nigerians from creating technology for safe extraction of gas to reduce gas flaring, which is one of the major challenges in the sector. If young people continue to wait for opportunities to be created for them by the so-called politicians, many will probably wait forever. This is the gospel truth, my friends. The Nigerian economy is heavily reliant on oil and gas exports. Oil and gas account for about 96% of foreign exchange earnings and 86% of the total revenue of the federal government. 7. Compared to other 7. Economic Watch, Nigerian Economic Statistics and Indicators, http://www.economywatch.com/economic statistics/country/Nigeria/ retrieved on March 27, 2016. The Nigeria economy, the way forward. Oil-producing nations, Nigeria's excessive dependence on oil is a clear and present danger that we have gone off track. This overdependence on oil exports for both foreign exchange and revenues is partly responsible for our poor program implementation, continuous boom-bust cycles, and abandonment of development projects. The easy money syndrome. Another problem with oil goes beyond government revenue dependency. It is the impact of easy money on the incentive structure in society. Oil and gas are natural resources that are, as we say in Nigeria, just there. Unlike agriculture and industry that require real hard work to earn the fruits of one's labor, oil and gas are gifts of God, and we have the international oil companies, IOCs, to organize, finance, extract, transport and sell them, without any labor on our part. A few statistics here will suffice. Out of 896 million barrels of oil we produced in 2010, 531 million barrels were produced by Nigerian National Petroleum Corporation and International Oil Companies, NNPC IOC, joint ventures in which the NNPC contributes financially, but not technically or managerially. 317 million were produced under production sharing contracts in which the NNPC contributes nothing, and only 45 million barrels were produced under service contracts, and by independents. Only these minuscule 45 million. Misconceptions about Nigerians' oil dependency. Barrels were produced with some significant Nigerian participation. As a country, therefore, we do little or nothing every month except meet in Abuja to share out what Shell, ExxonMobil, Chevron Texada, ENI, Total and other oil companies tell us is our share through the NNPC. We can only believe what they and NNPC tell us, because we are not involved enough to question what they say or do. The relative ease of earning this money has created a national rentier mentality within the Nigerian elite and even the common man. Our nation got oil rich without working, so each one of us can get rich overnight without working. The impact of this on our thinking as a people, our response to incentives, and the mentality of the young generation can only be imagined. It is often easy for men to apportion blame. The blame game is won only by the lazy, not by the smart or the wise. A wise man knows that once bitten is twice shy. As long as Nigerians themselves do not develop capacities in onshore and offshore activities to favorably compete with the expatriates, the likes of Shell and multinationals continue to dominate our God-given resources. The blame game many Nigerians are playing only reminds me of the parable of the talent in the Bible in Matthew 25:14-30. The Nigeria economy, the way forward. Misconceptions about Nigerians' oil dependency. My friend, have you ever wondered what a talent is worth in today's naira? It is hard to know for sure, yet whatever its exact value, in the New Testament a talent indicates a large sum of money, maybe even as much as $1 million in today's currency. We are tempted to feel sorry for the servant who received only 1 talent, but in reality he received as much as 1,000,000 naira or dollars from the master and buried it in his backyard. He was given more than enough to meet the master's expectations. Just as the master expected his servants to do more than passively preserve what had been entrusted to them, so God expects us to generate a return by using our talents towards productive ends. This is exactly what happens to a nation that has resources, talent, that it does not utilize. Every activity has become subordinated to reaping from the easy rents that come from oil and gas. The best and brightest no longer join the public service and academia willingly, but the oil industry. Oil became the only game in town, and the acquisition of political power by hook or by crook was the fastest way to be a player. The over-concentration of government effort and attention on the oil and gas sector has led to the neglect of the non-oil sector, making the entire economy fragile, as any slight disruption in the oil sector puts the country's economy and polity in crisis, both gasping for breath. A cursory look at the 2014 Rebus economic statistics reveals something more intriguing in clear contrast to this widely held view. So what is the truth about the statement of Nigeria being 75% dependent on oil? The truth is that Nigerian economy is not 75% dependent on oil. Moving backwards to 2012 statistics, we were only 14% dependent on oil. But after the rebusing of the Nigerian economy, oil's contribution to our economy has been reduced to only about 8%. 8. The need for critical thinking. One keeps wondering why most people say our economy is dependent mostly on oil. This is one of the things that bother rational minds. I think the problem is actually with our surface thinking and lack of deeper analysis. The majority of Nigerians don't think analytically. We don't carry out research or scientific investigations. The majority of our populace mainly depend on hearsay. We tend not to do our due diligence. 8. Economic Watch, Nigerian Economic Statistics and Indicators, http://www.economywatch.com/economic statistics/country/Nigeria/ retrieved on March 27, 2016. The Nigeria economy, the way forward. Misconceptions about Nigerians' oil dependency. In our humble opinion, we think it is proper to put it in perspective that the Nigerian economy gets 75% of its foreign exchange earnings from the export of oil, rather than it depending on oil. That is to say, the income the country gets from all our exported commodities places oil as our main export product. As a result, 75% of our foreign exchange earnings come from oil, not 75% of our economy. This is very different and must be noted for clarity. If we are to compare everything we earn from oil and put it on one side, it would only amount to 8% of the total revenue generated in our economy. As we see above, this is a total departure from the impression that is being created by most people who say we are 75% dependent on oil. Having noted a clearer picture that we actually produce 92% more wealth from sources other than oil as a nation, the question that arises therefore is, why are we not exporting these other commodities and produce for foreign exchange earnings? This leads us to the next point. Old school products, old school thinking. I love everything that's old. Old friends, old times, old manners, old books, old wines, and I believe, Dorothy, you and I have been pretty fond of an old wife, Oliver Goldsmith. Whenever I think about the man who made the statement above, I cannot but continue laughing. How will anyone be just so conservative and stay core to old beliefs, neglecting the new? While it is true that it takes time for old habits to go away, we must consciously learn to build the new. This happens to be our story here in Nigeria, as some of our politicians are busy clamoring for old school products like oil, gas, and other natural resources. Recently, the newly crowned traditional ruler of the ancient city of Ibadan, Oba Adetunji, lent his voice to the growing list of voices calling on everybody to return to agriculture. The Olubadan's call is understandable because, as a traditional ruler in his 80s, he lived at a time when agriculture paid the bills in Nigeria. Speaking against the backdrop of the present food crisis, the first-class monarch contended that every inch of our land in Yoruba land is cultivable. One area of investment that would interest Nigerians in the diaspora is agribusiness. Compared to other business ventures, the risk rate is lower. He further maintained that intending investors in agribusiness could also take advantage of the overwhelming presence of virtually all the agricultural institutes in Ibadan, such as International Institute of Tropical Agriculture, IITA, Institute of Agricultural. The Nigeria economy, the way forward. Misconceptions about Nigerians' oil dependency. Research and Training, IARNT, Cocoa Research Institute, CRIN, Forestry Research Institute, FRIN, Nigeria Institute of Horticultural Research and Training, NIHORT, among others. The OBA noted that the research institutes in question are in better positions to consult and advise intending investors in agribusiness in a way that would benefit both the institutes and investors, regretting that many Nigerians still labor under the erroneous impression that agricultural business is better left in the hands of peasants. A cursory look at the OBA's proposal on the surface can be enticing. It will solve the immediate challenge of food insecurity in the country. It will help provide alternative to volatile and capital-intensive oil industry. Many, like the OBA, are also of the view that agriculture is the solution to the present economic crisis. While we don't have much disagreement with this position, we think apart from the fact that we may choose to call it an old-school thinking, we contend its logic is too simplistic. Too simplistic in the sense that it has been said over the years and the repetitions are becoming quotidian to say the least. Several initiatives including the heavily publicized and funded Operation Feed the Nation, OFN, Green Revolution, and the likes have not only failed, but became an avenue for public money to find their ways into private pockets. Often, when people seek for simple solutions or shortcuts, the results are often more terrible than they started with. This is why we have to get rid of all these old-school thinking. While it is true that the old exports previously earned as foreign currencies were mainly natural resource-based, oil, palm oil, cotton, timber, etc., I call them old-school products. There are many more raw materials in Nigeria apart from oil that could be exported for foreign earnings. Many of our government ministers are still hoping to use raw materials to get us more foreign currency. Why do I believe this is old-school thinking? Here is why. Since we love glamorizing our exploits in the export of cocoa, coffee, palm oil and groundnuts before the oil boom doom, I will pick on just cocoa to dispel this ill-conceived notion and never-ending campaign that agriculture is the magic wand. We used to be the biggest producers of cocoa in the world. Chief Obafemi Awolowo utilized cocoa revenue to develop the Old Western region when he was premier of the region in the 1950s. But we dropped the ball along the line and Côte d'Ivoire overtook us. And now we are lamenting that we are nowhere to be found. The solution, therefore, is for the Southwest to revive the cocoa farms. Oh, the good old days. The Nigeria economy, the way forward. Misconceptions about Nigerians' oil dependency. Sure, agriculture is very important in a primitive economy like ours. But we always miss the bigger picture. 1. We need full optimization of the sector to enhance productivity. A country like the US knows this much better. The percentage of the population engaged in farming is insignificant, but it is so optimized that the output is out of this world. For instance, the US produces enough rice for local consumption, for export, for aid, and to dump in the sea to stabilize market prices. 2. Processing is where you find the massive job opportunities. The agro-industry will yield far more output, more jobs and more economic value than Bainway Friday farming. These things look so simple and doable, but common sense, as they sometimes say, is not always common. Our agricultural output can be far better in quantity and quality than what we currently obtain. We can do with better technology, storage, conditioning, packaging and transportation. Most importantly, our brains should focus on how industry can bring out the real value of agriculture and spark off a chain of economic activities that will create millions of good jobs and generate billions of dollars in revenue to investors, employees and government. But we seem excited only about preaching and promoting the export of raw produce, and we feel so smart we think this is the way out of our oil dependency. But how can we add value when, despite the billions of dollars we have made from oil since 1999, we don't have the basic infrastructure to inspire an agro-based industrial explosion? Where are the roads? Where are the rails? Where is the electricity? Where is the security? Where is the finance? Yet I can point to uncountable private jets, mansions and customized cars that politicians and their friends have acquired since 1999 with proceeds from the oil boom, while politicians keep preaching Stone Age agriculture to Nigerians. So if your governor joins this craze of declaring work-free days for primitive farming, just ask him politely, "Your Excellency, how many people has agriculture helped in Nigeria?" If to provide solution to food insecurity is the only reason we want everyone to return to farms, then we should start having a rethink. Do not get me wrong, food is an important and fundamental economic product, but only a handful of countries actually excel at food production. Most agricultural commodities require a lot of land, which only the largest countries have in abundance. In fact, the world's 4 dominant food-producing countries all rank in the top 5 for total geographic size. The Nigeria economy, the way forward. Misconceptions about Nigerians' oil dependency. No country produces as much as efficiently as the US. Despite having a smaller workforce than China, total US agricultural product is almost as high. Food production is spread across much of the country, but the largest food-producing states include California, Iowa, Texas, Nebraska, and Illinois. American companies dominate the food export market. Second place Netherlands still exports 35% less than the US and is closer to 10th place China in terms of international product. The US has been the world's largest exporter of food for a very long time, thanks to an increasingly productive farming sector. In fact, the total food production in the US has more than doubled in recent times. Let us be quick to ask, how many US citizens are actually farmers or own a farm? When we even look at the go back to farm argument, it appears confusing. Go back to farm to do what? To till the soil? To fish? To rear cows? Or to plant? If the question of what to do is settled, the next question will then arise: planting for what? Subsistence or commercial? Many of the go back to farm advocacy may have commercial agriculture in mind, but from what we know from experience, people simply go and create small farms that can only take care of themselves and their families, hence defeating the purpose. At the end of the day, as it was witnessed in Tanzania and some parts of East Africa, it takes us decades backwards. What we need really is not the go back to farm solution or any other shortcut palliatives which may prove costly in the long run. Our economy must develop structures that can cope with the 21st century economies. The millennial is digital. While it is true that some of us need to go back to farms, not all of us must go back to farms. If the government does or enforces this, it means we are yet to get rid of the old school thinking. In summing up this chapter, we need to emphasize its message. We took the position that Nigerian economy is not primarily about oil. There are other dimensions to it. We noted that our nation and its citizens only became lazy as a result of oil dependency. This fact is corroborated by the fact that many people have been made to think that without working, money can be made from oil. This has made each one to think that we can get rich overnight without having to work. To reduce our level of oil dependency, we must take note of the following. Our youth must be made to think creatively on the need to generate new thinking about alternative to oil revenue. 2. Politicians and public officials should stop the habit of talking about oil money, which is sinking into the consciousness of our youths as a license for laziness. The Nigeria economy, the way forward. Misconceptions about Nigerians' oil dependency. 3. There is need for an alternative to oil. The call for going back to land is actually old school thinking. This call can at best be only a short-term solution to the present economic crisis. 4. Our youth must be made 21st century compliant. They should be trained in digital methods and its revenue-generating capacities. Our government must develop confidence in our youth by engaging them in productive activities to become futuristic thinkers rather than just those who will depend on government stipends like we are presently doing. Let me therefore suggest what I believe could be the real answer to our foreign exchange earnings going forward. It is what I call the futuristic businesses and leaders. I would advocate we go for 21st century produce, goods and services that are in demand in every country of the world. We shall be looking at this issue in latter chapters. Chapter 3. Is the oil earning U.S. foreign exchange? Chapter 3. Is the oil earning U.S. foreign exchange? Before the discovery of oil, the biggest contributor to our economy was agriculture, mainly consisting of consumables, rather than export earnings. This is true till this day, decades after the discovery of oil. Many people are already losing sleep over the fall in international oil prices. This needs not be the case because smart countries and people are already thinking of life after or without oil. Scotland without oil. Last year, in 2015, the First Minister of Scotland and leader of the Scottish National Party, SNP, Nicola Sturgeon, said the country could manage independence despite the sharp drop in oil prices on which Scotland relies for much of its economic wealth. The price of oil has fallen from $114 a barrel in June 2014 to less than $40 at the time of writing this book. Speaking to CNBC, she said, "I think the case for Scotland being an independent country with or without oil is a strong one. You take oil out of the equation for the economy, and I think our output per head is broadly similar to the Nigeria economy, the way forward is the oil earning U.S. foreign exchange? Rest of the UK, and for most of my lifetime we've had higher tax receipts than the rest of the UK as a whole, so we're a strong and diverse economy," she added. At some point during the interview, she hit the nail on the head when she said that oil and gas has been important to the country's economy, but Scots will explore the potential in renewable energy and a whole range of economic sectors. 9. According to some sources, the economy of an independent Scotland would have suffered defenestration, key public services would have been imperiled, and the country would have been looking for handouts from Greece. Well, it might have been if Scotland's economy rested solely on oil for its health and vigor. A second look at the economy reveals it does not. Even without oil, Scotland's GDP per head is less than 1% lower than the rest of UK's. Scotland is simply fortunate that it is one of only a favoured few countries that possess oil wealth, which has, at various points over the last 40-odd years, been, by turn, gargantuan, merely massive, or disappointingly plentiful, as it is now. What is more, in its volatile history you can no more accurately predict the price of a barrel of oil. 9. Read Sturgeon's interview with CNBC on Scotland can survive without oil. Sturgeon, http://www.cnbc.com/2015/12/08/oil-Scotland can survive without it. Sturgeon.html, accessed on March 27, 2016. The question has always been what becomes of some economies in the present international fall in oil prices. Will a country like Scotland survive? We bet it can. Scotland could certainly survive economically. Good analysis shows it would, with strong fiscal and monetary discipline. It has to either raise taxes or cut public services quite significantly. Something the Scots did when the oil market is doing well was that it had a smaller deficit than the UK as a whole. So the Scottish National Party has claimed that they could increase spending if the rest of the UK stopped taking Scotland's oil revenues. This, in our considered opinion, is the direction we must take here in Nigeria. The fall in oil prices must be an opportunity, not a curse, for us to explore alternatives in other non-volatile areas or sectors. One of the areas or sectors is agriculture. In order for us to export our agricultural produce, we must ensure they are of the highest quality to compete with the best in the world. We seem to be getting it wrong at critical points when it comes to this sector. To get it right, we must ensure that we move agriculture beyond its present primary nature. We also think it is time to tighten our belts and start looking at options away from oil. Like the Scots are doing, we must start looking inwards towards strengthening our fiscal end. The Nigeria economy, the way forward is the oil earning U.S. foreign exchange? Monetary policies. In doing this, we must deliberately encourage entrepreneurship and innovation. The best of innovators today are among the youth. Let us take an example of a serious-minded business person who produces some agricultural products. It will be easier for this person to sell his goods in Nigeria than exporting them. Why? To export, the quality of the product must fulfill the rigors of international standards and criteria. Furthermore, not only must the quality be good enough, but the price must be competitive enough to sell outside the country. Still on the export of goods, let us use the example of a local business person. This person is in their 40s, has their farm in Gbogan, Osun State. They have a competitor in Henan Province in China. They are to produce the same quality of produce with a person with good storage facilities provided by their government for their goods. The person in Henan, China, has their goods processed with solid infrastructure, not available to our person in Gbogan, yet both should compete in the same international market. This sounds absurd. The demand for oil is diminishing worldwide. Developed countries are finding alternative sources of energy. The Nigerian oil reserves are not indispensable either. We are running out of oil. Some people have suggested several ways out based on how much they. No. We honestly cannot just do away with people's solutions without suggesting ours. Before we suggest ours, let us look at what others have suggested. For example, in the early oil boom decades, explorers joined forces with entrepreneurs, engineers, and skilled craft workers to invent a dynamic industry. Through experimentation, hard work, and simple necessity, these pioneers rapidly developed the fundamental tools and systems for finding, extracting, transporting, and processing oil. As the industry matured, its scientists and field technologists led the way in improving our understanding of earth sciences, geology, geophysics, and chemistry. Now, another wave of technological innovation is transforming the oil and gas industry. The focus this time is on finding economically viable ways to continue discovering and producing oil and natural gas. Even as industry, government, and academia conduct research and development on alternative sources of energy, reliance on oil and natural gas for fuels will continue into the foreseeable future. The U.S. Energy Information Administration, EIA, projects that the U.S. demand for refined petroleum products will grow by more than 35% in the next 2 decades. The American shale revolution is among the main culprits behind oil's swoon. On their parts, governments and private entities. The Nigeria economy, the way forward is the oil earning U.S. foreign exchange? In advanced economies, our main oil buyers around the world are increasing their investment in renewable energy. Currently, though, renewable sources contribute next to nothing to transportation in the United States, including biomass inputs like ethanol. The proportion is still small, but not negligible, meaning they offset coal more than oil consumption. With improvements in electric vehicles and hybrid technologies, however, renewables' contribution to transportation could increase. Tesla, TSLA, for example, markets batteries to store energy from Solar City, SCTY, residential PV installations. These could be used to charge electric vehicles. Some transitional measures to reduce the effects of oil shocks. Agro-based raw materials. The present administration has itemized solid minerals and other natural resources as the alternative to oil. Yes, this measure could deliver us from our dependence on oil money, but in our candid opinion we humbly submit that this is, using local parlance language, old-school thinking. However, before we go into that, let's examine what we think are temporary measures for our transitional period. The old exports we had that earned us foreign currency were mainly natural resource-based, oil, palm oil, cotton, timber and the likes. I call them old-school products. There are many more raw materials in Nigeria apart from oil that could be exported for foreign earnings. Many of our government ministers and political office holders are still hoping to use raw materials to get us more foreign currency. Do we still wonder why our nation is not matching up with our peer in the comedy of developing nations? So many states in Nigeria are trying to go back to this old foreign exchange earners, as I mentioned above: palm oil, groundnut, cocoa, timber etc. Many states are increasing efforts to revamp these industries for foreign exchange earnings. While it is true that there has been rapid ascendancy of oil in the Nigerian economy since independence, agriculture arguably remains the backbone of the Nigerian economy, because it is reported to engage about 70% of the economic activities, providing food and fiber for the rapidly growing population, especially in the rural areas. This may be the reason why many states have decided to go towards the path of agriculture after many years of neglect. Let us take data from Adamawa State for instance, and its agricultural potential in terms of exports. The Nigeria economy, the way forward is the oil earning US foreign exchange? Agro-based raw materials in Adamawa State. S/in raw materials location quantity, tons, 000 products. 1 Guinea corn all LGAs 129,163.60 I, Guinea corn 2. Animal feeds. 2 maize all LGAs 151,325.19 I, Semavita flour 2. Animal feeds 3. Vegetable oil. 3 millet all LGAs 96,250.40 I, milled rice 2. Rice flour. For rice all LGAs 54,630.25 I, yogurt 2. Cheese. 5 milk all LGAs 289,205.00 I, pasteurized milk 2. Ice cream. 6 groundnut all LGAs 31,144.66 I, vegetable oil 2. Animal feeds. 7 cow pea all LGAs 22,789.28 NA. 8 cotton gayuk, Mayo Belwa, Shelling, Yola South 4,600.00 I, textiles 2. Sanitary wares. 9 sugar Newman, Gayuk, Machika, Madagali, Ganya 28,000.00 sugar. S/in raw materials location quantity, tons, 000 products. 10 yams Ganya, Jada, Tongo NAM flour. 11 cassava Ganya, Jada, Tongo NAI, starch 2. Glucose. 12 shea nuts all LGAs NAI, vegetable oil 2. Perfumes. 13 livestocks all LGAs 2.8 million I, meat 2. Hides and skin 3. Milk. 14 I, cattle all LGAs 1.8 million I, meat 2. Hides and skin 3. Milk. 15 2. Sheep all LGAs 1.7 million I, meat 2. Hides and skin 3. Milk. 16 3. Goats all LGAs NAI, meat 2. Hides and skin 3. Milk. 17 4. Horses all LGAs NAI, meat 2. Hides and skin 3. Milk. 18 V. Donkeys all LGAs 270,000.00 I, meat 2. Hides and skin 3. Milk. 19 6. Pig all LGAs 2 million I, meat 2. Hides and skin 3. Milk. Source: Report on the 6th Nigerian Economic Summit, 1999 p. 198. The Nigeria economy, the way forward is the oil-earning US foreign exchange? A closer look at the data above shows the enormity of resource potential in the agricultural sector that has been left untapped. We also need to remind our readers that this is just the picture of one out of Nigeria's 36 states. For the purpose of export, if the 36 state governors can, in the interim, concentrate on developing and exporting these products, probably we will not have 23 states that cannot pay salaries. Still looking at Adamawa, we came to the conclusion that linkage industries can be created, in the short term from the raw materials available in the state. Agro-allied based industries. S/in products available resources. 1 flour maize, sorghum, millet, wheat and paddy rice. 2 rice milling paddy rice. 3 vegetable oil milling groundnuts. 4 dairy industry cattle, goats and sheep 5 leather hides and skin 6 fruit juice industry mango, guava etc. 7 fish smoking fish 8 tea/coffee growing and processing coffee plantations. Source, compiled by the author from various sources. The continued neglect of these resources has been part of the reasons the country is in this economic abyss. In considered view, the only case we could make for using these raw materials as foreign exchange earners is only as a temporary relief measure while transitioning from oil to other future products. Mineral-based raw materials. Successive governments in Nigeria have contributed in no small ways to the neglect of the solid mineral sector of the economy. Investments in the sector is almost non-existent or at best, negligible. Whatever the reasons may be for this, they have by implication singularly or severally made mining unprofitable. Solid minerals are very important in the economic, social and technological development of Nigeria. They will perform this role only if we ensure their proper utilization. In order to understand the importance of solid minerals to the economy, we will need to understand their economic potential and what we are missing by our continuous neglect of it. 1. Solid minerals are like granite, gypsum or lead are required by industries all over the world, and therefore when we mine minerals here in Nigeria and the Nigeria economy, the way forward is the oil earning US foreign exchange? Export them, we earn foreign currency which can be used to obtain imported machinery and other items required for national development. Minerals for foreign exchange earnings are mostly metallic. They are mined for export because Nigeria has not developed heavy and medium industries. 2. We can also save foreign exchange when we produce minerals required by domestic industries in Nigeria instead of importing such minerals for our industries. As we write, there are many known mineral occurrences, however only a small quantity have been explored in details. Most mining activities in Nigeria today are carried out on shallow alluvial deposits or outcropping veins. As a result of this, solid mineral sector has been struggling to make any impact on revenue generation for us in years. To give a clearer picture of the present situation, let us take a look at Ebonyi State. Ebonyi is one of the last states created in Nigeria, created in 1996. Despite its resource potential, it is unfortunately one of the states that is still owing its workers' salaries for the past 4 months. Minerals in Ebonyi State. S/N mineral type location utilization. 1 coal in Ohia, Oziza, Naibai, Afikpo Energy, power generation. 2 lignite Evo, Abakaliki, Izzy, Afikpo LGA's pencil, makeup kits, batteries, solders, batteries etc. 3 lead, zinc, copper Ishiagu, Oshiri, Oburu. For gypsum Asaga, Owuto plastic, cement, pharmaceuticals. 5 granite Ishiagu and Evo LGA chipping for road work and building construction. 6 salt Oburu, Akpozi, Ayingba chemical crayon, pulp and paper industries etc. 7 limestone Kalagu, Amofia Ingbo sugar refining 8 silver Abakaliki ornaments 9 barytes Abakaliki drilling, chemicals, glass manufacture etc. 10 bentonite Abakaliki 11 phosphate Otomoke dentistry, matches, fertilizers 12 clay porcelain, brick 13 sulfurs Abakaliki rubber, textile, sugar etc. 14 brine Abakaliki chlorine. The Nigeria economy, the way forward is the oil earning US foreign exchange? S/N mineral type location utilization 15 dolomite Otomoke refractory minerals 16 calcite Otomoke chemical industries. Source, report on the 6th Nigerian Economic Summit. Other raw materials like uranium, columbite, tin, coal, and textile could earn us as much as we are presently earning from oil. This should also be viewed only as a temporary relief to be used as a transitional measure, while we are moving on from oil to future products. We have to totally depart from our dependence on raw materials for our foreign exchange earnings. So why do most people think that our economy depends mostly on oil? Do we still wonder why our universities turn to the same old failed methods in teaching our children in school? It is because we don't carry out thorough research or scientific investigations. The majority of our populace mainly depend on hearsay, or in some cases, superstition, and many tend not to do our due diligence of finding out the facts. The truth is that the Nigerian economy gets 75% of its foreign exchange earnings from the export of oil. As we can see from the table below, the other sectors have some negligible contributions. Sectorial contributions to exports. Year agric manufacturing, gas, solid minerals, others. 1985 1.6 0.5 95.8 na 2.1 1992.2 0.7 97 na 0.1 1995 1.8 0.8 97.4 na. Source: Report on the 6th Nigerian Economic Summit, 1999. The table above shows the dismal nature of the contributions of the agricultural sector and other sectors to the Nigerian economy. Though these statistics were taken in the 1990s, it appears not to have changed largely because of lack of imagination on the part of the political class. The table also shows us how weak and vulnerable the economy is on the one hand, and the inherent challenges on the other hand. These old exports would have earned us huge amounts in terms of foreign exchange in the transitionary period. That is to say, the income the country gets from all our exported commodities places oil as our main export product. If we are to compare everything we earn from oil and put it on one side, it would only amount to 8% of the total revenue generated in our economy. As you can see, this is a total departure from the impression that is being created by most people who say we are 75% dependent on oil. Having noted a clearer picture that we actually produce 92% more wealth from the Nigeria economy, the way forward. Is the oil earning US foreign exchange? Other sources other than oil as a nation. The question that arises therefore is, why are we not exporting these other commodities and produce for foreign exchange earnings? In order to answer this question, we must consider the many reasons for our dependence on oil for foreign exchange earnings. 1. The biggest contributor to our economy is agriculture, mainly consisting of consumables, rather than export earnings. 2. In order for us to export our agricultural produce, we must ensure they are of the highest quality to compete with the best in the world. 3. If you are a businessman and you are producing anything, it is easier for you to sell them in Nigeria than outside the country, because to export internationally the quality of the product must fulfill international standards and criteria. Furthermore, not only must the quality be good enough, but the price must be competitive enough to sell outside the country. So what can we do to break our dependence on oil for foreign exchange earnings, in light of the falling oil prices? The demand for oil is diminishing all over the world. Developed countries are finding alternative sources of energy. Also, the Nigerian oil reserves are not indispensable, we are running out of oil. How then can Nigeria keep on earning foreign currency from sources aside from oil? Let me first of all give you the direction that the Nigerian government is now trailing. In my opinion, both the federal and state governments are getting it wrong. I hear the Buhari government talk about exploring other sources of income in solid minerals and other natural resources. Yes, this measure could deliver us from our dependence on oil money, but I still believe that this is old school thinking. However, before I go into that, let's examine what I call temporary measures for our transitional period. In our candid opinion, any form of reversion to raw materials as a means of foreign exchange earnings for the country is counterproductive. I think the way to go is to encourage our young entrepreneurs to produce products that will be better than other countries' products. The 21st century world will no longer depend on natural resources. Let me therefore suggest what I believe could be the real answer to our foreign exchange earnings going. The Nigeria economy, the way forward is the oil earning US foreign exchange? Forward. It is what I call the futuristic businesses and leaders. I would advocate we go for 21st century produce, goods and services that are in demand in every country of the world. It is what I call the futuristic businesses and leaders. Futuristic thinkers are those who developed Israel, the Asian tigers, and other hitherto developing countries. Likewise, we will use this opportunity to advocate the same as we go forward in this century. When we say futuristic thinkers, we mean those who do businesses with their brains, not in products as the case may be. Nigeria may not have been lucky enough to have technological giants like Mark Zuckerberg, the founder of Facebook, or Bill Gates, the founder of Microsoft Inc., but for us to develop, it needs its entrepreneurial giants like Aliko Dangote and others who are less well-known, like ICT gurus like Mr. Philip Emeagwali. Another way our country can generate good revenue is from the diaspora. 10. We say this because the revenue generated from the diaspora is estimated to be the second largest contributor to Nigeria's GDP in foreign exchange earnings, second only to oil, $21 billion. 10. We will dwell much on the importance of the diaspora in later chapters. Moreover, Nigerians in diaspora are now number 3 overall contributors to Nigeria's GDP, trailing only Lagos and Rivers State. Lagos State contributes to the Nigerian GDP over $40 billion according to 2013 statistics, Rivers State $22 billion and diaspora $21 billion. In taking note of this, I will need to talk to Nigerians directly at this point. During this period of recession, what are Nigerians doing to ameliorate their sufferings? Many Nigerians whose basic means of livelihood has been affected by the sharp decline in oil prices need to hear a new message. It is high time the nation diversified its economy away from oil. This message has been passed several times and in different forums, but these calls have often hit the brick walls from government. With the realities dawning on us all, this is the best time to be creative, the time to diversify. As citizens, we must learn to earn from multiple sources of incomes. Having a conventional job or white-collar job is not the way to go at this time. The wisdom in Ecclesiastes 11:6, which reads, "Plant your seed in the morning and keep busy all afternoon, for you don't know if profit will come from one activity or another, or maybe both." The Nigeria economy, the way forward is the oil-earning U.S. foreign exchange? This verse says that we all need to diversify our sources of income because we don't know which one will do well. This is particularly true if you run a business. My friend, have you seen companies offering multiple products or offering several services? Having worked in media for a while, I know it for a fact that you don't know if profit will come from one activity or another. It's a bit harder to apply this principle to an individual since we all usually have just one career. That said, there are things we can do to diversify our overall sources of income. As for your career, make yourself as marketable as possible so if one company does not do well, like the automobile industry, you can move to another. I know people personally who have worked in consumer goods, food, retail, music, and the web in their career life. At times, some encountered challenges in the workplace, but because their skills were marketable within many industries, they were able to progress their careers and salary without any setbacks. Taking a look at the issues raised. In the chapter, we raised some fundamental issues as to whether oil is actually the entire basis for our economic existence as a nation. We cited agriculture as being capable of contributing more than oil economically. The challenge we have with it is its subsistent nature in Nigeria. This is why, as we argued earlier, we said those are old and crude ways of thinking. They have not and will never work as long as they are not mechanized. The products from such short-term efforts will only gratify the basic needs of few people and their households, and that's all. In our own proposal, we advocate mechanized farming. Farm mechanization can be seen as the process of developing agricultural machines and technology and substituting this machine power for human and animal power in agricultural production practices, greatly increasing the farm workers' productivity. Besides improving production efficiency, mechanization encourages large-scale production and improves the quality of the farm produce. On the other hand, it displaces unskilled farm labor, causes environmental pollution, deforestation, and erosion. A man with the hoe to a greater extent still remains the description of the Nigerian farmer today in spite of the Nigeria economy, the way forward is the oil-earning U.S. foreign exchange? Decades of significant investment made in the sector by the government and international agencies. Statistics also show that Nigeria is one of the least mechanized farming countries in the world, at 0.27 HP/hectare, which is far below the Food and Agriculture Organization (FAO) recommendation of 1.5 HP/hectare. With less than 3 tractors per 1,000 hectares, it is no wonder why Nigeria imports much of her food. It will not be far from the truth to describe the average Nigerian farmer as aged with limited or no education who practices outdated methods, which is labor-intensive with little or no use of mechanized tools. As a result, the youth who should be the next generation of farmers perceive agriculture as a world of drudgery for losers, and therefore it is shunned. Mechanization will boost the food production, which will lead to exportation of the excess in the production so as to generate income for the country through foreign exchange earnings. Youth participation will be encouraged in the field of agricultural and rural development with the incorporation of farm machines into agriculture. Farmers should be aided in improving the marketing processes, such as packaging, grading and standardizing commodities, and reducing losses in marketing channels, warehouse and storage. Farm mechanization encourages multiple cropping, which was not possible under traditional farming. It encourages the possibility of being able to have larger areas under cultivation. There are a few dangers of farm mechanization, such as it being dangerous if not handled properly. The initial cost of investment is quite high. Some may argue that the tools are not environmental friendly. Nevertheless, the benefits far outweigh the disadvantages. In our opinion, agricultural mechanization will play a vital role in aggressively boosting food production, thereby giving room for employment and also making agriculture more attractive to the youths, who are the next generation of farmers. By this we mean a heavy investment in the agricultural sector, and not the present go back to farm campaign with a vision that is nothing more than subsistent farming. The issue of value added in agriculture. The trend toward fewer, larger and increasingly corporate farms has created a concern that many mid-size family-owned farms will disappear. Already less than 2% of all farms account for nearly 40% of the value of agricultural output. Many rural areas faced with declining numbers of farm jobs consider the food processing sector as a source of potential income and employment growth. By adding value to farm products, this food processing sector is seen by some analysts as a key element for rural growth, as well as a way to the Nigeria economy, the way forward. Is the oil earning U.S. foreign exchange? Enhance farm income and provide rural jobs. Just as there is no value added when producing petroleum without refining it, the same goes for agriculture with processing. Our leaders are looking for solutions to the present economic challenges, and are desperately doing so. If the rural areas cannot find ways to attract or create jobs requiring the skills of highly educated people, they may lose the best candidates who are most likely the catalyst for improving local conditions. However, any gains by rural areas probably will have to come about through intense competition with older, more established industries in many metropolitan areas. The role of the agro-industry as a sector of the economy has multiple facets, and this changes in the course of its development. In the early stages of growth, industrial processing of agricultural products tends to be limited to a few export crops, while the majority of agricultural products are consumed after minimal forms of processing that are performed entirely within the agricultural sector. The government must embark on an aggressive strategy to strengthen the agro-processing sector in Nigeria. Producing the raw materials only is cheap, the real and new deal is in the processing. This is where advanced and other emerging nations have left us behind. With its various intertwined services, the government should facilitate the strengthening of agro-industrial capabilities and links that improve opportunities for added value and serve as effective means of achieving economic transformation and sustainable livelihoods. The scope of this assistance must go beyond urban agro-industries to reach poor and marginalized rural populations, as well as provide services such as skill development, emergency supplies of agro-equipment, and the rehabilitation of food industries which millions of young Nigerians can take advantage of. In line with the Millennium Development Goals, now Sustainable Development Goals, the government must contribute to sustained and equitable economic growth that leads to a reduction in the incidence of prevalent poverty in Nigeria. This can be achieved through technical assistance, including direct intervention and policy advice to enhance the flexibility, productivity, and competitiveness of agro-based industries and rural farmers. Emphasis must also be on providing technical assistance in the leather, textiles, wood and non-wood forest products sectors and help upgrade agro-industrial equipment. The federal and state governments should also. The Nigeria economy, the way forward is the oil-earning U.S. foreign exchange? Provide advice on techno-economic development options for strengthening the agro-industrial sector and fostering the equitable integration of agro-enterprises into market-oriented systems. Special emphasis should be given to technical feasibility studies, assessment of potential economic and environmental impact, and organizational links for small businesses. Particular attention must be paid to strengthening technical support institutions and professional associations. Attention must also be paid to the creation of design, technology centers and demonstration units for basic and advanced technologies should also be included. It should also include the building and strengthening of professional institutions like IITA, Ibadan and other similar institutions to help with capacity building in the sector. There should be regular support for agro-industries to improve their productivity and efficiency, increase their integration into regional and global value chains and promote diversity in rural livelihood. This will entail skill upgrading, working methodologies and guidelines, process optimization, the diffusion of appropriate agro-engineering systems, product innovation and diversification, compliance with quality and environmental standards, participation in trade fairs and trade missions. If the government can do all this and more, we can then start talking about seeking alternatives to oil. Otherwise, the whole endeavor will be futile. Multiple sources of income for our youths is one of the ways of instilling the culture of diversifying our economy as a deliberate attempt to cope with the present economic crisis. We should not only be singing it as a song, we must be seen to be doing same. This is one way to make macroeconomic growth suit the society. This is what the case of Scotland has shown. 2. Our government must consciously develop critical social infrastructure to help our youth become more creative. Infrastructural facilities like electricity, good roads and the like, will bring forth the futuristic thinkers out of our youth. The Nigeria economy, the way forward. Chapter 4. The need for economic zones. Chapter 4. The need for economic zones. Can Nigeria achieve overnight industrial development? If we are to take our rightful place in the comedy of responsible nations, then we must optimally utilize our potential in the area of industrial development to the fullest. To boost our GNP per capita, which is unimaginably low, we need industries to function. It will also aid us in our foreign trade. Industrialization must be made a policy. We must be ready to pursue this vigorously. To start with, we must in the meantime classify our 36 states into what we call economic zones or industrial centers in terms of their unique industrial capabilities. Our economists tell us to specialize our production in the area in which we have comparative advantage. In doing this, we must take political consideration, and the temptation for eye service should take a back seat. We will then do a critical analysis of the states and their industrial potential. We immediately recommend the following states which have historically proven their industrial potential: Kaduna, Kano, Lagos, Anambra, Abia, Edo and Rivers states to form an economic zone. The Nigeria economy, the way forward, the need for economic zones. An expert committee comprising of reputable economists, industrialists, technocrats and technologists should be set up to look at other states that should join the above listed ones. There is nothing really special about the economic zones other than the fact that the government will deliberately set up industries in strategic locations in these states to generate goods specially made for exports and the international market. The government will encourage foreign investors to invest in these zones and partner with local entrepreneurs who will be granted tax holidays in these zones. Since it is not all states that can withstand the pressures that come with industrialization, we suggest that only these few states commence the process. The tale of the Asian tigers. The story of the Asian tigers has often been narrated. They achieved dramatic industrial development that shook the world in the 1980s and 90s. These countries achieved mass production of soft industrial products like slippers, socks, underwear, t-shirts, etc., a feat Nigeria can also achieve. How then can we favorably compete with these countries in terms of industrial development? Theirs is largely seen as an economic miracle, which is the term given to a period of great change, such as the period of dramatic economic growth the four Asian tigers went through from the 1960s to the 1980s due to their pursuing export-driven economic development by exporting to highly industrialized nations. Few of us still remember that as of the early 1960s, South Korea, Taiwan, Singapore, and Hong Kong, which we now call the Asian tigers, were considered to be a part of the Third World. They were even regarded by many as being economically backward. As at 1945, South Korea was just achieving its independence from Japan, only to immediately be placed under US military occupation. The long-awaited autonomy it achieved was rapidly overshadowed by the Korean War, 1950-3, with the North, which destroyed two-thirds of existing production facilities worth 3 times the GNP. The long road from these humble origins to its current position in the G20 can be analyzed as a systemic movement in 4 discrete phases, beginning in the Re-era, but mostly taking place under the Park government, both before and after the establishment of the Yushin government. The Park coup in 1961 demarcates the second phase of Korean economic development, the development of light industries and export-oriented growth. Having recovered from the war and no longer entirely reliant. The Nigeria economy, the way forward, the need for economic zones. On US aid to pay for imports, the Korean economy could now begin to utilize its cheap labor force to grow through exportation of light industrial goods. Here we begin to see the first clear departure from the market-led or even interventionalist models of growth and the adoption of the first 5-year Economic Development Plan, 1962. This established clear macroeconomic growth targets in investment, industrial structure and trade balance, and established trade policy, industrial policy, and macroeconomic policy in pursuit of these goals. This was called guided capitalism, in which the state shall either directly participate or indirectly render guidance to key industries, particularly the labor-intensive light industries that would lead to rapid export growth. The South Korean case proves how a state with clear end goals in mind and a range of effective legislative and policy tools for implementation. Aggressive reinvestment in infrastructure, state-owned industries and clearly communicated economic plans over a long period of time allowed for a progression through distinct phases of development, even when reinvestment in the newer phases would have appeared less optimal to individual market actors. Taiwan shares a similar story to Korea, although in economic terms its origins are marginally less humble. Taiwan was left relatively unscathed by the fighting after the war. It still bore the remnants of Japanese colonial developmental features, some established agricultural exports in rice, sugar and pineapples, basic food processing plants, and a handful of textile factories. Leadership initially adopted a policy of import substituting industrialization, ISI, in pursuit of subsistence, but due to bad experiences with inflation on the mainland, a more aggressive growth policy was not adopted until the USA threatened to reduce aid in the 1950s. Only then did Jeong and the GMD begin to industrialize along the lines we saw in Korea. Before this period, the primary sector, mainly agriculture and fishery, accounted for nearly a third of GDP before rapidly dropping to just 7% in the industrial explosion, and food processing, the dominant industry on GMD occupation, fell from 47% of manufacturing output in the 1950s to just 31% in the industrialized 60s, finally dropping to 12% in the early 1980s, the end of the heavy industry era. Interestingly, after the initial boom of light industry, particularly textiles, as we would expect to see from Korea's experience, light industry remained statistically significant all the way into the 1980s. The state sprang up industries particularly in steel, electronics and petrochemical, as soon as the state ascertained that domestic and international demand. The Nigeria economy, the way forward, the need for economic zones was sufficient. While other state firms were privatized during the development process to encourage foreign investment and expertise, these industries were always seen as being essential to reconquer the mainland, and so they remained firmly nationalized. Vincent Chong describes the final phase in economic development, to fully fledged technological state. Once the competitive advantage in labor-intensive products seemed to be slipping, both as a result of a more educated workforce and the rising competition from China in the late 1970s, the state essentially decided to jump before they were pushed. The export-oriented economic structure must be upgraded to become more technology and skill-intensive. For constraint of time and space, we will not be able to go into details of Singapore and Hong Kong. But one thing is sure, a nation like Nigeria can achieve rapid industrial growth. All we need is the right political leadership. We may now have a model for economic development, but this does not mean that we can easily transplant it to other parts of the world. Other countries, notably the former Soviet Union, Maoist China, and North Korea, have attempted to lead development from the state with little success. Why was state-led development successful in the Tigers, but not elsewhere? And can we replicate this in Nigeria? All four Tigers had a strong central leadership able to effectively steer the direction of the economy without significant internal challenges, an indication that all enjoyed considerable legitimacy. Most governments today derive their legitimacy from democratic elections. But where did the leaders of the Tigers derive their legitimacy from? How then can we replicate the success of the Tigers in our country? In our opinion, the crucial element is the leadership. If we have a leadership that in some way derives its legitimacy from economic success, rather than democratic elections or ideological correctness, this will provide it both the motivation and the ability to effectively pursue the long-term and aggressive development progression we saw on the Tigers, with clear transitions through import substitution industrial, ISI, strategies, light industry, heavy industry, and finally into a fourth stage of high-tech industry, skilled labor and increased domestic consumption. In North Korea, the government created a region dedicated to industrial activity known as Kaesong Industrial Region. Formed in 2002, its most notable feature is the Kaesong Industrial Park. It operated as a collaborative economic development with the country's southern neighbor. The park is located 10 kilometers, 6 miles, north of the Korean demilitarized zone, an hour's drive from Seoul, with direct road and rail access. The Nigeria economy, the way forward, the need for economic zones. To South Korea. The park allows South Korean companies to employ cheap labor that is educated, skilled, and fluent in Korean, whilst providing North Korea with an important source of foreign currency. Before we come back to Nigeria, let us make some important notes about what we call the key strategic factors necessary for industrialization. First, we must create an environment for individuals and investors to feel confident to make savings and investment decisions, which is the core of economic progress, to feel safe from the immediate threat of foreign invasion or destruction from domestic conflict or chaos, to be sure that contracts will be honored, that debts will be repaid. This is as much about establishing and maintaining a good system of law and justice, of honest officials and administrators, of secure social, religious and cultural relationships, as it is about war and civil unrest. As we may have known, Britain's relative security from the threat of invasion and the early emergence of relatively secure domestic institutions were extremely important in giving her a lead over other European nations in the early progress of industrialization. This second point is one we cannot stress enough. We must deliberately transform our system of old-school/traditional agriculture into an industrial one, which must be commercial. Assuming that there is no significant export of non-agricultural or hand-produced goods, the proceeds of which could be used to buy in food and raw materials or be diverted to provide capital for new manufacturing industry, it is domestic agriculture that must produce more food, for more people, and for more non-productive food producers, for instance, the urban industrial labor force. Initially, this could be achieved simply by taking more away from those left in the countryside than they could really afford to give, for example, suppressing rural nutrition levels, but it can only be sustained in the longer term by an increase in agricultural productivity, an increase in the amount of food that every productive acre and every productive worker left in farms can produce. If the transition from an agricultural to an industrially based economy is to be achieved, in the first stages at least, more must be produced from relatively less. Once the industrial engine has started to turn, the exports from manufacturing should be used to import food and raw materials. Increases in agricultural productivity usually require a. Land reform, b. New methods of cultivation and new machinery, c. Increased investment in the agricultural infrastructure, e.g. barns, hedges, drainage and communication. The Nigeria economy, the way forward. The need for economic zones. Land reform usually involves the abolition of small peasant holdings and the consolidation of the land into larger, more efficient units, controlled by better educated and entrepreneurial farmers, who have both the resources and inclination to experiment with new methods. We may equally wish to review the existing Land Use Act, 1978, as some of the deliberate measures to achieve industrialization. New methods usually means the introduction of new crops, rotation and other farming practices which preserve and enhance the fertility of the cultivated area. New machinery enables the working of the land to be improved, but above all reduces the amount of labor required per acre. Increased investment in infrastructure not only enables the land and the labor force to work more efficiently, but facilitates the movement of food surpluses to the market and encourages the general commercialization of agriculture in place of traditional subsistence practices. All of this inevitably requires a great increase in capital investment on the part of the government in the form of both fixed and working capital. To find this capital, the traditional or old-school agricultural system must save more, in other words, consume less. But the requirement for increased savings and investment is not only coming from agriculture itself, but also from the emerging industrial sector, from the building needs of the new manufacturing towns and cities, from the transport sector for roads, railways, etc. The demands on agriculture for both increased food output and for saving in capital investment are extreme, and are only slightly alleviated by other sources of savings, such as trade or foreign investment. After all of these burdens have been shouldered, it is essential that those left in agriculture, still the great majority of the population in the early stages of industrialization, should have sufficient remaining disposable income to act as an important source of demand for the expanding number and range of manufactured goods. As we have seen from the history of British industrialization, it was extremely difficult to compensate for inadequate domestic demand by expanding overseas markets. Foreign markets could make important contributions to the total demand for industrial goods, but most countries based their transition on expanding domestic markets. We must do the same. Another point we will be considering is the question of logistics for raw materials. This has become less important in the 20th century as improving transportation facilities have permitted the international movement of natural resources at falling costs. The emergence of today's tiger economies in Southeast Asia, for example, owes little to the local availability of industrial raw materials. But in the past, in the Nigeria economy, the way forward, the need for economic zones. 18th and 19th centuries, when transport costs were much higher, it was essential that industry be located as near as possible to sources of power, fast-running streams for water power, or, later, coal supplies for steam, and naturally occurring deposits of its principal raw materials. In the 19th century, the key to industrial success was proximity to coal fields. The first industrial regions of Europe were its principal coal districts. This was as true for Germany, France, and Belgium as it was for Britain. The reason is simple: steam power could only be distributed mechanically, by shaft or belt drive. It could not be transferred over long distances, as it later became possible with electricity. Coal was expensive to move relative to its price, and it was therefore essential that all heat-using manufacturing activity, not just steam power using, was located close to coal deposits. Above all, transportation facilities must provide a cheap method of conveying raw materials to producers and manufactured goods to consumers, so that the cost-reducing effects of manufacturing innovations are not lost, and that market-expanding price reductions can be passed on to the consumer. Good transport and communication systems are the essential catalysts that will enable all of the other positive forces in the economy to take full effect. They can also be a major expansive force in their own right. Thus the building of the European railway system in the mid and later 19th century generated massive demand, directly and indirectly, for manufactured products, and became a driving force in the process of economic development. A visit to Lagos, Nigeria's commercial capital, will reveal our poor level of planning. The number of hours people waste stuck in traffic will reveal how serious we are as a nation. We urgently need to declare an emergency in the transport sector as a critical sector of the Nigerian economy if we are really serious about industrialization. All this will amount to almost nothing if we don't have a well-educated labor force. The continued progress of industrialization and economic development not only requires more people, it also requires better quality people, i.e. better educated, better able to embrace change, better equipped to use more complex tools and machinery, better able to appreciate and understand the theory and principles of what they are doing, and better able to develop an innovative domestic technological tradition, a tradition or ability not only to import new machines and methods invented by others, but also to push forward technological development on their own account. To use the terminology of the economists, the stock of human capital must be improved. This is principally achieved by education. Today, growth economists make much of the correlation between the level of education in a country and the rate of its economic development. Well-educated societies see the Nigeria economy, the way forward, the need for economic zones. Rapid economic development, poorly educated ones see stagnation and decline. Mauritius, one of Africa's most prosperous and stable countries, provides important lessons for other African countries. In 1961, this Indian Ocean island nation was reliant on a single crop, sugar, which was subject to weather and price fluctuations. Few job opportunities and yawning income inequality divided the nation. This led to conflict between the Creole and Indian communities, which clashed often at election time, when the rising fortunes of the latter became most apparent. Then from 1979 onwards, the Mauritian government took practical steps to invest in its people. Realizing that it was not blessed with a diversity of natural resources, it prioritized education. Schooling became the critical factor in raising skills and smoothing the lingering religious, ethnic and political fractures remaining since independence from Britain in 1968. Strong governance, a sound legal system, low levels of bureaucracy and regulation, and investor-friendly policies reinforced the country's institutions. Under a series of coalition governments, the nation moved from agriculture to manufacturing. It implemented trade policies that boosted exports. When outside shocks hit, such as loss of trade preferences in 2005, and overwhelming competition from Chinese textiles in the last 15 years, it was able to adapt with business-friendly policies. From being a mono-economy, reliant on sugar, the island nation is now diversified through tourism, textiles, financial services and high-end technology, averaging growth rates in excess of 5% per year for 3 decades. Its per capita income also rose from $1,920 to $6,496 between 1976 and 2012, according to the World Bank. What of Made in Nigeria? A walk around major cities in Nigeria will show that the country is dependent on everything from abroad. From the shirts people wear to the shoes, everything is imported. Many, even in the rural areas, will prefer the made in Japan, made in Korea, or made in Dubai, etc. to made in Nigeria. This situation is saddening and discomforting if we are serious about making true impact in the global economy. The opposite is the case in many other countries. By simply shopping in New York, you will see how much made in Vietnam or made in China items are sold in major shops in US markets. The difference is in production and creation. The Nigeria economy, the way forward, the need for economic zones. Basic economics define production as the creation of utility or value. If you do not create, you cannot have value. It is that simple, just as the opposite is true. The biggest problem with the Nigerian economy is that the nation does not create or produce. We don't process oil, we only export it in its crude form. Since there is no added value, we are not getting the best out of it, hence, the present economic crisis. If we process oil in Nigeria, we will not only reduce illegal exportation, we will be creating millions of jobs for our youths. In this case, we dare to ask, why are our refineries not working? Since our refineries are not working, do we still wonder why the buyers, not we the sellers, determine the price of our primary commodity which we call oil? Dear friends, let us stop deceiving ourselves, we are not even producing oil. If we are, our present economic crisis will not be much of an issue. While I am not advocating criminal activity, what happens to the so-called illegal refineries in the Niger Delta? Who are those who built them? Are they Nigerians? If they are Nigerians, why can't our government invite these young boys to build more standard refineries which will not only create jobs for these ones, but also save us millions of dollars from exporting just crude oil? Does this not look like good thinking? What is wrong with a made in Nigeria refinery? Let us start with a made in Nigeria oil refinery. If we build this using our local resources, we will be the first to do so in West Africa, if not in Africa. If we build a made in Nigeria refinery, we will be employing more petroleum engineering graduates from our universities yearly. We will be saving and adding value to many lives. I really need someone to tell me if these things don't make sense. The Chinese products we see today did not start perfectly, but they kept on producing them till they got them right. The Indian Tata buses plying the roads in Lagos and other places today did not start with those beautiful buses many now admire. They are products of several years of hard work, perseverance, and determination. With massive government support and investment, I believe Nigerians can build better buses, create better products, and add better value if we ignite the creative spirit in the Nigerian youth. How do we start this? We need the National Orientation Agency, NOA, to get to work. The recently launched Change Begins With Me should be targeted specifically at the youth. The Nigeria economy, the way forward, the need for economic zones. This will create a mental shift in them, and give them a sense of responsibility to the nation. The message must be direct and the goals should be more specific on the need for the youth to be creative in the creation of value. We need more Nigerian-made products. We need to patronize Nigerian-made clothes. We need to inform people in major cities of the importance of buying Nigerian-made shoes. We must encourage the made in ABA to produce more ABA shoes and wear them publicly. It must not just be rhetoric. This campaign must be followed with action. Our politicians and leaders must practice what they preach. Physician, Jesus said, heal thyself. Our leaders must take the lead this time. Contracts should only be given to foreign firms if equally qualified Nigerians are not available, as it is done in countries like Malaysia. We will be encouraging our industries a great deal if we do this. Our roads will be made in Nigeria, the seats we will be having in the National Assembly and other public offices will all be made in Nigeria, and in the process we will be encouraging our local industries to produce more made in Nigeria goods. All this will boost our international image and spread the Nigerian brand. How the economic zones can work in Nigeria. If the Nigerian government accepts our proposal to immediately classify the country into economic zones, we might just be setting the right track for the next phase of development. The federal government should turn places like ABA, Onitsha, Kano, Lagos and the likes into special industrial centers as witnessed in Asia and other places, with successful results. We would like to call on the government to try and create special incentives for young Nigerians who produce shoes, bags, clothes, jewelry and other miscellaneous products. The Nigerian government should invest in the expertise of these young people. The government needs to put money into helping them become competitive enough to at least take over the African market. That would earn us a lot of the foreign currency that currently goes from Africa to Europe. Our people too must tap into the government's olive branch. They must deliberately choose to be part of the industrialization process. They must come up with creative solutions to issues unique to Nigeria and Nigerians. The world presently stands on the brink of a technological revolution that will fundamentally alter the way we live, work, and relate to one another. In its The Nigeria economy, the way forward, the need for economic zones. Scale, scope, and complexity, the transformation will be unlike anything humankind has experienced before. We do not yet know just how it will unfold, but one thing is clear: the response to it must be integrated and comprehensive, involving all stakeholders of the global polity, from the public and private sectors to academia and civil society. We all have roles to play in all this. We must never go to sleep. As the physical, digital, and biological worlds continue to converge, new technologies and platforms will increasingly enable citizens to engage with governments, voice their opinions, coordinate their efforts, and even circumvent the supervision of public authorities. Simultaneously, governments will gain new technological powers to increase their control over populations, based on pervasive surveillance systems and the ability to control digital infrastructure. On the whole, however, governments will increasingly face pressure to change their current approach to public engagement and policy making, as their central role of conducting policy diminishes, owing to new sources of competition, and the redistribution and decentralization of power that new technologies make possible. All these are now our everyday realities. Speed is being redefined. The world is changing and changing fast. Our people must run fast with the world. We must not be left behind. Not much will be achieved in our journey to industrialization if we do not give our youth quality education. As it has been seen in Mauritius, investing in education often pays off. Educating all of the ABA boys, equipping them with the right skills and tools will spur them on to productive and economic vitality. What are the things SMEs need to succeed in an economic zone? We have dwelt much on setting up of industrial centers, or classifying the country into economic zones. The next question then will be, what will be in it for the ordinary Nigerian? How can the small businesses benefit from this? From my findings, I have come to discover that the main thing small enterprises need to succeed is not money as many might want to believe. It takes more than money to create and grow a business, although money is also needed. 1. An entrepreneur needs an encouraging business culture. The ideal business culture rewards success, sees failure as a learning experience, and strongly believes that technology and innovation are the drivers of economic growth and wealth creation. The Nigeria economy, the way forward, the need for economic zones. Indeed, success breeds success. The presence of a few local heroes who have taken risks and built successful companies encourages entrepreneurs to start companies and to stay on course when problems arise, as they always would. Finally, already existing networks of experienced entrepreneurs can help lead new companies or provide mentoring to young companies. 2. Access to intellectual capital. Successful techie company clusters are fed by the intellectual capital flowing from great research universities. The problem we have in this part of the world is that our universities are not research-based or centered. When one looks at such clusters found in Boston, MIT and Harvard University, the San Francisco Bay Area, Stanford University, UC Berkeley, and UC San Francisco, and the United Kingdom, the University of Oxford and the University of Cambridge, one will appreciate the need for universities to conduct research. 3. Financial capital. Financial capital includes funding or seed capital, usually put up by investors or wealthy individuals, and early stage and growth capital, which is put up by the investors. This is one of the main challenges of Nigerian entrepreneurs today. 4. Facilities. The area must also have appropriate, readily available facilities, such as low-cost laboratories and offices. It should have a sufficient number of lawyers and accountants, and a low cost of living and high quality of life are added advantages. In concluding this chapter, it is imperative to make a recap of the points raised in the few previous pages. This chapter emphasizes industrialization as key to economic development. We propose that as an economic policy, the government must begin the process of classifying and dividing the nation into economic zones, each with their own unique capabilities. We equally proposed that the federal government should establish industrial centers in the 6 geopolitical zones. Places like Aba, Onitsha, Lagos and Kano should serve as pilots for the scheme. We believe that if this is done, the stage is set to achieve industrialization. The next chapter deals with achieving economic development from the most unusual source, the diaspora. The Nigeria economy, the way forward. Chapter 5. Taking advantage of the diaspora. Chapter 5. Taking advantage of the diaspora. The diaspora plays critical roles in national development. The income generated from the diaspora is the second largest contributor to Nigeria's GDP in foreign exchange earnings. The diaspora alone is capable of increasing our yearly foreign exchange earnings by 10 times. This is as big as the size of the budget of Russia or France. Let us take a look at some shocking statistics. About 75% of all African cash transfers from Europe and America are informal, and they are therefore impossible to track. Diaspora remittances would be up 4 times more. According to the International Fund for Agriculture Development, IFAD, the African remittance that flows into the continent and circulates within it is estimated at $40 billion per year. Adams Badomo, a respected Ghanaian academic, noted, "If we add all the informal transfers into the mix, the diaspora remittances would increase 3 or 4 times, bringing the actual figure to somewhere between $120 billion and $160 billion. The Nigeria economy, the way forward, taking advantage of the diaspora. In some cases, African diasporas pay twice the global average, according to the World Bank. South Africa, Tanzania, and Ghana are the most expensive sending countries in Africa, with fees averaging 20.7%, 19.7%, and 19%. Nigerians living overseas sent home $21 billion in 2014, according to the World Bank. Nigerians across the world remitted $21 billion into the country's economy in 2013. A figure that is over half of our foreign reserves is sent in by Nigerian diaspora in 1 year, which is another proof that Nigerians might not necessarily need to return home. But statistics according to the United Nations prove that an African professional working in the United States contributes about $150,000 per year to the U.S. economy. Again, if you do the math, you will realize that the African professional remitting $300 per year to Africa is contributing 50 times more to the United States economy when compared with what finally finds its way to Africa. The case of Nigerians abroad is both unique and interesting. Chukwuemeka Ezekiel, Wale Adebayo and Ahmed Hussein, 3 very promising Nigerian talents, left the shores of the country 30 years ago in search of the proverbial greener pastures. Years later, Chukwuemeka became a renowned neurosurgeon in the United States of America. Chukwuemeka's plan was to attain the pinnacle of success in his career, then at the age of 50, return to Nigeria with his wealth of experience. Wale finished his first degree in international relations in Poland before he moved on to Germany, where he became known for his work with international organizations. He always tells his friends that he is only in Europe for a short spell, after which he is going to develop his community back in Nigeria. Ahmed, a brilliant lawyer, finished his degree at Oxford, after which he became a representative for many international businesses. Even though he got married to a white British lady, he always told his children stories about Mother Africa, and how he was going to go back to the northern part of Nigeria to bring back the development he had been part of in Europe to his own people. Not all Nigerian diasporas have a success story like Chukwuemeka, Wale and Ahmed. The story of Nigeria diasporas is as diverse and complex as Nigeria itself. Just as we have the successful ones, so we have the stranded, dejected wanderers. Nigerians are scattered all around the world, from civilized Europe to some backyard third world nations in Asia and Africa. Professionally, the Nigerian diaspora demographics range from professors, medical doctors to drug pushers, prostitutes, and everything in between. Making up the diaspora, we have prosperous Nigerians, we have the successful, the wretched, the Nigeria economy, the way forward, taking advantage of the diaspora. shipwrecked, the sidelined, the sidetracked, and the outcast. The Nigerian diasporas live in conditions ranging from lavish opulence to marginal prison yards under obscured circumstances. Most of these Nigerians left the shores of their country determined to be away only for a short while. Their plan was to get educated, make a good amount of money, and return home to both contribute to the welfare of their communities and enjoy life. However, for various reasons, the realities of their sojourn compelled them to keep on postponing or adjusting their return date. In some cases, the only thing that puts an end to the procrastination and postponement is the horrible finger of death. With regard to the stories of our heroes, which I will come to later in this book, namely Chukwuemeka Ezekiel, Wale Adebayo, and Ahmed Hussein, unfortunately, none of them saw their dream of returning to Nigeria materialized. Presently, none of them is alive. They studied, they worked, and they struggled, and yet they remained largely unsung heroes in foreign lands. They studied, they worked, and they struggled, and yet many of our young and productive youth still nurse the hope of going to Europe and America in search of greener pastures. Nigerians and Africans in the diaspora indeed have a lot to contribute. If African governments don't move fast to begin to encourage our diaspora to return, it could be too late to gain their expertise. Second, third, and fourth generation immigrants get quickly absorbed in their new environment and culture. They tend to lose touch with their countries of origin. Our best bet is to entice first-generation immigrants, who still have cultural and emotional attachments with their homeland, to return and participate in the political, economic, and social processes going on at home. At present, only Nigeria has a parliament committee on diaspora in the whole of the continent. Now I want to turn my attention to every African living outside of their nation with a desire to return to make a difference. If you are reading this book, my question to you is, what is your plan? How do you want your story to end? Oh yes, I know what you are thinking. What happened to the gentleman mentioned above will not be my story. You know what? Chukwuemeka Ezekiel, Wale Adebayo, and Ahmed Hussein thought exactly the same way. These wonderful African achievers are now gone without witnessing the regeneration of their beloved fatherland. Africa is still languishing in lack, deprivation, poverty, pain, and sorrow. Oh, how badly Africa needed their expertise. Their skills and intelligence could have contributed immensely to the motherland. The Nigeria economy, the way forward, taking advantage of the diaspora. On a daily basis, we hear the sad news of young Africans dying outside the shores of their nations. They pass away with the unfulfilled dream of returning to develop Africa. My intention with this chapter is therefore to send a wake-up call to those of us still alive and well. It is also a call to the newly elected Nigerian government to accelerate the process of creating a conducive environment, an environment that will encourage the diaspora to return to contribute their quota to the well-being of the fatherland. We all have only one shot at life, after which it would be too late. I am convinced that deep in the heart of every African that left to look for a greener pasture is the dream of returning to give something back. It is very likely that most of these people will contribute one thing or another to the development of our continent, provided the conditions are right. Even those who might not be willing to come back at first, may, by receiving extra incentives, be willing to contribute in some other ways. However, this will require that there are policies in place to encourage their participation. One of the very urgent things that the Senate Committee must do in Nigeria is to ensure that Nigerians in the diaspora gain the right to participate in the electoral process. Now, I want to prove that the Nigerian diaspora definitely matters. For if you remain completely silent at this time, relief and deliverance will arise for the Jews from another place, but you and your father's house will perish. Yet who knows whether you have come to the kingdom for such a time as this? Esther 4:14. 1. A Nigerian in the diaspora could soon become the first black British Prime Minister. Chuka Umunna could make history by becoming the first black Prime Minister of the United Kingdom. Born in London in 1978, Chuka was bred in the UK. His late father, Bennett Umunna, hailed from Anambra State, while his Irish mother, Patricia, is a solicitor. Chuka is a British Labour Party politician. He stands the chance of becoming the next head of the Labour Party. In case his party wins the general election, he stands a chance of becoming the first black Prime Minister of Great Britain anytime soon. Even if people like Chuka do not move back to Nigeria, in this case, chances are he might not need to. The Nigeria economy, the way forward taking advantage of the diaspora. Nigeria could potentially benefit more from him having a love and passion for the country than him moving back. We therefore need our government to put structures in place that would facilitate a closer relationship between African immigrants with the continent. Why shouldn't they consider this option? This is one reason why the diaspora matters. They have already attained the highest level of experience and professionalism in first world nations, which could make things easier if we could harness their wealth of wisdom back in Africa. 2. The appointment of a Nigerian, MRS, Olufemi Obeas, the precinct commander of the New York Police Department, could be a great winning point for Nigeria as a whole, bearing in mind the crippling problem we have with the Nigerian police system. If the Nigerian government could establish a working relationship with Mrs. Olufemi Obe, she could bring her wealth of experience to help us fix the police problem in Nigeria. We all know that New York is a complex city to govern. Her experience will come in handy for Nigeria and Africa in general. This is another reason why we cannot afford to neglect our diaspora. We need them to help move our country from third world status to the first world. 3. The President of the United States of America, President Barack Obama, openly admitted that Nigeria could become the world's next economic success story. But for that to happen, Nigeria needs to build strong democratic institutions to which the diaspora could be of immense benefit. For Nigeria to truly be moved from the third world to the first, we need to harness the experience of Nigerians who are already playing a leading role in building the first world in America, Europe, and Asia, etc. It would be an added advantage to have them contribute their experience, knowledge, and wisdom towards accomplishing this goal. 4. Another factor that tells us that the Nigerian diaspora matters is the fact that just in America alone there are over 25,000 medical practitioners of Nigerian descent. This explains another major reason why our government must do all they can to establish a rapport with Nigerians abroad. Our despicable medical situation in Nigeria could be fixed almost overnight if we could have a good rapport with Nigerian doctors in the diaspora. We are never going to be a first world nation without an effective health sector. The Nigeria economy, the way forward taking advantage of the diaspora. 5. The Belgian capital, Brussels, is also the European Union (EU) headquarters. A Nigerian, Collins Nweek, has become a second-term councillor, as the only non-Belgium-born politician to win an elective position in West Flanders. He is responsible for the economic and social policy portfolio. As we all know, social policies are almost non-existent in Nigeria. A bridge between Nigeria and Belgium through Honorable Nweek could contribute hugely to the standard of living of Nigerians, which could go a long way to making us become a first world nation. 6. My friend John Abraham Godson became the first black man to be elected a member of parliament in the Polish Sejm. Poland is a success story, going from a communist country to a fast-growing economic power in Europe. That experience is also needed to transform Nigeria from a third world country to a first world nation. That is where people like Pastor John Godson could be a blessing to Nigeria. If Poland can achieve a successful transition from a Moscow-controlled communist economy, Nigeria therefore needs the services of experts like Godson to help her achieve such transition in the face of the cancerous effects of corruption and indiscipline. 7. A Nigerian mayor of Brent, London, UK. Michael Adai estimates the Nigerian population in London as over 1 million. Apart from Adai, there are many Nigerians who have grown to attain political status in England, ranging from council members to mayors and parliament members. Chuka Umunna, Helen Grant and Chion Wara are good examples of this. Friends, I just need you to begin to imagine what a torrent of influence could be brought to our economic development through this group of diasporas in England alone. Many nations, including Israel, did not have more than this as natural resources. Can you now see why Jesus, after miraculously feeding the multitude, told the crowd to gather the crumbs? 8. The various estimates of Nigerians in the diaspora ranges between 15–17 million. Included in these millions are the educated, able-bodied, youthful and energetic. They could become a driving force in rebuilding a new nation. Their role in making Nigeria a first world nation cannot be overemphasized. This is because the Nigeria economy, the way forward taking advantage of the diaspora. They are exposed. 2. Most of them are well-read. 3. They have learned to live by the law of the nations they are in. 4. They are proactive and take initiative. They have experience in cross-cultural interactions, which means they are more tolerant of other people. 6. Some of them speak foreign languages. 7. Most of them now know the value of hard work and money. These are vital tools in national development. For these and many other reasons, Nigeria cannot afford to neglect this teeming number of Nigerians abroad. 9. I personally will advocate for the new Nigerian government to set up a Ministry of Diaspora and Integration. It would help build a bridge between our citizens abroad and also stimulate investment back to the Nigeria economy. Countries like India, the Philippines and Mexico have a national policy in regards to their diaspora. Presently their diaspora sustains many of these economies. Nigeria needs to do more and learn more from those who have done better than us. I am making this advocacy because I am of the firm belief that should the Nigerian government decide to set up a Ministry of Diaspora and Integration, it may be one decision that will forever change the economic direction of the nation. I say this because it would help build a bridge between our citizens abroad and also stimulate investment back to the Nigerian economy. Nigeria needs to do more and learn more from those who have done better than us. Considering the critical importance of the diaspora, there is need for us to establish a Ministry of Diaspora and Integration. Why this ministry? Countries like India, the Philippines and Mexico have a national policy in regards to their diaspora. Presently their diaspora sustains many of these economies. More than ever before, the diasporas, the scattered seeds most governments previously ignored and in some cases even maligned, are increasingly seen as agents of development in Europe and other parts of the world. Aware of this potential, some other developing countries have established institutions to more systematically facilitate ties with their diasporas and their descendants who have maintained strong sentimental and material links with their countries of origin. The institutions they have created occupy different levels of government and exhibit diverse priorities and degrees of organization. For instance, some are concerned only with their citizens abroad while others. The Nigeria economy, the way forward taking advantage of the diaspora. Specifically target permanent residents, naturalized citizens, and second and later generations. Countries like Mexico, China, and the Philippines have multiple institutions and represent diasporas at various levels of government. An increasing number of developing countries have established ministries whose explicit purpose is to address the needs of diaspora populations, with many formed after 2001. 15 of the countries examined have a separate diaspora ministry. These countries that have set up ministries to cater for diaspora includes Armenia, Bangladesh, Benin, Dominican Republic, Georgia, Haiti, India, Lebanon, Mali, Serbia, Somalia, Sri Lanka, Syria, Tunisia, Yemen. The Indian example. A more recent example is the successful case, India's Ministry for Overseas Indian Affairs, MOIA. Established in 2004 to address the lack of government policy coordination on migration, the ministry has programs that reach out to the Indian diaspora, particularly to youths. While India started a Ministry of Overseas Indian Affairs, state governments with a substantial diaspora have also set up separate departments to look into some of the demands and concerns of non-resident Indians. NRIs. The state governments have acted in different ways because their engagement with the diaspora varies. Indian cities such as Hyderabad, Chennai, Ahmedabad and Mumbai benefited from remittances and FDI from a large number of their people present in the US, UK, Canada, the Gulf region and Southeast Asia. Hyderabad benefited substantially in the IT and IT-enabled services, ITES sectors, in particular with companies like Microsoft, which set up a second development center in the city, the other being located at company headquarters in Redmond, Washington. Other firms such as Facebook have also headquartered their Indian operations in Hyderabad, along with many other large tech firms as well as small and medium enterprises. Can you now see why we need this kind of initiative in Nigeria? Can you see why the diaspora must be part of any development effort to be effective in the country? What are the diasporas themselves doing to make the government reach out to them? This development is largely due to the Telugu diaspora present in Silicon Valley and other major hubs around the world. The same applies to Chennai and Bangalore, which are major tech hubs in India, with Chennai also being a manufacturing hub specializing in the automobile industry, again largely due to its diaspora in Southeast Asia and other places with a shared cultural heritage. The Nigeria economy, the way forward taking advantage of the diaspora. Similarly, the Punjabi diaspora sends a sizable volume of remittances, with a number of individuals also involved in philanthropic activities. Remittances in India reached $70 billion in 2013 according to World Bank estimates, which accounts for over 4% of the country's GDP. Looking at the figures above, we will see that India's GDP may not depend on the commodity economy that many people in Nigeria talk about. The world is fast moving away from natural to human resources. It is often a question of what individual citizens can themselves do that ultimately adds value to the GDP. Oil will not refine itself. As Proverbs 12:27 read, "The slothful man roasteth not that which he took in hunting, but the substance of a diligent man is precious." What Solomon was saying in essence is that it is not wise to produce oil without having refineries to produce petrol. If that is the case, the buyers will determine the price. The bond between India and its diaspora has been considerably strengthened over the past decade. It is not just the contribution of the diaspora through FDI, remittances, and the transfer of knowledge and entrepreneurial means. It is also the positive contribution the diaspora has played in contributing to the rise of the services sector in India, especially in the IT and ITES sectors. Most importantly, the Indian diaspora is also active in local politics in countries like the UK and Canada, while the Indian lobby has begun to assert itself in cases such as the Indo-US nuclear deal. We can learn from the Indian experience since we share similar characteristics. Initially, the country's population was a source of concern, but on further examination, it became an advantage. Using technology and depending on the people's brains, rather than things their feet steps on, will go a long way in helping our country. How about a situation where every Nigerian abroad becomes creative, creating value rather than just being economic refugees? Let us look at the possibility of Nigerians abroad becoming internet adepts, creating sustainable social platforms like Facebook and Twitter. Can we imagine a situation where Nigerians themselves take responsibility for creating employment, rather than waiting on the Nigerian government at home? Can we imagine the US deporting the Israelis or the Jews? Why not? Because they are known to be value creators, not dependents on stipends or handouts. Serbia's experience with diaspora. According to data from unofficial sources, there are currently about 3 to 4 million Serbs in the diaspora. The Nigeria economy, the way forward taking advantage of the diaspora. Throughout the world, with hundreds of thousands being the younger generation. As a result of the years of political turbulence in the country in the 1990s, many Serbs in the diasporas did not originally want to return home. Westerners often associate Serbia with war, nationalism, and, in some instances, primitivism. Indeed, some Serbs who have left the country have shed their ethnic identity altogether. They do not seek the nearest Orthodox church or Hellenic club. Things became so complicated for Serbia's diaspora at some point that the million-dollar question was how to re-engage with the people who had almost fallen off the radar completely. How does one track these people down, and more importantly, what kind of incentives can be offered to make them consider returning to Serbia even only temporarily? With the establishment of institutions like the Ministry for Diaspora, things appear to have changed for the better. The appointment of Mrs. Milica Cubrelo as diaspora minister gave the country breath of fresh air. Having lived in France, she knows the concerns of the diaspora better than any of her predecessors. One of the first things she did was to issue a statement outlining that she wanted to develop relations with the 400,000 or so qualified experts around the world. More recently, the ministry announced a plan to employ educated Serbians who have migrated to Holland, a small but positive step if you ask me. Of course, the diaspora ministry comes way down the list when the parties argue who gets what, but for once it seemed they got lucky with the right minister for this department. The Ministry of Diaspora will no longer have to spend as much time arguing on issues that don't interest the younger generation, for example dry debates such as whether the diaspora website should be in Cyrillic or Latin, or the veneration of Draza Mihajlovic. This was very much the tendency whilst DSS/SPO ran the department. They never seemed to quite realize that their image of the diaspora, a middle-aged man who attended church, read Politica, and returned to Sumadija during the holidays, was increasingly becoming the exception rather than the rule. According to the new Minister of the Diaspora, one of the primary tasks of the Diaspora Ministry is to complete the Herculean task of producing a list of Serbian citizens living abroad. There is no official figure, only estimates which naturally run into the millions. Previous attempts at arriving at an official figure had failed. Perhaps a more creative or different approach may help. Many of these skilled Serbs are connected to the internet. A new modern-looking, cultural website could be created and experts could be engaged so that the Nigeria economy, the way forward, taking advantage of the diaspora. The chances of catching wayward Serbs cruising the internet is increased. One should also look at how other countries have engaged with their diaspora and apply the best method to the Serbian case. One might also want to try to engage with the sons and daughters of the diaspora and refer to experts in the field, such as Professor Vladimir Gresic, who will have a good idea of the profile of each wave of diaspora. But there are other methods available as well. Some members of the diaspora paid monies into a fund in the 1990s which was supposed to assist the country. Milorad Vucelic, whose task was to manage these SPS funds, never fully explained where the money went. Why not offer improved opportunities for Serb-born investors both on a patriotic level and on the level of making a profit? The profit margins for investing in the right companies in Serbia will be high. Why not offer tax-free returns to those who have a lump sum to invest in a domestic investment fund? There are obviously barriers, such as all Serbian citizens currently having to pay capital gains tax of 20% and the fact that there are only 2 investment funds that offer this service, and one of them is a Croatian firm. But there are many opportunities and initiatives which, if applied properly, will work. The time frame is of key importance now. Some members of the brain drain have spent 15 years outside Serbia already and have families and set roots in the societies they have moved to. Clearly, one cannot force people to return if they have no desire to do so. However, the fact is that any person who spends time with all types of diaspora Serbs knows that many get misty-eyed when talking about the homeland. Let us see how much of that is due to pure nostalgia for the past, or if it is connected to a desire to see Serbia as a developed state. There is no harm in tracking these people down and offering them opportunities to return and invest in Serbia. In a country like Nigeria, where there are no acceptable statistics of even those living in the country, executing tasks like this can prove difficult initially. But we can work with Nigerian embassies and high commissions or consulates to generate the data we can work with. Like India, Nigeria is large. It generally has a highly educated and/or well-financed diaspora population abroad, either in absolute terms or as a percentage of the population. The ministry focuses on developing stronger economic links with the diaspora, mainly by encouraging the transfer of financial and/or human capital. The Nigeria economy, the way forward, taking advantage of the diaspora. Bangladesh experience. Bangladesh is a low-lying country located on the Bay of Bengal between Burma and India, and has a territory of nearly 57,000 square miles, 147,570 square kilometers. Bangladesh emerged as an independent state in 1971, separating itself from Pakistan after 9 months of bitter conflict with enormous casualties of Bengali civilians. Bangladesh has a population of 158 million people, making the rather small country the 7th most populous in the world and one of the most densely populated. With a majority Muslim Sunni population, 85 to 90%, Bangladesh is also the 3rd largest Muslim majority country in the world, after Indonesia and Pakistan. The vast majority of the citizens of Bangladesh self-identify as ethnically Bengali, though tribal groups concentrated mainly in the regions bordering Burma are also part of the country's landscape. Widespread poverty, underemployment, and a large youth populace have all contributed to the predominance of economically motivated international migration from Bangladesh. The contract labor migration of less skilled people to the Arab Gulf states and to the emerging economies of Asia has been especially prominent. Though these temporary movements in which workers are authorized by receiving countries to work for legally specified periods of a limited duration have been integral in contributing to the economy of Bangladesh, this migration stream comes with its own set of problems. The Bangladesh government has been increasingly attentive to relations with the country's diaspora, particularly with the growing numbers of Bangladeshis settled in North America, Europe, and other parts of the developed world. They have been encouraged by the large contributions of the Chinese and Indian diasporas to their countries of origin, 2 of the world's most important emerging economies. To that end, Bangladesh has established the non-resident Bangladeshi (NRB) category to refer to those who were born in Bangladesh but are now permanent or long-term settlers abroad. Among the privileges of having NRB status is special eligibility for restricted foreign currency bank accounts in Bangladesh. And when traveling to Bangladesh, NRBs are not required to pay visa fees. The standing dual nationality policy of Bangladesh has served to institutionalize the NRB status. The policy allows those who are foreign citizens of Bangladeshi origin, as well as children born to them, to become the Nigeria economy, the way forward taking advantage of the diaspora. Citizens of Bangladesh or to affirm their citizenship. Since the early 2000s, segments of the diaspora have also vigorously lobbied, so far unsuccessfully, for the extension of voting rights for elections in Bangladesh. These concessions for the diaspora notwithstanding, the primary focus of the Bangladesh government with respect to migration policy has been on contract labor migration, the major source of remittances and economic growth for the country. Successive governments in Bangladesh have tried to secure and expand outflows of labor migrants through diplomatic negotiations with labor-receiving countries. The Bangladesh government has also expanded institutions devoted to the regulation of manpower export or international labor migration. In 1990, the government set up the Wage Earners Welfare Fund with the goal of creating a central pool from which to assist migrant workers and their families in emergency situations. The fund is largely financed through mandatory contributions of migrant workers. Then in 2002, the Ministry of Expatriates Welfare and Overseas Employment, a similar ministry we herein advocate in Nigeria, was created with the goal of facilitating labor migration, exploring new labor markets, and ensuring the welfare of Bangladeshi migrant workers. The ministry oversees the BMET, the government agency in charge of registering and clearing labor migrants for overseas employment. 4 years later, the government of Bangladesh announced the creation of the Overseas Employment Policy (OEP). Produced in 2006 in consultation with NGOs devoted to human rights and migrant welfare, the OEP is a comprehensive policy brief on international labor migration that affirms the goal of expanding overseas employment as a strategy of economic development for Bangladesh. More specifically, the OEP acknowledges that overseas employment alleviates the problems of unemployment and underemployment in Bangladesh, and that remittances may alleviate poverty and fund investments in housing, health, and education. A wide range of policy goals is outlined in the OEP, including the strengthening of official remittance channels and the expansion and maintenance of overseas markets. Also discussed are measures for the training and protection of migrant workers, including reintegration after their return to Bangladesh. While many of the OEP's specific recommendations still await implementation, the government of Bangladesh announced plans in 2011 to open the Nigeria economy, the way forward, taking advantage of the diaspora. An expatriate welfare bank. The bank will offer loans to those who wish to go abroad and will provide remittance and job training services. Bringing this back to Nigeria, we will see that if the government will take our advice, things will be easier if we can adapt and implement something similar to Bangladesh's Ministry of Expatriates Welfare and Overseas Employment here in Nigeria. This will save us a lot of money and reduce a lot of risks. It will save us money in the sense that it will earn us large non-oil foreign exchange, as we see in the case of Bangladesh. We have nothing to lose by creating such a ministry. After all, we have many of the so-called ministries in Abuja that are apparently doing nothing. If in the meantime we are too scared of the name Ministry of Diaspora Affairs, we may choose a unit headed by a Minister of Cabinet under the Ministry of Foreign Affairs to do the job to test its economic viability. I guarantee you, if we are sincere, we will generate 3 times over the current revenue from the diaspora than we have generated from oil in the past 10 years. The problem with us as a nation is that we do not have the right priorities. We spend our money on what is not bread. This is not the wise thing to do. Having such a ministry will also prevent risks, considering the hazards our people face, such as racial abuse in Eastern Europe and slaughter in Asia. In addition to revenue generation, the ministry, unlike many of their counterparts, may seem a bit unusual, as they will focus mainly on ensuring the welfare of their expatriate workers and on increasing their ability to find suitable employment abroad. They will attend to complaints from migrant workers, provide international job placement services, and conduct training programs. Some countries opt for more innovative institutional structures at the ministry level. Instead of creating a separate diaspora ministry, they combine diaspora affairs with other sectors, such as labor, tourism, or foreign affairs, to form a hybrid ministry. Benin experience. In 2009, Benin created the Ministry for Foreign Affairs, African Integration, the Francophone Community, and Beninese abroad to manage its relations with the diaspora. The ministry's objectives, among others, is to provide humanitarian assistance to Beninese abroad in the case of mass deportations or expulsions, inform the diaspora regarding government policies, and propose measures to create favorable conditions allowing Beninese abroad to contribute to Benin's development. Similar hybrid setups can also be found in Tunisia, Ministry of Social Affairs and Solidarity, and Tunisians. The Nigeria economy, the way forward, taking advantage of the diaspora. Abroad, Somalia, Ministry for Diaspora and Community Affairs, and Dominica, Ministry of Trade, Industry, Consumer, and Diaspora Affairs. Typically, these hybrid ministries contain agencies dedicated solely to diasporas, such as Benin's Directorate for Relations with Beninese Abroad, Tunisia's Office for Tunisians Abroad, and Lebanon's Department for Diaspora Affairs. All this is why we need a Ministry for Diaspora and Integration. At the risk of my readers getting bored, I will save the reader from having to relive the painful experience of Beninese in Nigeria and other West African countries. But one thing is sure, things haven't been the same since they set up that ministry. The same can be replicated if the government chooses to heed to our wise counsel. Mexican experience. Let us briefly look at this Latin American country's experience, Mexico. If the experiences of Mexico and other countries have taught us how we can develop using the diaspora to get the results they are getting, we must do what they are doing right, and avoid things they might be doing wrong. While we are aware of the fact that the system might soon be infected under the corrupt and spoil system, as some might argue, we need to understand that there is no use throwing away the baby with the bathwater. This makes absolutely no sense. There will always be something to fear, but fear only makes us grow if only we learn to overcome it. Succumbing to it does no one any good. Why the Ministry of Diaspora? In instituting the ministry, we must take cognizance of the fact that Nigerians all over the world remitted $21 billion into the country's economy in 2013 alone. That staggering figure represents over half of our foreign reserves sent in by Nigerian diaspora in 1 year, which is another proof that Nigerians might not necessarily need to come back home. But statistics, according to the United Nations, proves that an African professional working in the United States contributes about $150,000 per year to the US economy. Again, if you do the math, you will realize that the African professional remitting $300 per month to Africa is contributing 40 times more to the United States economy than what goes to Africa. As big as $21 billion sounds, there is no doubt that these Nigerians in the diaspora are capable of producing greater wealth if they bring back their expertise and skills to Nigeria. Let us assume they will not be able to multiply $21 billion 40 times as in America, but they. The Nigeria economy, the way forward taking advantage of the diaspora, might be able to multiply it 10 times, which would be over $200 billion every year. That is almost the size of the budget of France. Like Joseph in the Bible said. But now, do not therefore be grieved or angry with yourselves because you sold me here, for God sent me before you to preserve life. 6 For these 2 years the famine has been in the land, and there are still 5 years in which there will be neither plowing nor harvesting. 7 And God sent me before you to preserve a posterity for you in the earth, and to save your lives by a great deliverance. Genesis 45:5-7. Even if most of these immigrants would not move back to Nigeria, in this case they might not need to, we could benefit more from them having a love and passion for the country than them moving back. We therefore need our government to put structures in place that would facilitate a closer relationship between our African immigrants and the continent. As much as there would be many of our immigrants that are not ready to come back to Africa, yet many are willing to come and settle in Africa. Examples abound of Nigerians that regularly move back and find their footing in Africa. These bold young Africans left the comfort of the developed world to move back to Africa, and contribute their quota in making Nigeria move from a third world country to a first world nation. I think patriotism is like charity, it begins at home. Henry James. Economic importance of the diaspora. Before we go, let us look at diaspora again from its economic importance, rather than seeing it as a burden. It is often said that we cannot make omelets without breaking eggs. This is as also true as the fact that we cannot think about additional ways of revenue generation if we do not break new grounds. One of the vital areas for sure and stable revenue is through the diaspora. While North America, Europe and Japan account for less than 15% of the world's population, they account for more than half of global output. This is set to change in the coming decades. Goldman Sachs predicts that customer demand from India and China will dominate global markets within a decade, and that the two economies will be larger than the US's by 2050. Both have used their diasporas astutely to help them get to this position. In a recent book entitled The Fastest Million, The Story Behind Africa's Economic Revolution, author Charles Robinson predicts that the most remarkable progress in the continent will happen in the next 2 generations. He expects the billion Africans who in the last decade have already experienced the fastest. The Nigeria economy, the way forward taking advantage of the diaspora. Growth the continent has ever seen, to become the fastest 2 billion people. He also expects Africa's GDP to increase from $2 trillion to $29 trillion in today's money by 2050. It will be expedient of African countries to use their diasporas to help them achieve this position, since over half of Africa's graduates live outside Africa. The recent past has seen the emergence of a series of innovative initiatives brought about by the dramatic changes in technology and communications. In the olden days, emigration was final, brutal, and sad. In some cases today, it still is. However, now, for possibly the first time in history, absence no longer equals exile, and geography does not dictate identity. People can lead hyphenated lives, and brain drain can become brain gain and brain exchange. There is much movement between countries, with people coming and going as never before. The countries that historically most suffered from emigration are now in a position to benefit the most. Although, in Ireland's case, emigrants have returned in significant numbers. Over 100,000 Irish people have returned to live in Ireland since 2008. Can we get our best scientists, like Dr. Philip Emeagwali and others, to come back to help us in our bid to get to space? will our government encourage software developers in diaspora to return to? Build social applications that can compete favorably with Facebook or Twitter. Nigerians are very creative, and this has been scientifically proven. We survive even the harshest of circumstances. Why can't we turn this to economic progress? Migration is the phenomenon of our time, with an estimated 3 million people migrating in 2012. There are now 215 million people living in a country other than the one they were born in. This figure is set to triple in 45 years. 62 million people in the US are first or second generation migrants. Throughout history, diaspora networks have played powerful roles. This is only going to increase as technology and communications allow diasporas to play a role without returning to their home countries. There are 80 million Europeans who live outside the country they were born in, and 47 million foreign-born people living in the EU, 16 million from another EU state and 31 million born outside the EU. Today the world is more globalized, interconnected and interdependent than ever before. The recent global economic crisis shows us that it is no longer possible for any nation-state to consider itself an island, nor is it possible to be immune from the ebbs and flows of global economics. In order to be in a position to fully leverage the advantages of interdependence, companies, countries and organizations are looking at creating, developing and engaging complex networks of people to generate social, cultural and economic benefits. Diasporas constitute obvious collectives of people through which networks can be created and individuals mobilized for mutual benefit. We live in a world. The Nigeria economy, the way forward, taking advantage of the diaspora, where free movement of goods and capital is commonplace. Perhaps attracting less attention is the international migration of human capital, the movement of knowledge, talent and skills across borders. Traditionally we looked at diasporas through the looking glass of remittances and financial flows, which, now, is to take a myopic view. Diasporas are a bridge to knowledge, expertise, resources and markets for the country of origin. Considering the diaspora as a national asset is certainly not a new phenomenon in countries such as Israel, India, Ireland and China have led the field for some time. What is new, however, is the number of countries who are now realizing they have exciting possibilities if they can engage their overseas populations in innovative and creative ways. The last year has seen Uganda, Indonesia and Vietnam launch initiatives in this field. The topic has become hot as evidenced by the cover issue of The Economist in November 2011 entitled "The Magic of Diasporas: How Migrant Business Networks Are Changing the World." This has not been lost on governments who have changed traditional views of regarding expatriate business, cultural, scientific and policy actors as lost to their countries of origin. Now there is active effort being made to identify and connect with these highly skilled individuals and link them to national economic development projects. Diasporas are in a good position to influence what people think of home countries and help the national image. Despite what some people think, national images are not a function of advertising campaigns and are not created through communications, nor can they be altered by communications. Image is earned rather than manufactured by creative ad agencies. The key to this is engaging and involving as many people as possible so that the home country gets more positive exposure and develops a reputation built on trust. This is based on deeds, not needs. Trust is not an event. Trust is not even deserved but earned. It can take years to develop and be gone in a second. When people interact, they get to know and understand each other. This can lead to interacting for mutual benefit. This revolves around attributes like integrity, decency, and honesty. People and places thus develop a good name. Happy experiences with both are invaluable. In conclusion, we need to emphasize the points raised above. Firstly, the Nigerians in diaspora should be seen as partners in progress. They love Nigeria and will love to be part of efforts to build the nation if we invite them with open hands. Secondly, if the present trend of neglecting the diaspora continues, it will have a long-term effect. The Nigeria economy, the way forward, taking advantage of the diaspora. On Nigeria, as brain drain is bound to continue, and we will continue to lose our best doctors, academics, lawyers and leaders to Europe and North America. Lastly, like already mentioned, we urgently need to establish a Ministry of Diaspora to coordinate the activities and affairs of Nigerians abroad, as other countries like Bangladesh have done with fruitful results. Chapter 6. Investment in our brains. Another look at the knowledge economy. Chapter 6. Investment in our brains. Another look at the knowledge economy. If you have an apple and I have an apple, and we exchange apples, then you and I will still each have one apple. But if you have an idea and I have an idea and we exchange these ideas, then each of us will have two ideas. George Bernard Shaw. Whenever I think about Bernard Shaw's statement above, it strikes me that the only thing that can be immortal is knowledge. Knowledge is something, a commodity, no one can have enough of. It is never too much, but it can be too little. No one should hoard it, except from those who do not need it. Knowledge builds castles, cathedrals, nations, and empires. Emperors rule with knowledge. This was why Solomon wrote of the absurdities of a slave becoming a king in Proverbs 30:22. Because he has no knowledge, he runs the nation into ruins. There are two parts of every human being: the part that seeks for wealth and the part that craves for knowledge. Everybody is deeply in love with these two parts. But there is a certain secret that you need to know, and guess what it is? If you seek knowledge, wealth will gladly follow you. The Nigeria economy, the way forward. Investment in our brains. In the book of Daniel, the Bible foretells that in the last days knowledge will increase. But you, Daniel, shut up the words, and seal the book until the time of the end. Many shall run to and fro, and knowledge shall increase. Daniel 12:4. Friends, if you must perpetuate anything, let it be knowledge. Let us look at Massachusetts Institute of Technology, MIT, arguably one of the best universities in the world. In one of its researches, it was revealed that their contribution over the years to the economy of America has been $2 trillion. That is a staggering amount of money, not just for a research institute, but even for a nation. If MIT were a nation, it would be the 13th largest economy in the world. This can only come from investing in and developing people's brain. Let us be reminded that aside MIT, the United States has other Ivy League universities which contribute about the same amount to its economy. Now let us imagine our best universities, Ife, Ibadan, Lagos, Nsukka, Zaria and Benin, reeling out research the way MIT and others are doing. Who will be concerned if there has been a crash in international oil prices? Whose business will it be if there is an increase in the prices of oil? Friends, let us tell ourselves the truth. The so-called oil economy only creates laziness and promotes mediocrity. If we invest in our minds, as the Harvard, MIT, Yale, Stanford and other universities have taught us, things will be easier for us as a nation. Another thing that strikes me is the fact that MIT alone has generated over 25,000 active companies and employed over 3 million people, all in the US. Friends, wait a minute, can you believe that? We are talking here of just one university. What if we talk about 10 universities, 100 universities, or 1,000 of them? Schools and universities in particular are no longer just centers for learning, they are now the backbones for any economy. If Nigeria and Africa therefore wish to advance as a nation and a continent, science and technology must not be neglected. As seen in the example of MIT, science could actually become one of the backbones of the Nigerian economy. The significant contribution of science to Australia's economy was revealed when it was discovered that science alone contributes $145 billion directly to the Nigeria economy, the way forward. Investment in our brains. The economy every year. Meaning 11% of Australia's GDP comes directly from science and technology. The amount that is contributed towards the GDP through science alone is 2 times what Nigeria receives from oil in a year. But the indirect contribution of science to Australia's economy is $300 billion a year, 23% of their GDP, and 4 times the amount Nigeria gets from oil in a year. Let us look at a country like New Zealand and the role of research. New Zealand. The government of New Zealand is one of those countries committed to building the quality and capacity of its research. They are said to plan to invest an additional $212 million of new funding in research, science and technology over the next 4 years. The funding will increase the number of research partnerships with industry and support New Zealand researchers to participate in international collaboration initiatives. Part of this funding, which the government thinks will enable research for industry to increase by $75 million over 4 years, effectively supporting the strategic research underpinning the development of new products, services and processes. This commitment to research also means the development of a new International Opportunities Fund available to researchers who have the opportunity to participate in international research initiatives. This will help New Zealand to be a competitive player in the global market for scientific projects. To get much bite into its policy statement, the government has recently announced a new phase of the International Super High-Speed Research and Education Internet Link, a super link, known as Advanced Network for Research and Education, between tertiary education and research organizations in New Zealand and overseas. Universities, polytechnics and research institutes are reportedly going to be the first to benefit from the link. The government has also committed an additional $33 million into the Performance-Based Research Fund, or PBRF, over the next 4 years, another example of continued investment in research and research capability. The PBRF is about achieving research excellence in the tertiary sector. It was designed to encourage and reward researchers and institutions at the top of their field. Coming to Nigeria, if we adopt the New Zealand model, we should consider setting up bodies like the PBRF to serve as a synergy between the universities and the Nigeria economy, the way forward. Investment in our brains. Industry. If this is done, we may have something close to the US military-industrial complex. The results that will be achieved will be marvelous in both quality and quantity. Faculties in the universities will become more alive and active. It will also generate quality research for industries to utilize. If this system is adopted, output from industry will improve astronomically. How to create a knowledge-based economy. When last have you read a book on the career you are into or intend to go into, if I may ask? If many are honest, they probably last completed reading a whole book when they were still at university or in school. This is one thing that should be an issue of concern for many nation builders in Nigeria. The reading culture is either dying or dead among Nigerians. Let us compare a simple case of South Africa and some of our African neighbors. According to African Innovation Outlook, in 2010, South Africa produced 86,000 scientific papers. This is equal to 37% of the total research of the 19 African countries that participated in the studies. Egypt produced nearly 60,000, which is 27% of African output. Nigeria only produced 27,000, which is 1/3 of South Africa's output. Considering the Nigerian output, where does this leave the county as a whole? What are you as a Nigerian doing to improve this worrying statistics? Did you just attend school to become another name on the long lists of unemployed graduates instead of becoming research-oriented? What have you made of the course you studied at university since you graduated? Remember, the statistics presented above is from the same South Africa whom Nigerian intellectuals assisted as they wrote great poems, articles and books, condemning the racial regime known as apartheid before it was brought down in the early 1990s. What suddenly changed? We have produced a Nobel laureate in literature, but how many have been nominated again for the award since Wole Soyinka won it in 1986? I challenge you, the reader, the Nigerian spirit is an odd-defying one. I have seen Nigerians survive under the most difficult conditions. During the Civil War, when the West will not sell arms to the warring parties, Nigerians refined their own petrol and built arms from local ingredients. Under the most difficult conditions, Nigerians have displayed a high sense of creativity. Kariba Sesegban, for instance, owns an online greeting card company called Paper and String, which she set up after her move back to Nigeria, following a stint in the UK. With a background in physiotherapy, Kariba is helping to build and develop the next generation of e-commerce businesses in Nigeria. Her passion for The Nigeria economy, the way forward investment in our brains. Cards and design inspired her to set up an online greeting cards company, an idea still in its infancy in Nigeria. We also have Peter Nwangwu, who was born in Umuahia, Abia State, Nigeria, to Igbo parents from Anambra State. He completed his high school at Anglican Grammar School, Umuahia, and Methodist College, Uzwakoli, where he became the pioneer recipient of the Best Student of the Year award in 1970. In January 1972, Nwangwu came to the United States for his college education at the University of Nebraska at Lincoln. He placed out of many courses by challenge exams, and was elected into the university's honor roll beginning from his first year, and also into the National Scholastic Honor Society, Phi Eta Sigma, the exclusive academic honorary for selected men in American universities. He made history when he became the first student at the university to earn the pharmacy D and PhD degrees simultaneously. These are Nigerians like you and I with blood running in their veins. My prayer is, you will fulfill the destiny and purpose for which you left your native land and return with a smile on your face, and also put smiles on the faces of those you love. Instead of your shame you shall have double honor, and instead of confusion they shall rejoice in their portion. Therefore in their land they shall possess double, everlasting joy shall be theirs. Isaiah 61:7. Investing in the minds of our young people can be one of the very strong areas of foreign earnings for Nigeria. Nigeria needs its young minds, young scientists, and researchers to turn out ideas that will ultimately lead to national transformation. One of the very strong areas of foreign earnings for Nigeria could be investing in young minds, young scientists, and researchers. Nigerians are very creative. If we get behind our young men and women with brains, we could have a lot of products coming out of Nigeria that cannot be found in any other parts of the world. That would surely bring us a lot of foreign exchange earnings in the long run. Nigeria and some Asian countries were at the same level of development 5 decades ago. But while the Asian tigers are waxing stronger economically and politically, Nigeria's growth appears to have been stalled by its lack of dynamic and transformational leadership. Nigeria and Malaysia have many things in common. They were former British colonies. Malaysia became independent in 1957, 3 years before Nigeria achieved independence in 1960. The economy of both. The Nigeria economy, the way forward investment in our brains. Countries was agrarian prior to the oil boom era in Nigeria. The difference between both countries today is that Malaysia has built a knowledge economy woven around high-tech and all-round specialization, while Nigeria has not. This explains why technology and telecommunication are already advanced in the Southeast Asian country. Mobile phones have been commonplace since 2001, even among school children. At the turn of the last century, a large quantity of palm seedlings was ferried from Nigeria for transplant in Malaysia. Today, the country boasts of millions of flourishing palm plantations all over its landscape. Indeed, Malaysia is the world's largest producer of palm oil and third largest producer of rubber. In 1998, the bubble burst and the country, along with its neighbors, plunged into its first recession. It promptly tightened capital controls and rejected prescriptions of the International Monetary Fund, IMF. It reduced the 21 commercial banks, 12 merchant banks and 25 finance houses to only 6 in each segment. The economy bounced back 2 years later. Its gross domestic product, GDP, averaged 12% in over 2.5 decades, resulting in a buoyant emerging market and a powerful member of the famed Asian tigers. To underscore Malaysia's technological and financial muscles, the nation's capital, Kuala Lumpur, currently houses the world's tallest office complex, the Petronas Towers, which is 1,482 feet high, all made of steel and glass. It has 88 stories and was completed in 1996. The progress of the Malaysian economy in recent decades has been nothing short of impressive, a reflection of strong macroeconomic management and political stability. However, Malaysia's sustained competitive edge is not guaranteed. Recent efforts by the government have brought about significant achievements, attesting that with appropriate funding, dedication, and high-caliber leadership, Malaysian universities can achieve excellence. A few Malaysian universities have achieved competitive places internationally. The attainment of world-class status by Malaysia universities hinges, in part, on keeping a fine balance between two competing objectives: expanding the system and improving quality. Relaxing the administrative and financial rules and controls that public universities are required to conform to in their daily management would allow them to focus on important institutional development issues. Malaysia's quest to become a sophisticated knowledge-based economy is likely to be frustrated. The Nigeria economy, the way forward: investment in our brains. Unless policies to link Malaysian firms with universities and research institutes are strengthened, a world-class national higher education system an indispensable part for improving the national innovation system. The 9th Malaysia Plan sets the ambitious target that science and technology activities should contribute to at least 1/3 of Malaysia's annual economic growth. However, Malaysia's skills and technology upgrading policies did not have the intended effects. Besides support to the university system to achieve world-class status, and the policy to ensure continued growth, prosperity, and rising standards of living, Malaysia must move towards becoming an innovative knowledge-based economy. This will both reinforce the demand for universities to produce students with skills for innovation and encourage a spirit of innovation throughout the education sector. Asia's extraordinary rise has been driven largely by its emergence as the world's low-cost, high-output factory over the past 3 decades. Building a knowledge economy takes quality and accessible higher education, sound information infrastructure, better research and development, innovation, the right economic institutions, and autonomy to collaborate and share information. Singapore. Singapore's success, despite its small size and limited natural resources, has been remarkable, with the island state now the second most competitive economy in the world. A quick look at the Knowledge Economy Index puts Singapore in the mid-range for OECD countries, but the Global Competitiveness Report shows it's ahead of OECD countries in several areas, including economic incentives and institutions. It has a highly efficient public sector that works with the private sector to promote knowledge development. It performs better than most OECD members in its ability to adopt and absorb latest technologies. As neighboring economies become more knowledge-driven, competition for a relatively tight pool of skilled workers will increase, posing a potential challenge to innovative thinking. The ability to access this high-quality education is a way to address this future constraint. These, in our opinion, are virtues we must adopt here in Nigeria. Investment in soft and hard infrastructure. Nigeria will need to invest in hard and soft infrastructure to facilitate knowledge creation and diffusion, and build an active public sector that. The Nigeria economy, the way forward: investment in our brains. Collaborates with the private sector to nurture knowledge and innovation. Development assistance will need to be geared at building knowledge infrastructure rather than just the bricks and mortar investments of the past. Becoming a knowledge economy means that knowledge is internalized and disseminated within the economy. It cannot happen merely through the production of knowledge-intensive goods and services. China and India are clear proof of that. An educated and skilled workforce is critical and a challenge in a region where the average length of education is barely 8 years and informal employment is high. Investing in institutions, strengthening university-industry links, and promoting cross-border institutional partnerships can create greater opportunities. Nigeria and other African countries exhibit the potential to achieve more growth. But for them to sustain this expansion and, at the same time, make it beneficial to all, we must recognize these critical elements of a knowledge economy and work together in investing their growth dividends toward becoming knowledge economies. Nigerians are known to be very creative, so investing in its young minds can lead to overnight industrialization. If we gather our young people with brains, we could create a lot of made in Nigeria products that will give us the much needed foreign exchange earnings. Can you imagine how many job opportunities will be created and resources that will be channeled into the economy? Recently, President Muhammadu Buhari urged Nigerians to buy made-in-Nigeria products to stabilize domestic manufacturing and industrialization. According to him, his administration will implement essential reforms to protect Nigerian manufacturers from unfair competition from abroad. He was also reported to say that his administration will fully support the effective implementation of the plan evolved by the ministry to boost local manufacturing through legal, regulatory and structural reforms, lower interest rates, special intervention funds, protection of local manufacturers and significant improvement in national infrastructure. If his administration can invest in the brains of our youth, this can lead to a scenario where shoes or clothing items produced in ABA will flood Lagos markets and compete favorably with Chinese, Japanese and American or even Italian products in Wall Street, Tokyo or Berlin. We believe Nigeria can easily compete with Asian tiger countries that major in mass production of soft industrial products like slippers, socks, underwears, t-shirts etc. When you observe all the boys struggling to the Nigeria economy, the way forward investment in our brains. Sell their products in Lagos traffic during the rush hour, we know that we have a huge resource there. We could invest money in all these young people for a mass production of such products for export. Take them off the streets where they presently constitute a nuisance, and empower them to make products good enough for at least the African market. Therein lies our foreign exchange earnings. What George Bernard Shaw said about sharing ideas in the opening quotation is very valid here. Let us ask the following questions. How many books have you read on your chosen field? How much research work have you carried out to create solutions to a problem in your environment? If you have identified problems, what have you done to practically solve it or them? Providing answers to these questions can mean that the next Bill Gates are on the rise. When we say we need to invest in our brains, we mean we need to utilize its essence. There is no need to have a brain that we do not use. To do this, as we have stated in this chapter, we must firstly, invest heavily in research and development (R&D). Our universities must be mandated to become solution providers. They must be made to come up with research solutions to social, political, and economic problems facing the nation like their counterparts abroad are doing. This will go a long way to guarantee the much-debated university autonomy. Secondly, research and development (R&D) alone can, in addition to solving societal problems, create wealth. Our universities can generate huge funds through providing solutions at a time like this in the area of research. Thirdly, science and technology must take priority in our development efforts as they have the potential to improve our GDP. The federal and state governments must fund existing research institutes and establish new ones. Fourthly, the private sector and the government should partner to make available research grants to individuals and institutes unconditionally to encourage creativity. Lastly, our youth must ignite and develop a reading culture. Our public libraries should be made attractive for reading and books should be made available through public funds. We shall be dedicating the next chapter to the benefits of population size. The Nigeria Economy, the Way Forward, Chapter 7. We are just too many, taking advantage of our population size. Chapter 7. We are just too many, taking advantage of our population size. Whether we accept it or not, this will likely be the century that determines what the optimal human population is for our planet. It will come about in one of two ways. Either we decide to manage our own numbers, to avoid a collision of every line on civilization's graph, or nature will do it for us, in the form of famines, thirst, climate chaos, crashing ecosystems, opportunistic disease, and wars over dwindling resources that finally cut us down to size. Alan Weissman. Countdown, our last best hope for a future on Earth. Nigeria is reported to be the most populous black nation in the world. It is also said that 1 out of every 5 black people you meet is a Nigerian. The Nigerian population, as it is projected, can be a good source of foreign exchange earnings. According to population experts, countries with huge populations could have numerous advantages for economic growth. Gary. The Nigeria Economy, the Way Forward. We are just too many. Becker, Nobel Prize winner, considers that on the whole, population growth helps rather than hurts general welfare and income. A massive population translates into a greater domestic market, a stimulating investment in knowledge and attracting investors and multinational companies in areas that previously lacked them. Immigration is a result of high population growth, which can greatly benefit a given area with social, linguistic, and religious richness and diversity. So when some Nigerians complain of our being too many, it only amazes me. Even though population growth is often associated with a shortage of supplies and social infrastructure, a huge population can lead to a greater consciousness of innovation when it comes to food production. More people can sometimes mean a greater pool of individuals who can generate new ideas for improving productivity in a wide range of fields. A good look at these countries, China, India, Russia, Japan, and the USA, can reveal something intriguing. Apart from them being developed countries, they are also largely populated. Collectively, these countries form about 1/3 of the world's population. Is population size really Nigeria's problem? Does size matter? Can we take advantage of our large population and make it serve us? According to a University of Asia's economist, Bernardo M. Villegas, a large population should not be viewed as a liability, but as an asset, as this will translate into a greater domestic market that could make up for the declining levels of goods being exported brought about by the global financial crisis. Let us look at the case of China and India, two of the world's most populous countries. Of the many economic successes in recent times, two countries stand out, China and India. The two countries are by their sheer size economic giants, and while they grow at the rates observed in recent years, decades in the case of China, it is obvious that their transformation will have profound effects, not just internally, but for the rest of the world. Such effects, already in evidence, are a combination of new market opportunities arising from enhanced purchasing power and greater competitiveness of these mega-economies as producers of selected products. It is important to assess the likely impact in order to put in place policies and strategies that anticipate the changes so as to best capitalize on emerging opportunities, while also attenuating whatever anomalies could arise in subsectors that cannot meet the challenges. As a United Nations study 11 points out, 11 United Nations Population Division, World Population Prospects, the 2002 revision. The Nigeria Economy, the Way Forward. We are just too many. China and India have a combined population of 2.3 billion people, about 37% of world's total. A $100 increase in the per capita income of these two countries would translate into about $230 billion in additional demand for commodities. The continued growth of these two populous countries will therefore significantly affect the balance and direction of trade, trading opportunities, and level the playing field for smaller countries in the region. It calls for timely diagnosis of the growth pattern in these emerging economies in order to see how they can fit into the Nigerian situation. Both China and India have large agriculture sectors, just like Nigeria. The Chinese experience shows the crucial role agricultural development has played in the initial years of reform. In India, which is not as industrialized as China, agriculture continues to be a critical sector. While agriculture's share in the GDP has been decreasing, the sector still employs a substantial part of the workforce. Performance in this sector is therefore of great significance for future policies and strategies to achieve the MDGs, especially Goal 1 of eradicating extreme poverty and hunger, with the specific targets of having between 1990 and 2015, the proportion of people living in extreme poverty and who suffer from hunger, sustainable food security, and overall socio-economic development. As China and India still have many poor people, significant numbers in India, further reduction in poverty in these two countries would dramatically impact the overall numbers of the poor in the region, as well as change the global scenario in this regard. Their recent rapid development therefore has implications for their domestic policy issues, particularly rural poverty, inequitable wealth distribution, natural resource management, and sustainability. Though India and China have almost similarly sized populations, it is the technological progress of the Chinese that has allowed them to better sustain the population growth of the last few decades and increase their per capita income. Without this important technological progress, a rise in the standard of living becomes very difficult and sustaining high population growth becomes more challenging. How then can we turn Nigeria's population into an asset like India and China? We could turn every Nigerian into a tourist ambassador to bring in foreigners with foreign currencies to our country. We think these are some ways by which our population could be considered as an asset to our growth. Firstly, there is an obvious advantage in Nigeria's high population. Approximately 15–20 million people are being added into the working. The Nigeria economy, the way forward. We are just too many. Population every year, and about 20 million people become of age every year. Both these periods are when a person enters his career or begins his college life respectively. Naturally, we do not have a problem when it comes to human resources. Secondly, as our population grows, demand for better services grows. When the demand grows, then the government will focus on creating more value-added services and enabling more infrastructure. We won't be spending billions of naira on infrastructure when there are not that many people to access it. It will be a wasteful expense. But when you spend it on a population where 20 million people are added to middle class every year, then it's more of an investment rather than an expense. Thirdly, there is a reason why the service sector and other countries bank on India and China for their services. No one should be surprised that 2/3 of US GDP comes from the tertiary sector, which requires large human resource, compared to automobile and manufacturing sector which are now moving towards automation. Fourthly, India's population forms nearly 17 to 20% of the world's population. In shaping the global economy, our impact has the potential to be greater. What this means in simple language is that the world will take India more seriously in the emerging global market than a country as small as Iceland. The truth is that, using the excuse that we are too many as the basis of our problems, is a lame excuse. If we take a closer look, we will see clearly that the countries that are moving the world right now are countries with large populations, so Nigeria's population should be seen an asset, not an excuse. How China uses its population productively. Observers of China's rise in the global arena often are at a dilemma when assessing the implications for global peace and prosperity. They have largely focused their attention on the country's economy, on its energy and resource needs, on the environmental consequences of its rapid expansion, and on the nation's military buildup and strategic ambitions. Yet, underlying all these dazzling changes and monumental concerns is a driving force that has been seriously underappreciated: China's changing demography. With 1.33 billion people, China today remains the world's most populous country. In a little more than a decade, however, it will for the first time in its long history give up this title to India. But, even more importantly, China's demographic landscape has in recent decades been thoroughly redrawn by the Nigeria economy, the way forward. We are just too many. Unprecedented population changes. These changes will in the future drive the country's economic and social dynamics, and will redefine its position in the global economy and the society of nations. Some pessimistic analysts could only predict doom for this great country. One number that best characterizes China's demographics today is 160 million. Firstly, the country has more than 160 million internal migrants who, in the process of seeking better lives, have supplied abundant labor for the nation's booming economy. Secondly, more than 160 million Chinese are 60 years old or older. Thirdly, more than 160 million Chinese families have only one child, a product in part of the country's 3-decade-old policy limiting couples to one child each. The total population of countries like Japan and Russia does not amount to 160 million. Bangladesh's population is roughly equal to that number. China's astonishing economic expansion over the past 2 decades took place within a highly, almost uniquely favorable demographic context. But the country is at the end of reaping economic gains from a favorable population age structure. Economic growth relies on a number of basic factors. Aside of institutional arrangements, they include capital, technology, markets, and labor. In China's case, foreign direct investment, especially from overseas Chinese, brought not only capital, but also technology and management know-how. Foreign consumer demand, especially in the United States, fueled first by the dot-com boom and then by the housing and stock market boom, supplied a ready market for China's export industries. But capital, technology, and overseas markets alone would not have made China a global factory in the last 2 decades of the 20th century. The country's economic boom relied on another crucial factor: a young and productive labor force. Such a labor force, a non-repeatable historical phenomenon resulting from a rapid demographic transition, was fortuitously present as the Chinese economy was about to take off. The large birth cohorts of the 1960s and 1970s were at their peak productive ages when the boom began. This good fortune, measured as a demographic dividend, is estimated to have accounted for 15 to 25% of China's economic growth between 1980 and 2000. The term demographic dividend refers to gains, or losses, in per capita income brought about by changes in a population's age structure. It is expressed as the ratio of the growth rate of effective producers to the growth rate of effective consumers. It resembles but is not the same as the commonly used dependency ratio, which is the ratio of the dependent aged population, such as 0, 14 years old and 60 and above, to the Nigeria economy, the way forward. We are just too many. Productive aged population, such as 15 to 59 or 20 to 59. The demographic dividend, unlike the dependency ratio, takes into account people in the productive age cohort who are not contributing to income generation, for example, because they are unemployed, as well as those within the dependent age range who generate income, such as from after-retirement earnings. For the most part, China has exhausted its demographic fortune as measured by the demographic dividend, that is, by the changing support ratio between effective producers and effective consumers. Between 1982 and 2000, China enjoyed an average annual rate of growth in the support ratio of 1.28%. Using the World Bank's figure of per capita annual income growth during this same period, 8.4%, we find that the demographic dividend accounted for 15% of China's economic growth. Today, the net gain due to favorable demographic conditions has been reduced to only 1/5 of the average level maintained from 1982 to 2000. So when Alan Weisman said either we decide to manage our own numbers, to avoid a collision of every line on civilization's graph, or nature will do it for us, in the form of famines, thirst, climate chaos, crashing ecosystems, opportunistic disease, and wars over dwindling resources that finally cut us down to size, he meant how we can use population to our advantage. In conclusion, we think that the debate on population control is a heated one in which we do not intend to take a part. We will rather use the time to do more research on the issue. But, as this chapter has shown, especially by the example of China and India, economic and population growth have a positive relationship. In this chapter, we have noted that if we take a good look at China, India, Russia, Japan, and even the USA, we will see that, apart from them being developed countries, they are also largely populated. These countries form about 1/3 of the world's population. The Nigeria economy, the way forward. Chapter 8. Notes on Information Technology and SMEs. Chapter 8. Notes on Information Technology and SMEs. In recent times, the pivotal role played by small and medium-scale enterprises, SMEs, in Nigeria cannot be overemphasized. Hitherto, these enterprises faced avoidable challenges caused by poor information management coupled with non-compliance with information communication technological (ICT) innovations. The general perception is that owners as well as managers of these enterprises willfully fail to embrace ICT innovations and programs that can easily turn around the fortunes of their enterprises. The 21st century world is fondly referred to as a global village, with information technology (IT) being crucial in business undertakings. The ability of small and medium-scale business operators in Nigeria to respond rapidly and appropriately to the environmental challenges depends largely on their information system's ability to reflect hopes, dreams and realities of real business situations. A substantial portion of business operators' responsibility lies in their creative abilities driven by new knowledge and information. Information communication technology, therefore, plays a crucial role in helping small and medium-scale. The Nigeria economy, the way forward. Notes on information technology and SMEs. Business operators to design and deliver new products and services with unique features and redirecting and redesigning their business processes to meet current changes. It is our humble submission that Nigeria should follow the Indian example of developing through information technology. India presently gets a huge percentage of their GDP from IT specialists. Our country can invest a lot of money into encouraging our young people to study computers and convert all those people who are now engaged in internet fraud to use their skills for legal computer expertise that could become a big source of foreign exchange earnings to the country. We have cited India because, in our considered opinion, it is a good model for how the IT sector can bring about the much-needed development. In addition to that, India, we know, has a lot in common with Nigeria. Like Nigeria, it was a former British colony. It also has huge population, just like Nigeria. India's ICT sector is seen as epitomizing the opportunity that globalization offers a low-income developing country. The success of Indian techno-entrepreneurs in the United States and the rapid growth of the Indian software and IT-enabled services industries, especially its export segment, have buoyed expectations of the potential for growth and human development that ICT holds out. If India-trained hardware and software technologists can dominate the industry in Silicon Valley and elsewhere in the US, and if entrepreneurs of Indian origin can play a leading role in the new wealth being created in the new economy there, the argument goes, Nigeria should be able to do more considering our raw potential and favorable climate. We can earn good incomes from foreign revenues, spur domestic growth, and ensure substantial welfare gains. How was India able to achieve this? Given her presumed advantages in this rapidly growing sector, India registered significant export gains that would result in substantial increases in income and employment. This in turn opened up the possibility of a period of rapid, ICT-led growth that facilitated the effort to improve upon India's limited human development achievements. Secondly, the use of relatively cheap ICT skills in the restructuring and reorganization of the brick-and-mortar economy and in diversifying the structure of economic activity is expected to ensure the horizontal diffusion of these benefits. This ensures that sectors transformed by the ICT revolution do not become enclaves, and that there is a cumulative spread of the benefits derived from the new technologies. The Nigeria economy, the way forward. Notes on information technology and SMEs. Thirdly, the new technologies directly improved human development through the application of highly developed and dispersed ICT skills to improving governance, facilitating the empowerment of poorer households and communities and rendering the delivery of the benefits of extension programs and welfare schemes more transparent and efficient. A second objective of the study is to assess possibilities on each of these fronts, examine the constraints to the realization of such possibilities and discuss the policy initiatives that may help further that realization. Given the Indian experience, we will notice that the ICT, not oil, can bring about development. Let us educate some of our politicians a bit about the potential of this critical sector. Many observers treat the current decade in India as being one in which information technology would lead the nation onto a whole new trajectory of growth. The emphasis here is on the prospect of a major breakthrough in the export of software and IT-enabled services. In the information sector, where the availability of evidence and hard analysis contradict its own nomenclature, the Indian National Association of Software and Service Companies, NASSCOM, has become an influential resource center. According to NASSCOM, the idea here is that by 2008, the NASSCOM group of companies would have created several globally competitive industries, unleashing growth that will have changed India's economic fortunes. Such projections are no doubt of use to an industry association that McKinsey reportedly declared has played an instrumental role in facilitating business and trade in software services and in advancing research and related technology, and that is a major lobbyist for concessions to the software and IT-enabled services sector. But they may not constitute a valid extrapolation based on the current size, structure and potential of India's IT sector. Developments in information and communication technologies during the last quarter of the 20th century are widely seen as having heralded an information age in which economic and social activity has been widened, deepened and transformed. Optimistic projections would have it that a computerized and networked world would not only change work practices, attitudes to leisure and lifestyles, but also allow for a more widespread and rapid growth of employment, productivity and output. The growth in computing power has triggered a veritable race at developing digital devices that can exploit that power and offering peripherals that extend that capability. These devices acquire, record, organize, retrieve, display and disseminate information. The Nigeria economy, the way forward. Notes on information technology and SMEs. Technological change has reduced costs substantially. The cost of a megabit of storage has fallen from $5,257 in 1970 to 17 cents in 1999. Computing devices also help manipulate and modify stored information by searching through the information, displaying it in a chosen format, performing simple and complex scientific and engineering calculations and solving a range of non-numerical problems. The power that this offers is considerably enhanced by the growing possibility of linking computing devices and allowing them to communicate with each other based on some common protocol. This process has been aided by improvements in communication technology that have reduced the cost of transmitting 1 trillion bits of information from $150,000 to 12 cents over the last 3 decades. The wide availability of enhanced computing power and the consequent ability of networked individuals, households, organizations and institutions to process and execute a huge number of instructions in imperceptible time spans can have revolutionary implications. Firstly, it has the potential of creating and massively expanding industries catering to the market for a range of computing devices, especially personal computers that have now become accessories in the home and not just at the workplace. This has already led to the burgeoning of the industry that produces the hardware and software needed to allow individuals, organizations, small businesses and corporations to directly exploit the benefits of the dramatic expansion in computing power. Secondly, it paves the way for changes in the nature of a whole range of products varying from televisions and microwave ovens to automobiles and aircraft, as well stimulates many new product innovations, such as cellular telephones and palm-sized personal organizers. The stimulus to innovation in sectors completely outside the computing business itself, resulting in the emergence, creation and servicing of a host of new needs, makes the employment consequences of the new technologies virtually impossible to calculate. The digital revolution has changed a lot of things. Now there is a range of services being provided by workers located in a country different from the one in which the service is actually delivered. These services are delivered via telecommunication or data networks, and are either outsourced or organized by agents in the country of origin of the service to whom the provision of these services are contracted out or outlocated by subsidiaries of corporations from the country of delivery of certain services. Besides giving rise to the possibility of increasing income and employment, protagonists would argue that ICT developments could contribute directly to human development. As Nigeria intends to build its capabilities to exploit the new technologies, and as these technologies become more accessible in these countries, the argument goes, digital solutions can be put to use in the Nigeria economy, the way forward. Notes on information technology and SMEs. A more direct manner to empower people, especially the unemployed, improve social service provision and alleviate poverty. There are many ways in which these possibilities are being currently experimented with. To start with, a system of networked and interactive computers providing constantly updated information is seen as conducive to better decision-making, as well as to a more citizen-friendly mode of governance. The storage of a wide range of information, including documents relating to property rights in computerized databases, and providing public access to these databases is seen as promoting transparency of a kind that strengthens democracy, empowers people and speeds up decision-making when compared with a situation where information was sealed into files locked with red tape that were accessible only to a bureaucracy sworn to secrecy on all matters. We have taken the pain to look through the developments in India so that we can have a clearer perspective on the importance of this matter. If we can invest a lot of money into encouraging our young people to become software engineers and convert all those people who are now engaged in internet fraud, popularly known as Yahoo boys, to use their skills for legal computer expertise, that could become a big source of foreign exchange earnings to the country. We also think that if the Nigerian government can also adopt the model of identifying key micro-business entrepreneurs in their incubation period, with the intention of turning them into multinational companies, this will go a long way in encouraging entrepreneurship. This model was largely used during President Olusegun Obasanjo's administration with profound benefits to the country. Nigeria needs to deliberately begin to raise multinational companies from its small businesses or SMEs that would be able to build products across all continents of the world. SMEs as social agents simply implies that SMEs are a good fit within all economies all over the world. SMEs are known to be the greatest employer of labor, cutting across various strata of employment. They cut across boundaries and serve as a form of subsistence to families where government's presence is not felt. All nations that have focused on SMEs and guaranteed their quality and sustainability have succeeded in increasing capital financial gains, thus rising in GDP. Underdevelopment is not due to an insufficient supply of SMEs, but due to institutional weakness. That the Nigeria economy, the way forward. Notes on information technology and SMEs. Results in a lack of profit opportunities tied to activities that yield economic growth. SMEs have largely contributed to the economies of developed countries and have acted as a source of creation of employment, provider of subsistence, ensuing equitable income distribution, and increasing in capital financial gains. Although the Nigerian government has in recent years focused on the growth and development of the sector, it is imperative that more effort be put in place to ensure sustainability of the sector, as it is with other sectors. SMEs in India. SMEs have been the backbone of the Indian economy. Employing close to 40% of India's workforce and contributing 45% to India's manufacturing output, SMEs play a critical role in generating millions of jobs, especially at the low-skill level. The country's 1.3 million SMEs account for 40% of India's total exports. The Small Industries Development Organization (SIDO) is the National SME Development Agency of India. It is a major constituent of the Ministry of Small-Scale Industries of the Government of India. A senior official of the Government of India, who is designated as the Development Commissioner for Small-Scale Industries, DCSSI, heads SIDO. He is also the ex-official additional secretary in the Ministry of Small-Scale Industries, that is, he is second in command in the bureaucratic hierarchy of the ministry. Set up in 1954, SIDO provides services to small industry throughout the country by implementing a broad program of activities and services including the following: entrepreneurship development, tool room services, testing centers, extension services, R&D services, consultancy services, and policy development. The strength of SIDO lies in its countrywide spread of almost 100 offices/service centers, which employ over 2,500 staff, mostly technical. SIDO partners and networks with other national providers of support and financial services to SMEs such as the Small Industries Development Bank of India, SIDBI, the National Small Industries Corporation, NSIC, the Bureau of Indian Standards, BIS, the Reserve Bank of India, RBI, India's central bank, and relevant agencies of the governments of the 28 states of the country. The Government of India essentially funds SIDO, but, of late, some of its activities, such as tool rooms, testing centers and consultancy services, are becoming increasingly self-sustaining. In looking at the Indian experience, we will see that both countries share similar experiences. The Nigeria economy, the way forward. Notes on information technology and SMEs. Things we must do. The future of the region is going to depend on our teaching of our young people how to go out and create companies. Fatih Gandour. Let us look at the story of Fatih Gandour. Fatih is a successful entrepreneur in his own right. He is the founder and CEO of Aramex International, one of the leading logistics and transportation companies in the Middle East and South Asia, and the first company from the Arab world to go public on the Nasdaq Stock Exchange. Fatih has been consistent in his calls on the private sector in the Middle East to play an active role in nurturing healthy entrepreneurial ecosystems, so in making such a statement, he must be someone who knows what he is talking about. In achieving our objective of creating more SMEs and making them more viable, we must make it a deliberate policy to imitate Israel. Like Fatih Gandour noted when he said, "On the development of the Middle East, the future of the region is going to depend on our teaching of our young people how to go out and create companies. The future of Nigeria and Nigerians lies in creating businesses and small enterprises. To do this, we must give our youth the right training. We must train them on how to recognize the need to invest into creating and building wealth. Our government must also help by investing in building youth entrepreneurship center in the country. Governments and international agencies should embark on long-term agendas to cooperate and collaborate in formulation of strategies and implementation plans for building training programs, building awareness amongst the youth and their families, and empowering the youth with the required skills and knowledge to pursue entrepreneurship as a career option." We need to take a second deeper look at our educational systems. Creating and building a youth entrepreneurial culture in the society calls for a two-pronged strategy. The first and foremost platform for building the awareness and initiating the youth into the concept of youth entrepreneurship is by investing into entrepreneurship education. This involves creating and including entrepreneurial and management studies at all levels of education, especially in tertiary institutions of learning. The action plan in this section includes building the content and syllabus and making it available to the teaching communities, training the teachers and counselors to become entrepreneurial educators, and providing them with the infrastructure and facilities required. The Nigeria economy, the way forward. Notes on information technology and SMEs. One of the most significant aspects of enterprise education is to involve industry and business organizations into the youth entrepreneurship programs at the university level, so as to provide an opportunity for the youth to get hands-on experience and increase their awareness of the business and economic environment. We should also involve the media in our attempt at achieving this objective. Apart from introducing enterprise education, the youth entrepreneurship strategy has got to address the issue of building an entrepreneurship awareness and culture amongst the youth, even in rural areas. Creating an entrepreneurial spirit amongst the youth can be done with the help of media and communication. Holding awareness programs in NYSC orientation camps, group discussions, specific campaigns, promoting youth entrepreneurship events through all possible platforms, as well as instituting Young Achievers Awards and competitions are some of the effective ways of building the youth entrepreneurship culture. Youth meetups, seminars, conferences, festivals, fairs, as well as using print media in the form of brochures, banners, coverage in magazines, and interviewing successful entrepreneurs and young starters in the media, and many more such public relations exercises are sure to build the awareness and enthusiasm amongst the youth, as well as change the perception of entrepreneurship in the family, society, as well as at the individual level. There are also several business-based simulation games and competitions that invite youth to participate in creating business plans, etc. These are relevant to nurturing youth entrepreneurs who are already interested and set on starting their own enterprise and are pursuing business management education to equip themselves. Nothing we have recommended will work if we do not help our youth model effective problem solving. To prepare our youth to find business ideas in everyday life, our youths must bolster their problem-solving skills in solving everyday problems. When problems come up, we must challenge our youths to brainstorm solutions together. We must help them identify the problem, think of all the possible solutions, weigh the pros and cons, and choose the best options. We will also need to de-demonize successful entrepreneurs and make them role models or make them youth entrepreneurship ambassadors. Theory has it that a significant part of learning in an individual happens through role models. It is a fact that every youth or individual grows up having one or more role models who they try to emulate in all respects. Quite a few values, thinking patterns, attitudes, and the likes are imbibed by the individuals based on their role models' personality and character. Therefore, engaging successful youth and adult entrepreneurs as the Nigeria economy, the way forward. Notes on information technology and SMEs. Youth entrepreneurship ambassadors would be one of the best strategies to motivate and build a youth entrepreneurship culture amongst the youth. When a young entrepreneur receives a reward, his success story gets to be known by everyone. Seeing someone taking up entrepreneurship and going on to become a successful entrepreneur does make other aspirants more confident at trying their hand at starting on their own. Success always prompts people to take risks and help families and society accept the idea of encouraging the youth to take up entrepreneurial ventures. Engaging the industry and the successful business entrepreneurs in addressing the youth, promoting youth entrepreneurship, interacting with youth at schools, colleges, as well as all other platforms can effectively and collectively build an environment that is conducive to growth and development through youth entrepreneurship. At this point, we cannot but agree with the CBN Governor, Godwin Emefiele, who recently called on Nigerian youth to emulate the entrepreneurial skills of Aliko Dangote. The Apex Bank boss spoke during the disbursement of funds to the youths to mark the commencement of the CBN's Youth Entrepreneurship Development Program, YEDP. The program was instituted to promote capacity building and funding for Nigerian youths to empower them to be entrepreneurs rather than seeking white-collar jobs. The role Dangote and his many companies have been playing in the employment of labor in Nigeria and Africa as a whole cannot be underrated. It was against this backdrop that Mr. Emefiele further urged the youth to fulfill their dreams and not just become entrepreneurs, but also employers of labor, saying Nigeria has spent millions of dollars in forex on importation of food and other needless items. The CBN governor said, "We want to raise many Dangotes from among our youth entrepreneurs. We want our youths to build conglomerates and giant companies that can employ millions of Nigerians and produce goods for not only local consumption, but also for export." Developed countries of the world are strong economically because they produce and export more than they import, thus giving them the desired trade balance. If our youth have the spirit of Dangote, our country will be better for it. The Nigeria economy, the way forward. Notes on information technology and SMEs. Entrepreneurship. The communiqué of the 2014 G20 Leaders Summit called for enhanced economic growth that could be achieved by the promotion of competition, entrepreneurship, and innovation. There was also a call for strategies to reduce unemployment, particularly amongst youth, through the encouragement of entrepreneurship. The government should, as a matter of policy, stimulate economic and job growth through the application of entrepreneurship and innovation. A major finding from a recent study was that job creation in countries like the United States was not coming from large companies, but small independently owned businesses. In this case, we recommend that government policy should target indirect rather than direct strategies with a greater focus on the role of small firms. The process for incorporating companies should be made easy and liberal in order not to discourage prospective SMEs. The recent trend of innovation and entrepreneurship has led to major successes. It has produced the iconic technopreneurs. Technology entrepreneurs such as Steve Jobs of Apple, Bill Gates of Microsoft, Jeff Bezos of Amazon, or Larry Page and Sergey Brin of Google have become the poster children of the entrepreneurship movement. We can achieve more than this in Nigeria if we give our youth the right environment and training. Nigeria has the potential to do more than the Steve Jobs of this world. All we need to do is to protect the ones we have. We have giants like Dangote. All we need to do is encourage, not discourage them. Most of his investments are in Nigeria. This means that he is one of the highest employers of labor in this country. What will happen if we have 20 Dangotes doing the same? One of the best-known centers of high-tech entrepreneurial activity has been California's Silicon Valley, USA. It is home to many startup and global technology companies. Apple, Facebook, and Google are among the most prominent. It's also the site of technology-focused institutions centered around Palo Alto's Stanford University. Although it is not the only place in which innovation and enterprise have flourished, it has served as a role model for many governments seeking to stimulate economic growth. In Nigeria, we can replicate the Silicon Valley, with Yaba being touted as the central hub of technology in Nigeria. What the government should do is to replicate the Yaba experiment and form what can be described as entrepreneurial ecosystems in several states of the Federation. With significant investment by governments into such initiatives, their overall success rate is guaranteed. The Nigeria economy, the way forward. Notes on information technology and SMEs. We are excited to know that the federal government has expressed a readiness to set up tech hubs in other Nigerian states starting from Oyo and Katsina. The Minister of Communications, Adelaja-THE, reportedly made the promise on behalf of the government. We hope the promise will be backed with action rather than rhetoric. We recommend that the government set up a special fund for startups across the country, and also incentivize them with tax holiday benefits to encourage them to come up with creative solutions and innovations. The US alone has several science or technology parks which can be found scattered all over the nation. There is nothing unusual about this, since they normally follow a similar format, with universities and R&D centers co-located with the park, and venture financiers hovering nearby looking for deals. They should be supported by favorable government policies. In our attempt to encourage the youth, we must understand the critical role of engaging the private sector from the start. Here the role of government should be indirect and one of a facilitator, not the manager. In trying to shape the growth of such ecosystems, attention should be given to the support of firms with high growth potential that can help to generate a massive return on investment from the start. This is the opportunity for local success stories to become role models for others. Seeking to help stimulate entrepreneurial high-growth firms is important, but we must avoid flooding the system with too much easy cash. Because of past experiences where people just collect money and do nothing, we must set up standardized means of monitoring these funds, especially when they take the form of government grants and venture capital funds that are too easily obtained. Our recommendation here is for us to be able to grow firms with strong root systems that can sustain their own growth as much as possible before seeking additional funding. Such firms should be financially sound, profitable, and well managed, or their likely success rates will be low. The focus should be on encouraging sustainable, growth-oriented, and innovative firms, not simply fostering more startups. Starting a new business is the easy part, successfully growing it is the challenge. Anyone who does business knows this. Our recommendations to the government on this include: the Nigeria economy, the way forward. Notes on information technology and SMEs. First, we need to make the formation of entrepreneurial activity a government priority. The formulation of effective policy for entrepreneurial ecosystems requires the active involvement of politicians working with senior civil servants who act as institutional entrepreneurs to shape and empower policies and programs for our youth. Secondly, we must ensure that government policy is broadly focused. A holistic entrepreneurship policy should be developed, one that encompasses all components of the ecosystem rather than seeking to cherry-pick areas of special interest. Thirdly, we should allow for natural growth, not top-down solutions. We should build from existing industries that have formed naturally within the region or country rather than seeking to generate new industries from greenfield sites. Fourthly, we should ensure all industry sectors are considered not just high-tech. We should encourage growth across all industry sectors, including low, mid, and high-tech firms. We must adequately fund those young minds at Yaba doing great things in applications, website development, and other tech services as a core investment which will pay off in the future. Fifthly, government should provide leadership, but delegate responsibility and ownership. They should adopt a top-down and bottom-up approach, devolving responsibility to local and regional authorities. 6. We need to develop a policy that addresses the needs of both the business and its management team. We should recognize that small business policy is transactional while entrepreneurship policy is relational in nature. The Nigeria economy, the way forward. Part 2. Discussing Dangote. and the industrial giants. Section 2. Discussing Dangote, and the industrial giants. Invention and innovation drive advanced economies like the US. What is more is that they have a powerful grip on the nation's collective imagination. The press is filled with against all odds success stories of Silicon Valley's entrepreneurs. At its side stands the industrialists, a trailwise sidekick, ready to help the hero through all the tight spots in exchange, of course, for a piece of the action. Contrary to popular perception, industrialists play only a minor role in funding basic innovation. Venture capitalists, our own version of investors, invested more than $10 billion in 1997 in the US economy. Moreover, estimates have it that less than $1 billion of the total venture capital pool went to research and development (R&D). The majority of that capital went to follow-on funding for projects originally developed through the far greater expenditures of governments, $63 billion, and corporations, $133 billion. An active entrepreneur has the capacity to boost economic growth. Economic growth is driven by innovation, spearheaded by young entrepreneurial. The Nigeria economy, the way forward. Section 2. Firms, but the financing of these firms can be difficult because of moral hazard and asymmetric information. They specialize in solving these problems, thereby connecting idea-rich entrepreneurs with cash-rich investors. Ensuring funding for innovative firms has positive externalities on the economy, so it makes sense for governments to promote active industrialists. It is important for everyone to understand exactly why the rich are very rich. It's called copyright protection. If you don't believe that, imagine a world where everyone could make as many copies as they liked of Windows, Microsoft's Office suite, and any other software at no cost. They would only have to send Bill Gates a thank you note, if they felt like it. Bill Gates is undoubtedly a very smart and ambitious guy, but in the world without copyright protection, it is highly unlikely that he would be the world's richest person. This point may be simple and obvious, but it seems to be ignored by most of the people arguing about inequality. In these discussions we hear continual expressions of concern over how technology is behind the massive upward redistribution of income we have seen in the last 4 decades. This upward redistribution is usually treated as an unfortunate fact of nature. Even if we don't like to see the rich continually get richer at the expense of the rest of society, what can we do to stop technology? The story of Bill Gates' copyright protection, along with patent protection for prescription drugs and all sorts of other things, are a big part of the story of inequality. The key issue is that this protection is created by the government, they don't come from the technology. It is the protection that makes some people very rich, not the technology. The US government grants patent and copyright monopolies in order to provide an incentive for innovation and creative work. It is arguable whether these mechanisms are the best way to provide these incentives. For example, in addition to making drugs very expensive, even when they would be cheap in a free market, patent protection also provides an enormous incentive for drug companies to misrepresent the safety and effectiveness of their drugs. But the key point for the inequality issue is that the strength and length of these monopolies is set by government policy. Let us think of these factors as being like a water faucet. If we want more incentives, we make patents and copyrights longer and stronger, turning the faucet up. That means more money will go to people who benefit from owning patents and copyrights. This money will come out of the pockets of the rest of us when we pay higher prices for our drugs, software, and everything else subject to patent and copyright protection. The Nigeria economy, the way forward. Section 2. Bill Gates has consistently advocated that the US government should be funding technology research. He said, major innovations are the result of both government investments in basic research and the private sector creativity and investments that turn them into transformative products. When I hear people talk of the Nigerian situation, by which they mean anything but positive, I cannot but shake my head. Thank God we already have some futuristic business gladiators in our country. These men are seeing into the future. I am proud of them. It is clear they know what they are doing. Our government must get behind these men to give them all of the support they need. Through their proactive business approach, we could soon forget that we used to look up to oil for foreign exchange earnings. In most cases, this comes from people who themselves have done little or nothing with their lives. The inspiring stories of popular figures like Aliko Dangote and Femi Otedola confirms nothing but the fact that they are thinkers who create value through sheer engagement of their brains. The next chapters will discuss these persons and their contributions in detail. Chapter 9. Aliko Dangote. Chapter 9. Aliko Dangote. I built a conglomerate and emerged the richest black man in the world in 2008, but it didn't happen overnight. It took me 30 years to get to where I am today. Youths of today aspire to be like me, but they want to achieve it overnight. It's not going to work. To build a successful business, you must start small and dream big. In the journey of entrepreneurship, tenacity of purpose is supreme. Aliko Dangote. Alhaji Aliko Dangote represents what it takes to be an African businessman. He is an example for aspiring entrepreneurs across the continent. Start small, aim very high, identify and take advantage of opportunities. Do not be discouraged by challenges. Give and give generously to help others make progress. This is what his life's message has been. This is the summary of his biography. That was how Aliko Dangote, who started out as a trader of commodities, became Africa's leading businessman, with companies in 16 countries, employing over 10,000 people. In the process, he became the richest African and black man on the planet, with a personal fortune of $25 billion. It is this feat that makes the Nigeria economy the way forward. Aliko Dangote. Him eminently qualified and deservingly recognized as the richest black man. That was not the case in Kano when Aliko Dangote was born. He was just like any other child. He, like other children, learned to crawl, walk and run. He cried like others, but at school, he was focused on what he chose to do. He probably discovered his destiny early enough and keyed into it. In his words, "I can remember when I was in primary school, I would go and buy cartons of sweets, sugar boxes, and I would start selling them just to make money. I was so interested in business, even at that time." Dangote, right from when he was young, had his eyes on business. He had always, as all real entrepreneurs do, seen opportunities where others see high risk and failure. In an atmosphere of difficulty, when others would have given up, he took the risk. He is known for taking great risks in a highly risky environment. He has grown to have a Midas touch in every business he's ventured into. He started as a commodity trader, he made success of it. He entered into sugar refining, and he made success of it. He set up cement manufacturing, he has made a huge success of it. Now, he is venturing into petroleum product refining. His hard work has set him apart to the envy of his detractors, who only see him as a beneficiary of government waiver and concession. But there are others who have had the same opportunity, but could not make anything tangible from it. That has brought success to him, his family, state, and his country. He has invested in the various sectors of the Nigerian economy and across the African continent, thus creating millions of direct and indirect jobs in the continent of Africa. He has become a business colossus that bestrides the global business environment, making him the richest African today. In one of the articles written by Jonathan Berman in Harvard Business Review entitled, "American CEOs Should Stop Complaining About Uncertainty," he wrote how uncertainty has not deterred Aliko Dangote from investing in Nigeria and across Africa. In the write-up, Berman said, "This month, the chief executive officers of America's biggest companies went on a media blitz to decry the uncertainty caused by the fiscal cliff. In such uncertain times, they say, they are hesitant to invest in the U.S. economy. I departed Washington in the midst of these rumblings to attend a forum of Africa's leading CEOs. Here's a quick sample of the scheduled participants. Aliko Dangote, CEO of Dangote Cement. He's building a $2 billion fertilizer plant in his native Nigeria. He recently announced that the next two growth markets for sizable investment by his group are Iraq and Myanmar. The Nigeria economy, the way forward. Aliko Dangote. For Dangote and many other executives in frontier markets, uncertainty is not the inhibitor of opportunity. It is the condition in which opportunity arises. That is a reasonable perspective to look for in American CEOs as well. The moving force behind private enterprise all over the world is what Adam Smith described as the invisible hand that allocates resources in the most uncertain environment. It is real entrepreneurs that see opportunity in very risky areas, yet go in there with the hope of making profit. Business is about taking risk, and any local entrepreneur that is not ready to take risk is not a genuine businessman. Dangote saw opportunities in the very uncertain and tough business environment in Nigeria. From trading in rice, sugar and other commodities, he veered into manufacturing in an environment many foreign and local investors see as very risky. Alhaji Dangote's business empire is estimated at a net worth of $20.8 billion as of November 2013, spanning interests in commodities with operations in Nigeria and several other countries in Africa, including Benin, Cameroon, Togo, Ghana, South Africa and Zambia. Dangote in 2013 was ranked by Forbes magazine as the 43rd richest person in the world and the richest man in Africa based on his investments and the listing of his company's interest at the Nigerian Stock Exchange. Taking some of his companies to the exchange has given other Nigerians opportunities to share in his success, and has shown that he operates his companies in an open manner. Some of Dangote's selfless interventions in Nigeria includes: firstly, the Dangote Foundation contributed $500,000 and $79.15 million through the United Nations Children's Fund, UNICEF, to support the federal government's response to a measles outbreak that affected many states in Nigeria. The donation was announced on April 12, 2013 in Lagos during a visit to the office of the chairman of Dangote Foundation, Aliko Dangote, by a delegation of the UNICEF led by the country representative, Ms. Jean Goff. Goff lauded Dangote Foundation, saying, "Public-private sector interventions such as these in the health sector and other sectors such as water and early childhood development are the way forward for Nigeria to improve the well-being of Nigerian children." The grant is a major contribution to the government's fight against measles, which is among the leading causes of child deaths in Nigeria, especially in areas where immunization coverage is low. The grant from Dangote Foundation, Ms. Goff pointed out, will support the measles campaign of the government through its Ministry of Health and the National Primary Health Care Development Agency. The Nigeria economy, the way forward. Aliko Dangote. NFDA. Dangote said the issue of health and safe living was a core responsibility in the discharge of the corporate social responsibility of the foundation, pointing out that we have a common synergy with UNICEF in the areas of health, education and nutrition, and we hope that our efforts will encourage more private sector operators to engage with ongoing efforts to improve the well-being of Nigerians. Secondly, the Dangote Foundation made a donation of $6.4 million towards building a world-class international cancer center in Abuja in 2009. The donation is to strengthen the fight against the disease. The International Cancer Center Abuja, ICCA, was initiated by Dr. Hajiya Turai Omara Yaradua, former First Lady of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, as a non-governmental humanitarian project devoted to training, research and diagnosis of various forms of cancer. It is intended to be a one-stop center, providing a comprehensive range of high-quality, holistic, and cost-effective treatment for cancer patients in sub-Saharan Africa. The center will actively engage in research geared towards prevention, early diagnosis, and treatment of cancer. Education and public awareness programs will be employed as tools for cancer control and prevention. Thirdly, Dangote Foundation, in collaboration with the Rotary Club of Victoria Island, donated 2 dialysis machines to the dialysis center of the Lagos General Hospital, Marina, in April 2010, to facilitate treatment of patients with acute and chronic kidney diseases. In addition, the foundation provides all the consumables used for the treatment. This has drastically reduced the treatment costs for patients. The machines have been of utmost importance and inestimable benefits to the patients who come from far and near to receive medical support. The machines have been very useful, serving both the acute and chronic kidney patients. Dr. Saad Sayinka, Dialysis Center at Lagos General Hospital, Marina, Lagos. Fourthly, President/Chief Executive, Dangote Group, Aliko Dangote, on October 5, 2012, announced a donation of $2.6 million and $430 million to victims of the flood disaster and for women empowerment in Kogi State. At a ceremony attended by top government functionaries in the state capital, Lokoja, Dangote said the contribution which is given through his Dangote Foundation is meant to complement the efforts of the government in providing relief materials to the victims and in resettling them as soon as possible. Dangote, who gave out $312,500 and $50 million worth of foodstuff and relief materials, and $937,000 and $150 million in cash, also said $1.4 million and $230 million would be distributed to 1,000 women in each of the 21 local government areas of the state to boost economic activities. The Nigeria economy, the way forward. Aliko Dangote. In his speech entitled, "Lending a Helping Hand," Dangote said, he was touched by the pain the victims were passing through, noting that the flood has led to loss of lives and property and may cause an epidemic outbreak. Obviously, the government alone cannot shoulder this onerous responsibility of bringing relief to the victims, he said. Fifthly, Dangote Foundation and the Bank of Industry, BOI, signed a partnership deal that will create direct employment for 1 million Nigerians over the next few years on March 7, 2011 in Lagos. The partners announced the fund's release of $32 million in the first tranche, which is expected to grow up to $128 million eventually. The Dangote Foundation committed $16 million to the fund, while BOI also contributed a matching fund of $16 million, thus creating a total fund of $32 million to launch the fund. The fund would be used for lending to groups in the informal sector of the economy, as startup or working capital to support their businesses. The Dangote component of the fund attracts zero interest, while that of BOI is 5%. This is expected to impact directly on up to 13,000 registered groups in the entire country, each with an average of 20 entrepreneurs, thus impacting the lives of up to 250,000 micro-entrepreneurs, through job creation, spreading across all 6 geopolitical zones in Nigeria. The project is first of its kind in the country. I have taken great pains to give such expose of this great industrialist because of the misperception that has been generated in some quarters about him. Had this man been a European or US citizen, he will be given state protection by now, due to his numerous contributions to societal and economic development. Let us now move to the next real issue about him. What lessons can we learn from the richest Africa? I know, some people are of the opinion that Dangote is lucky that's why he became rich. Some say he uses political influence, while some people are even of the opinion that the richest black man is fraudulent. I am not here to defend him, but let me tell you some things I know. If you say he was lucky, I wish to disappoint you a bit. Luck does exist. And you know something, you are lucky too. Many people simply don't look at the areas of their own luck, instead, they focus their attention on seeing other people's luck. The fact that you are reading this book now shows that you are lucky. Millions of people all over the world are blind. To these people, you are very lucky. Read that last sentence again to be sure you read me right. The Nigeria economy, the way forward. Aliko Dangote. A lot of people in the world are cripples, limbless, deaf, etc. So many people never knew their parents. So many people are mentally ill and rejected. Their plight makes you lucky. When some people ridicule Aliko Dangote because he was lucky to be able to secure an 500,000 loan, what they don't understand is that they too are lucky. Yes, God and nature does not distribute luck equally. But if you look around you very well, you will see some form of luck that many other people don't have. Secondly, everyone has influence. It all depends on how you use it. A rich man has influence. So does a poor man. However, that doesn't mean that influence is bad or must be used for evil purposes. Take for instance if the Nigerian government decides to be strict about the importation of some goods, and let us say cement is one of those goods, what will you say? Many people will say, that selfish man, Aliko Dangote, has influenced our president to stop cement importation, so that he will be able to sell more of his own cement. That is a layman thinking. Though it may be Dangote who influenced the federal government's decision in this area, the decision is not a bad one. It is not to make life difficult for people. Importation kills us as a nation, every economics student knows this. And if you say he is a thief and a fraud, you will need evidence to make us believe that. Like I said before, I am not here to defend Dangote. I can use my time more productively. All I want to achieve through this is for us to learn one thing or two from the richest Nigerian. Even as a little boy, Dangote's mind had always been in the business world. He said, I can remember when I was in primary school, I would go and buy cartons of sweets and I would start selling them just to make money. I was so interested in business, even at that time. What can we learn from this? First, interest leads to passion. Passion leads to action. Though actions lead to mistakes and failures, it eventually leads to greatness, if we do not give up. My friend, if you truly want to be a successful business owner, today is the right time to start. Start something, no matter how silly it may seem. What often keeps us from starting out in business is the question, what good business can I start? Most people never find such good businesses because they really do not exist. It doesn't exist because nature. The Nigeria economy, the way forward. Aliko Dangote demands that we step out before we discover the way. I have seen people start businesses that make no sense. Aliko Dangote started by selling sweets. You heard me right, sweets. It does not really matter how you start. The only thing that matters is your willingness to pay the price, fight hard and stay focused. Today, you know of Dangote cement, Dangote sugar, Dangote salt, Dangote everything. Remember, this guy started by selling sweets. If Dangote had spent his first 32 years in school, he may not be the richest African today. That is not to downgrade those who spend that much time in school, but to point out a lesson. This lesson is don't be deceived by what society and the people around you think is right for you. The education you need depends on what you want to achieve with your life. Mr. Dangote later attended a university to study business, but you probably know, business school is not the normal path of education for us all. Education is very important, but school is not. You cannot achieve anything worthwhile without education, but you can achieve anything in the world without school. If you are confused by my above statements, or you don't know the difference between school and education, then you need to think again. Dangote knew he needed to be a business student. He started reading about business, listening to people talking about business, and learned business, practically from his uncle. He was working with his uncle. The pay was not really his major goal, as other stories about his life show us, but the business experience. This is where many of my younger readers will almost want to close this book, but wait a minute. Working with his uncle was like an on-the-job training for the little Aliko. What can you learn from this? If you wish to be a business owner tomorrow, but today you re-employed, start watching the way business is being done, by the way your boss does it. If you are unemployed, you can be an apprentice with someone running a good business. Look. Watch. Ask questions. You will build your business skills and have a good foundation for your business venture. These are things billionaire Dangote did. I have heard many people claiming that Aliko Dangote was simply lucky to have had a rich uncle who could loan him some money to start business. I beg to disagree. Was Aliko the only son of that family? The Nigeria economy, the way forward. Aliko Dangote. Other sons now as rich as he is? Could they not have used the same luck? Did you ever approach a rich brother or uncle for help? How easy is it to secure such help? Haven't you heard many people saying, my brother or uncle is very rich. He has money, but he will never give you money to start a business? The truth is, no matter how rich your brothers, uncles, or relatives are, getting resources to start your own business is not that cheap. There are certain responsibilities you have to face up to. One of those things is, you must be a good negotiator. You have to know how to convince, persuade, and sell your business vision before anybody will be willing to give you their hard-earned money or resources. You also have to be credit-worthy. Your life must be worthy of people's trust. If Adelaja-THE's uncle knew him as an unserious boy who was careless with his personal finances, would he have ever lent him a penny? If the uncle knew him as a liar, would he have lent him a kobo? How trustworthy are you? How credit-worthy are you? I once had a friend who said he was lending me money only because he trusted me. Trust is important in business matters. Dangote's business life. Life shows us that he cares about what people think and say about him and his business. I will emphasize this in my next point. Dangote said, to succeed in business, you must build a brand and never destroy it. One competitive advantage I had when I ventured into manufacturing was my brand, which I diligently built in the course of my trading. The key here is to know the importance of values. Do not sell products or services. Sell your brand. Sell trust. That is how to make money from your business. In whatever you're reselling or producing today, consider a brand that can last and make you rich. What do I mean? When you start a business, even a little one, your primary goal is to buy loyal customers, loyal creditors, and loyal employees and partners. You can do this only through the quality of your products or services, your honesty and consistency. What then happens is that, if tomorrow comes and you are going into a bigger business or industry, people who have trusted your name automatically trust your new product. That's why Dangote could start selling sugar, salt, spaghetti, etc., and people buy them. That is the reason why companies like Coca-Cola could start selling any new product today, and people will say, Coca-Cola makes it, so it will be good. The Nigeria economy, the way forward. Aliko Dangote. To many people, their idea of being extremely rich is the idea of waking up each day to spend many hours before television, at parties, or golf courses. That's not true. The richest people in the world are working like mad. The only difference is that most rich people are not working because they must work. This is unlike most poor people. For most rich people, their work is their hobby. I have heard a story about someone who boarded plane with Aliko Dangote some time ago, maybe before he got a jet. According to this story, most people on the plane had slept off. It was night, yet Mr. Dangote was busy checking this file, reading that thing, signing some other documents, almost through the night. Another story has it that Dangote usually sleeps at 2 a.m. and wakes up by 5 a.m. This attribute is common to every rich person you can name in our world today: hard work. Dangote makes his hobby his job. I will explain this in two ways. First, one of the reasons why most people become rich in the first place is because they choose to concentrate their energy on a profession or business they are passionate about. This helps them to work extremely hard and still feel that they have not done so much. In this way, their work is nothing but hobby. In another way, most rich people, when you ask them what their hobby is, they might tell you something related to their business or something helping their business. The other day I read an interview where Dangote said, "I love watching television." Naturally, that statement sounded strange. See, I have read about so many rich and successful people, and I am yet to see anyone who loves T.V becoming great, except Oprah Winfrey, Larry Kings, Funmi Ayanda, and the rest whose business is T.V itself. If you spend too much time on T.V, you actually have to spend time repenting. However, when I continued with that interview, I heard something again from Dangote. I love watching business T.V such as Bloomberg T.V. Though Aliko Dangote loves spending hours before the T.V, they are never stations that waste your time, such as useless movies, pornographic movies, or valueless entertainment. Friend, let's learn something from that. Dangote loves Nigeria more than many Nigerians. Nothing can help Nigeria than for Nigerians to bring. The Nigeria economy, the way forward. Aliko Dangote. their money back here. That's Dangote talking. He has the option of investing a lot of his money outside Nigeria, but he loves Nigeria, so he keeps it here. Though he has many other investments in other countries of the world, Nigeria is still his favorite. Give me $5 billion, and I will invest everything here in Nigeria, he said. Yes, some people are saying he dominates Nigeria's economy, he produces everything, he does this, and he does that. Anyone who has business understanding will not say most of those things. Instead, they will appreciate Dangote for helping Nigeria's economy by giving jobs to tens of thousands of Nigerians, and by helping us to have more exports or less imports. Importation is bad for us as a nation. If we don't produce things here, we will have to import them, thereby killing our economy. Exportation is good for us, so if we have companies exporting stuff out of the country, we'll have a better economy. The story of Dangote is well known, but at the risk of making some of my readers bored, I will repeat a bit of his story here just to make my point. Dangote is a Nigerian billionaire who owns the Dangote Group, which has interests in commodities. He established what is now known as the Dangote Group as a small trading firm in 1977. Today, it is a multi-trillion naira conglomerate with many of its operations in Benin, Ghana, Nigeria, and Togo. Dangote has expanded his business to cover food processing, cement manufacturing, and freighting. The group also presently dominates the sugar market in Nigeria, and is a major supplier to the country's soft drink companies, breweries, and confectioners. The Dangote Group has moved from being a trading company to being the largest industrial group in Nigeria, including Dangote Sugar Refinery, Dangote Cement, and Dangote Flour. In Nigeria today, Dangote Group, with its dominance in the sugar market and refinery business, is the main supplier, 70% of the market, to the country's soft drinks companies, breweries, and confectioners. It is the largest refinery in Africa and the third largest in the world, producing 800,000 tons of sugar annually. Dangote Group owns salt factories and flour mills, and is a major importer of rice, fish, pasta, cement, and fertilizer. The company exports cotton, cashew nuts, cocoa, sesame seed, and ginger to several countries. It also has major investments in real estate, banking, transport, textiles, oil and gas. The company employs over 11,000 people, and is the largest industrial conglomerate in West Africa. The Nigeria economy, the way forward. Aliko Dangote. Apart from offering employment opportunities to elite graduates from different ethnic backgrounds, he reduces the level of crime by engaging youths who are school leavers in the area of transportation, product packaging, and security, amidst others. It may possibly not be a wild assumption to say that all Nigerians have heard of his name due to the impact of his business. His goods are practically in most homes across the country. People who may not use his products might have passed a few of his delivery trucks by the way. To successfully free Nigeria's huge natural and human resources for development and create an economy that supports sustainable businesses, entrepreneurs must cultivate a workable model that enables them not only to penetrate the local market, but also to export their products to earn foreign exchange. This was the business model given by a man for whom it has worked considerably, celebrated industrialist and billionaire Aliko Dangote. For Dangote, it is such a business model that is needed in Nigeria and indeed in Africa, to replicate accomplished entrepreneurs like himself. As of January 2015, Dangote had an estimated net worth of $18.6 billion. He made his fortune is cement, sugar and flour. In April 2014, months before oil prices plunged, he announced $9 billion in financing from a consortium of local and international lenders to construct a private oil refinery, a fertilizer and petrochemical complex in the country. In August 2014, he said he would invest $1 billion in commercial rice farming and modern rice mills. His publicly traded Dangote Cement is also grabbing new markets in Africa, with $750 million in new plants planned for Kenya and Niger. His net worth tumbled from $25 billion in February 2014 as a result of a weaker Nigerian currency and a drop in demand for cement. He made his first fortune more than 3 decades ago when he started trading commodities with a loan from his powerful uncle. People talk about Dangote today, but few remember he once worked for his uncle, Sani Dangote, whom he served diligently. He acted in accordance to the statement which says, "If you must lead, you must serve." It was while working for his uncle that he gained experience, skills and confidence. Dangote is a futuristic thinker. His goal is the exporting of finished products for foreign currency, not natural resources, but industrial products. Dangote is already putting Nigeria on the world map. His efforts would soon begin to earn much more foreign exchange earnings for Nigeria. He wants to make Nigeria one of the Nigeria economy, the way forward. Aliko Dangote. The leading exporters of industrial products like cement, rice, salt, oil products, etc. There are some things we all must learn from Dangote. He was not born into a wealthy family as some people may think. Wealth to him is a question of creating value. When there was a need, he created a solution for it. He recognized opportunities and is always ready to give his all for it. It would be recalled that the business mogul had indicated that his new $12 billion 3-in-1 project, the refinery, petrochemical and fertilizer plants currently under construction, would create a minimum of 235,000 new jobs, both direct and indirect jobs, as it becomes operational in the first quarter of 2019. Dangote said the refinery would have a capacity to refine 650,000 barrels a day, while assuring us that there will be a market for the refined products, since only 3 countries in Africa have effective functioning refineries, while other countries import from abroad. There are some things we will deduce from Dangote and his story. To start with, entrepreneurs like Dangote create new businesses. People like him invent goods and services, resulting in employment, resulting in more and more development. For example, whenever he saw the need, he created value to meet the need. Businesses in associated industries, like cement or oil and gas, flourished because people like him chose to invest in creating value. Maintaining and sustaining people like Dangote is a means of boosting our GDP. The United States have protected people like Bill Gates because the country's economy depends on them. During the 2008 recession, the US government will rather bail out big investments like Goldman Sachs and Citigroup because the government was aware of their potential. But new products or technologies create new markets and new wealth. And increased employment and higher earnings contribute to a nation's taxes and spending. Nigeria must do the same with the likes of Dangote, whose investments in the country alone is more than the GDP of some African nations. It is expected that, if Nigeria protects persons like Dangote, they will contribute to growth and employment creation in the economy. This is a reasonable expectation, one that is supported by recent findings of historians, economists, and management scientists. The role of entrepreneurship in economic development has been the focus of a 2-year United Nations University World Institute for Development Economics Research (UNUIDER) project, which resulted in the recent book Entrepreneurship and Economic Development. The Nigeria Economy, the Way Forward. Aliko Dangote. Do entrepreneurs contribute to national happiness? Entrepreneurs create jobs, and we know that unemployment is a major and significant cause of unhappiness. We also know that goods that entrepreneurs provide, such as health and experiential activities, raise happiness levels. Moreover, there is now a robust body of evidence that entrepreneurs experience higher levels of job satisfaction than non-entrepreneurs, and entrepreneurs' happiness can rub off on the happiness of non-entrepreneurs. Thus, entrepreneurship may spur economic development if appropriately supported by the government. And entrepreneurship may also make the nation happier. As the nation becomes happier, the need for entrepreneurship seems to increase. I believe that the federal government should task Aliko Dangote to raise 1,000 business leaders who will go on to set up businesses that will become conglomerates and major economic contributors. The same should be done by other futuristic leaders. Chapter 10. Born with a Silver Spoon. Chapter 10. Born with a Silver Spoon. Sweat equity is the most valuable equity there is. Know your business and industry better than anyone else in the world. Love what you do or don't do it. Mark Cuban. In this chapter we will be looking at some unique Nigerians. Some are born with a silver spoon while others are not. We shall be looking at the business and professional lives of the following individuals: Femi Otedola, Taofeek Okoya, Michael Akindele, Innocent Chukwuma, and Shahid Adepoju. Femi Otedola. Femi Otedola is an inspiring Nigerian businessman, entrepreneur, philanthropist, and chairman of Forte Oil plc, an importer of fuel products. In 2003, Otedola founded Xenon Petroleum and Gas Ltd., a company that deals in the marketing of petroleum products and distribution. Because of his great investment activity, Xenon managed to take the biggest share of the Nigerian diesel market under its control by 2005. Then, in 2007, they got an approval from banks to get a loan for building the largest premium motor spirit storage facility in Africa. Later that year, Xenon acquired Almost. The Nigeria economy, the way forward. Born with a silver spoon. A 29% stake in African Petroleum, which is one of the largest fuel marketers in Nigeria. After some time, Otedola became a chairman of Africa Petroleum. He has become extremely rich and in 2009, was listed in Forbes. In 2010, the name of African Petroleum was changed to Forte Oil plc. In 2015, they sold 17% of their equity to Swiss commodity trader, giving the company access to the global commodity markets. In 2009, with an estimated net worth of over $1.2 billion, Otedola was named as one of only two Nigerians, the other, Alhaji Aliko Dangote, on the prestigious Forbes list of world billionaires. Though he was born into an influential Lagos family of former governor Michael Otedola, he understood the value of hard work. As he once said, when asked about the secret of his success: hard work and staying focused on what you want and going all out to get it. What are the lessons from Otedola? In the present Nigerian economic climate, young entrepreneurs need to work even harder than before to ensure they give themselves the best possible chance of succeeding in business or in any career of their choosing. This is what the story of Otedola represents. My personal take home from this great man's story is that every Nigerian can be successful. Why do I say this? Come with me. Whether you believe it or not, you must know that one cannot compete with destiny. The concept of destiny is something that is strongly embraced, and Mr. Otedola is certainly no stranger to this concept. As he puts it, he is a guy that has come to this world without knowing how he has come into the world, and a guy that believes that you cannot compete with destiny. This, by the way, wins the award for the most original personal introduction we have had on the show yet. For many young people, starting a business venture is something that takes years of maturity, planning, and experience. Femi has since proven this wrong. It is a misguided, ignorant, and ridiculous way to think. The billionaire oil tycoon started his first business at the age of 6 by providing manicure and pedicure services to his father and his friends and billing them. Many people think you must have millions of naira to start a business, but Otedola proved that a toddler can start a business with just sheer determination. In Nigeria, where people are too spiritual to be practical, many cite spiritual reasons why they cannot do something when in fact there are 1,001 reasons to do it. Do not get me wrong, you have to pray. The Nigeria economy, the way forward. Born with a silver spoon. You have to fast, you have to read your Bible, but you must know when to roll up your sleeves and work. When Jesus Christ woke Lazarus from the dead, he knew, no matter how powerful his miracle was, if the stone was not rolled, Lazarus will remain trapped in the grave, hence the miracle will not properly manifest. Jesus could simply have moved the stone, but he wanted to teach personal responsibility. He wanted the people with him to take some personal responsibility. If your room is dirty, you do not pray to God to come and clean it for you. God does not bless lazy people. According to Otedola, the decision to go into the oil business was spiritual and had nothing to do with him. He was simply following his path in life and what God had destined him to be. Where will following your God-given path take you? It is reported that Adelaja-THE's daughter was asked in class what her father did for a living, to which she responded, "My father sleeps." According to the mogul, that was all the motivation he needed to stop staying at home and living off the 30% interest per month he was enjoying from the banks. Our people must learn the principle of investment. Make your money work for you is such common personal finance advice that it borders on being cliché. But what does it actually mean? And more importantly, how can you apply this? There are many books on personal finance, but let me say one or two things on this, though I am not a financial expert. Once you have achieved your short-term savings goals, the next place to start putting your monies is in an investment account. The key is participating in the markets. Being in the markets is not the same as trying to time the markets, pulling money in and out to take advantage of favorable fluctuations and minimize losses when the market dips is a strategy most experts advise against. Over time, worrying dips in the market should even out, resulting in an overall gain. To take advantage of this effect, though, you have to leave your investments alone. Do not have more than 3 to 6 months worth of salary sitting in cash. People like the comfort of money in cash because they are still young. But inflation will eat away at your cash. Sitting in comfort is not a good way to make money. This is something I learned from one financial expert. I apply it in all my financial dealings. If recent history has taught us anything, it is that housing is not a guaranteed investment. However, if you have the available cash and are risk-tolerant, investing in residential or commercial real estate may be a possibility you wish to explore. This is one area many Nigerians are not looking at in the period of recession. Real estate is one of the money spinners. The Nigeria economy, the way forward. Born with a silver spoon. Investing in real estate is two-pronged. You could consider buying a home to live in as an investment, or you could invest in land to sell or retain, or houses for rent. Investing in property beyond your own personal home will be influenced by the market and your passion for dealing in rental real property. But in the spirit of diversifying your assets, bear in mind that many homeowners already find real estate to be the largest asset in their portfolio, and it is not always wise to have a portfolio that weighs too heavily toward one kind of asset. Another way through which you can get your money to work for you is by increasing your worth on the job market. Acquire new skills. If you have time and money to invest in furthering your education, you can make yourself more marketable in order to become a higher earner. That does not mean sinking tens of thousands of naira into postgraduate studies. Making yourself more marketable as an employee or professional might be as simple as going on a workshop to improve your public speaking skills. These are some things people like Adelaja knew. In a period of economic crisis like this, new millionaires emerge. The creativity of some people are awakened. Mr. Adelaja's turning point occurred during a period of economic crisis, like we have now in Nigeria. The energy crises caused Mr. Adelaja to see the gap in the market, and he rose up to supply gas oil to power the nation. This is a perfect example of turning life's lemons into lemonade. This is why I am challenging our youth to imitate Adelaja, to use their creativity in this period to get the best out of themselves. The best of South Africa's novels were written during the period of great suffering, during apartheid. This can happen in Nigeria too. No matter the job you do, no matter the occupation you find yourself in, you should understand you have value to contribute just like everyone else. There was a time we needed an office assistant in one of our church offices. The man who was the office assistant suddenly resigned. The job many people considered to be menial soon became noticed for its real value many days after the man had left. When the dirt in the office began to pile up, we knew the value of this man who was previously doing the job. If Adelaja had continued to stay at home doing nothing, his net worth wouldn't be as much as it is today. The fact that he valued work and left his house is a major secret of his enormous wealth. We too should value work and develop a healthy work ethic. Work leads to profit. Adelaja's net worth is now a staggering $1.11 billion according to Forbes. With great wealth comes great responsibility, and judging from Mr. Adelaja's charitable investments, he is shouldering that responsibility quite well. This is what it means to have value. The Nigeria economy, the way forward. Born with a silver spoon. In the early days, Adelaja started his oil business by transporting barrels of diesel door to door in a truck. All his friends laughed at him, but he persisted, and today guess who is having the last laugh? The Bible admonishes us not to despise our little beginnings. God himself is a God of little beginnings. No matter where you are, start. When you start, be persistent. Move on and do not be discouraged. After a while, the stone the builder rejected will soon become the cornerstone. This is the reality of life. In business and in life, there are often the down moments. Things do not always go the way we want them to go. But ultimately, the one who stays in the game is the one who succeeds. The worst day in business for Adelaja was when he lost $1 billion. Now that is not something you lose every day. Incidentally, Adelaja is one of the few billionaires on record who has lost everything and bounced right back to the top of the coveted Forbes rich list. You will need to keep this reason in remembrance. I was told that one of Adelaja's famous life sayings is, "I do not have friends or enemies, only competitors." To succeed in the cutthroat world of business, you need to outperform the competition. Many people talk about my building the largest Pentecostal church in Europe. What they did not talk about are the challenges I faced. The story of how I built the largest church in Europe is told in my book, Church Shift. Whether you think you can do it, or whether you think you cannot, you are right on both accounts. For Adelaja, his options were to commit suicide, or to weather the storm, and fortunately for us, he chose the second option. Remember, your perspective is often key in difficult times. This is why I advised us earlier, as Nigerians, to change the way we talk about Nigeria, to start saying things that are more positive about our beloved country. This is why I often say, for the love of God, church and nation, in that order of importance. When he lost everything, he was able to recover by selling over 180 flats and houses to pay off his debt. Assets are resources with an economic value that we acquire to provide a future benefit. Spend your money wisely. Adelaja says fulfillment will only come when there is no poor person in Africa, and that is what he continues to work towards. Are you fulfilled in your career? In a harsh economic climate, young entrepreneurs need to work even harder than before to ensure they give themselves the best possible chance of succeeding in business. According to Adelaja, there are no free meals anymore. The Nigeria economy, the way forward. Born with a silver spoon. Adelaja has said that the secret to success for an entrepreneur is the ability to know what no one knows. An idea strikes you that no one knows about except you, and you are able to translate that idea into a successful business. It is time to get your thinking caps on. I personally will like to advise the federal government of Nigeria to capitalize on the passion of Adelaja to help raise up young entrepreneurs. With his burden to eradicate poverty in Africa, I believe the federal government could appoint Adelaja to head up a committee that will help young entrepreneur students and ambitious individuals to realize their goals. Adelaja should start a movement for young people where he will reproduce thousands of young people like himself. That will help to eradicate poverty from Africa quicker than any other thing. Taofik Okoya. Taofik Okoya is another man of the future. Taofik, the debonair son of Lagos billionaire and socialite, Ara Razak Akani Okoya, is a chip off the old block. Although born with a silver spoon, he is not carried away by the spoils of his aristocratic background. He runs FICO Solutions and Queen of Africa Project, a company that produces dolls. Making dolls in this part of the world is not something one just stumbles on. It is a risky venture which only the courageous and patient indulge in, but the young Okoya has made success of it. Oftentimes, disappointments come, not to weaken us but to make us stronger. Sometimes, they are the gentle shove that sets us thinking, the hard punches that awaken us from our deep slumber, or even the launch pad that shoots us into the land of possibilities that we never knew existed. Now what do? Look for the silver lining and blessing, however disguised. In 2006, Taofik wanted to get his niece a gift for her birthday, and because he wanted something special he thought that getting her a doll with an African look will be unique. But after scouting the supermarkets without sighting any black doll, he left the stores thinking that producing an African-looking doll will make sense. There were only Caucasian-looking dolls on display on the store shelves. But just like every idea that comes to one's mind that one does nothing about, Taufik did nothing about the idea until one day his daughter asked him the big question, "What color are you?" And before he could finish explaining what color they were, she added, "I wish I was white." At that point he knew there was an identity crisis. The Nigeria economy, the way forward. Born with a silver spoon. Going on with most children of African descent since they only get to see white children in their cartoon animations and are used to white dolls. So the founder of Queens of Africa Dolls, Taufik Okoya, started the long walk of not only creating black dolls, but educating, inspiring and instilling positivity in black children plus reorientating them through self-discovery across board. Taufik says, "It made me aware that I needed to make her proud and happy being a black African girl, and not limit it to her alone as this was a common trend amongst the younger generation." The Queens of Africa Dolls project became a platform to achieve this. Let us look at his Queens of Africa Dolls project a little bit. He said, "By the time I did the development and made some samples, and I brought them to my daughters and cousins to play with, I mixed it with some white doll samples too. They just told me they didn't like the black ones. I had to go back to the drawing board to make adjustments and modifications." He named one of the dolls Aziza after his daughter. The other two dolls in the Queens of Africa line are named Neka and Wureala. There's also a line of Niger princesses who appear younger, with fewer outfits and costs a bit less than the Queens of Africa dolls. Their names are Aisha, Chinyere, and Temalola. In his entrepreneurial journey, the young magnate has faced several challenges. First was the huge market resistance he encountered. By the time the finished product was ready, we began marketing, and we faced another challenge, because stores didn't want to buy from us saying black dolls don't sell fast, that they prefer white dolls. The resistance was very discouraging, and I started realizing that it was more than just dolls, it was more like a socio-cultural change that needed to take place. Because if the average African woman does not begin to appreciate models in her own likeness, there's no way they'll appreciate their own beauty. I decided to use it as a medium to promote African culture with the black dolls amongst young children so that no matter where they are in the world, they'll have a sense of belonging and identity within themselves. That's why I didn't just focus on doing the Queens of Africa dolls. I now also have the Queens of Africa project, under which I now have the dolls, and the focus is really about girl-child empowerment. To solve this problem, he became his own public relations and advertising officer. He began attending school events, granting interviews, both in print and electronically, to sell the idea. He also created a website. The Nigeria economy, the way forward. Born with a silver spoon. And also interacted with parents to tell them about the product. And this started to pay off as people began to warm up to the product, especially since they were lovely and very affordable. Contrary to popular belief, selling a black doll in Nigeria is not always easy for the entrepreneur. There's still residue of a colonial brainwash present in the country, and store owners would tell me, "Oh no, black dolls don't sell, give us more white dolls," when I first presented them with the dolls. There's somewhat of a bandwagon mentality here, where people simply follow trends without asking themselves why. They were used to dolls being white by default, so taking a chance with a black doll was quite difficult for them at first, Taufik recalls. Luckily for him, he made international headlines 7 years after the brand's inception. 10 years on, Okoya sells between 6,000 and 9,000 of his Queens of Africa and Niger princesses a month, and estimates he has 10 to 15% of a small but fast-growing market. He has plans of creating dolls from other African ethnic groups, and is in talks with South Africa's Game, owned by Massmart, a part of Walmart, to sell to 70 shops across Africa. With such great impact, Taufik insists that his journey to exceptional business success and fame has not even begun. "I'm not satisfied with the popularity and acceptance yet. This is because we haven't even scratched the surface. One of the reasons we haven't scratched the surface is because the dolls are more like play tools that can be very instrumental in the development of a child. But in Nigeria we don't really have a doll culture. What we are doing is to make it affordable and accessible to all levels of income earners across the board, and that is why we are not there yet. The irony is that we get a lot of demands and inquiries about the dolls abroad than we get here in Nigeria. Now I ask, what exactly are you willing to do with your disappointments? Will you let them drown your dreams, or give you wings to fly? I chose the latter a long time ago. I suggest you do same. If only the federal government would find it necessary to put their weight behind him, Nigeria can generate much income from homegrown initiatives such as this. He saw a need, black dolls, while he went shopping and later created value out of it. This is how our youths should be thinking. Our government too must ensure that initiatives like Teofix get the right recognition and promotion. If this young man were to be a European or US citizen, he would have been given a national honor by now. People like this should be encouraged. My suggestion to the federal government. The Nigeria economy, the way forward. Born with a silver spoon. About people like Taofik is that they should put some money behind him and help him become an African brand. If other African countries can embrace these dolls, the revenue could become a foreign exchange generator for our GDP. I believe the Nigerian government should identify promising business people and invest in them to become international brands that will eventually become transnational businesses originating from Nigeria. What they will bring back in foreign earnings will be 100 times more than what the government has invested in them. In that way we will set ourselves free from the dependence on oil for our foreign currency earning. If 100 to 200 businesses like this could be supported by the federal government, the income from their businesses and products will have exceeded that of oil many times over. Michael Akindele. Michael Akindele is a young man of the future. If the story of Taofik Okoya thrills you, then wait till I finish with Mr. Akindele. Michael is a Nigerian in his 30s. He is a director and a co-founder of Solo Phone, an experience-driven digital content and smartphone company focused on delivering the best content and services on the mobile platform to African consumers. Solo Phone was established in Nigeria in 2012. This phone is an experience-driven mobile device manufacturer which aims to provide the best content and services to the African consumer at an affordable price. The company manufactures smartphones priced at $150, bundled with free music of up to 20 million songs licensed from Sony, Universal and Warner. Solo also recently launched a video-on-demand app available to all Android devices in Nigeria which offers the latest Nollywood and Hollywood movies from global movie studios. Akindele was born in 1984 in Washington, D.C., to Nigerian parents. At the age of 2, his family moved to Nigeria and spent the next 10 years in Ibadan. At the age of 12, his family returned to the U.S. where he continued his education in Alexandria, Virginia. After graduating from T.C. Williams High School, he attended George Mason University in Fairfax, Virginia where he received a Bachelor of Science (BS) degree from the Volnio School of Engineering with a focus on computer science and information technology. Can you believe this? These are Nigerian-branded mobile devices. This is a better foreign currency earner for Nigeria in the 21st century. We better support men like this to make the Nigerian brand go viral. That is where the government money should go. Can you imagine giving Michael Akindele an investment that would boost his output by 10 to 100 times? Nigeria would simply take the world by storm. This is classically how to promote the Nigerian brand. The Nigeria economy, the way forward. Born with a silver spoon. If we are really serious about the diversification of the economy, one vital approach would be to revive local industries. This, indeed, is not the best of times for local industries in our country. The time has come for us to encourage the development of local industries in the country as a way of promoting the patronage of locally made goods and products. Our over-reliance on crude oil as the primary export commodity and foreign exchange earner has, no doubt, worsen the state of local industries in the country. Chief Innocent Chukwuma. Success occurs in different ways. Obviously, this is due to varying circumstances, but mostly due to how an individual is able to spot hidden opportunities and take advantage of them before anyone else does. Chief Innocent Chukwuma is the first indigenous manufacturer of 100% Nigerian-made vehicles. Gentle and cool billionaire businessman, Innocent Ifedieso Chukwuma is no doubt one of the businessmen that the country can be proud of. He was once honored by Vanguard newspaper as the most innovative industrialist of the year. Everyone who ever made it past the $1 million mark started with a plan, and this starts with the individual identifying a great opportunity and taking advantage of it. Being at the right place at the right time and taking the right actions changes everything from your life to your goals, financial status, and achievements. This success story is about Innocent Chukwuma Ifedieso, a multi-million-dollar Nigerian entrepreneur who went from selling spare parts as far back as 1979 to building a large conglomerate that manufactures motorcycles, tricycles, spare parts, tires, cars, and many other commodities. After he was done with his secondary school education, Innocent applied to study engineering at the university. He waited for a while to get his admission results before resorting to work at his elder brother's pharmaceutical store. When his university application results were finally out, he did not make the admission grades, and so could not get to go to university that year. While he worked for his brother, he realized he had a natural talent for trading, and so moved on to serve Chief Romanus Onwuka, where he learnt a trade. A year later, in 1979, Innocent left his boss and the Nigeria economy, the way forward. Born with a silver spoon. Returned to his brother, Gabriel. This was when he registered a business called Gabriel's International. The business was funded by his brother with an investment of 3,000 naira and traded in motorcycle spare parts. With total freedom to run the business his own way, Innocent rented a shop and started purchasing merchandise. By the end of 1980, Innocent and his elder brother, Gabriel, took a thorough account of everything the medicine store and the spare part business were making and realized that Gabriel's International was making 10 times more money than the medicine store. When Innocent personally ventured into motorcycle sales, he realized that most people were importing used motorcycles into Nigeria, and that their prices were really high. This prompted him to devise a way to bring in brand new motorcycles into the country, at a price far lower than the used motorcycles. With this goal, he took a trip abroad to see how it was all done. He realized there were 4 companies bringing in the motorcycles at the time. These were Leventis, Yamaco, Bullis, and CFAO. He noticed that when they imported the motorcycles, they'd bring them in crates, and each crate could only contain 1 motorcycle, which would take up a lot of space. This meant only 40 crates could be put into a 40-feet container, and upon arrival, the motorcycles would become naturally expensive to buyers. This insight gave him a great idea. He decided to purchase the motorcycles overseas and disassemble them before he shipped them. This enabled him to ship 200 motorcycles and parts in one 40-feet container. Upon arrival, he'd reassemble them, and his motorcycles would cost 40% less than his competitors' prices. This tactic brought down the average cost of a motorcycle from 150,000 naira to 60,000 naira, and subsequently exploded his sales and profits. As he imported the motorcycles, he realized they usually contained a lot of plastics. This eventually prompted him to set up a plastic factory in Nigeria, which is now one of the largest in Africa. Innocent later founded a vehicle manufacturing company called Innocent Vehicle Manufacturing, IVM, which manufactures trucks, SUVs, buses, sedans, and even spare parts for the Nigerian Army's fighter jets. From a humble beginning in his brother's shop, today, Innocent Chukwuma has diversified investments in manufacturing, such as Innocent Nigeria Limited NUI, manufacturers of motorcycles, tricycles, spare parts and accessories. Innocent TECH and Industries. The Nigeria economy, the way forward. Born with a silver spoon. Company. Ltd Enugu, manufacturers of household and industrial plastics, health and safety accessories, storage containers, fixtures and fittings, electrical components and accessories. Innocent Vehicle Manufacturing, IVM, NUI, manufacturers of capacity city buses, mini and midi buses, pickup trucks and garbage collecting vehicles. General Tires and Tubes Company. Ltd Enugu, manufacturers of tires and tubes. These companies now employ over 7,000 Nigerians. This young man's story is not only thrilling but heartwarming. He is a man of the future. This is a better foreign currency earner for the country in the future. The government has to put money behind him to produce enough and to export to as many countries of the world as possible. We strongly recommend that the government provide financial support for someone like this because a man that can take over 7,000 persons away from the unemployment market must have a serious impact on the Nigerian economy. The multiplied effects of his decisions in business will be felt if government can support people like this. Nigeria's first tablet PC developer, Shahid Adepoju. One of the things that still give people like me some hopes in Nigeria is seeing young Nigerians doing great exploits. One of such young Nigerians is Shahid Adepoju. He is a young man with big dreams. He is the inventor of INI, a tablet computer designed for the African market. He is co-founder and chief visionary of the Encipher Group, a Nigerian-based technology company that has produced the country's first tablet computer, INI. The word INI is derived from Nigeria's Igala language and means number one. INI is Nigeria's first tablet PC. It was designed in 2009 as an Android software application, but he could not find a suitable device to test it on. Shahid fell in love with computers at the age 13 while he was in high school. Back in school, he met Anibagama, who would later on become his co-founder at Encipher. They shared floppy disk drives with various games, and after their high school leaving exams they both set out to learn computer programming. He then ventured into software engineering. Upon graduation in 2009, he returned to his home country and started working for a consulting firm. Within 8 months I got fired, primarily because of differences in approach to doing business. In the middle of all this, the Apple iPad launched, back in January of 2010, which inspired us to actually look to build such a product within the African marketplace, he told the BBC. The Nigeria economy, the way forward. Born with a silver spoon. If America has people like Steve Jobs, Nigeria should be proud of Mr. Adepoju. We need not pretend about this. For so long, our people have spoken ill about our country, and our leaders are not helping matters. The world has so many negative things to say about us, it is as though nothing good can come out of Nigeria. America celebrates the best in Sue Zuckerberg, the founder of Facebook. They almost worship their inventors. You will never hear an American speaking ill of their Nobel laureates. The US government will go out of its way to support innovators even if it is with their last funds. Can we now see why they are called developed and we are classified as developing, or at the very worst, underdeveloped? Nigeria must create the right environment for innovations like the INI to thrive. The federal government must keep the hopes of innovators alive. People like this in advanced countries are celebrated, they are kept under government supervision. In some Eastern European countries, they are worshipped as heroes. The fact that people like this have defied the odds to come up with innovative solutions to challenge the monopolies of the likes of Apple, Techno or Samsung in the Nigerian market, is something the Nigerian government should be proud of. This pride should also be the reason the government must now aggressively go out to promote, sponsor and motivate someone like Mr. Adepoju. If this is done, it will go a long way to produce other innovators in Nigeria. These were things China, India and Japan did that catapulted them to where they are today. If we encourage someone like Shahid by making him go into the mass production of his tablets, with the government providing him with his initial capital, his cost of production will be significantly reduced. Not only that, the product will also be available in large quantities in the Nigeria market, marketed as made in Nigeria. Government officials through a deliberate policy must be made to use phones that are made in Nigeria. When people see the phones are being used by top government officials, demand for the phones will rise. This was how Chairman Mao Zedong was able to convince the Chinese in the 1960s in the heat of serious economic challenges to patronize only Chinese products. This was the beginning of the painful process of Chinese industrialization. According to Mr. Adelaja, the company and the apps it develops are focused on preserving local culture through technology and making products which are specific to the local market. Another product that the firm has been working on is Encipher TV, a box where people can watch African television, plays and films. The Nigeria economy, the way forward. Born with a silver spoon. If we do not own Shahid's innovation now, sooner or later, the big brands in the techie business will either frustrate him out of the market or buy the patent from him at a far lower cost. This nearly happened to Facebook in 2005, when it was still a startup. The only reason Zuckerberg would not sell his idea or patent cheaply is that he had a government support structure that was firmly behind him. This is presently not the case with Shahid Adelaja. Another thing that might happen if we do not encourage this young man is that he may be another story of brain drain. A country like US may hijack him, encourage his promising talents and innovation, and offer him their citizenship. In that case, he will only frequent Nigeria as a visitor. His innovations, ideas and products will no longer belong to us. His products will be sold in Nigeria, even though it was made by a Nigerian, at astronomical high prices. He will add little or nothing to Nigeria's GDP, but his addition then to the US economy will be highly appreciated as one of the finest minds in the tech business, as Forbes will say. We must also know that by investing in people like Shahid Adelaja, we are doing ourselves and our country a big favor. His products can compete with global brands, but will be made available to Nigerians at a cheaper rate. This will save us a huge amount in foreign exchange in the following ways. Firstly, if the products are manufactured in Nigeria, thousands of jobs will be created through both vertical and horizontal links. Factories, clerks, engineers and technicians will be engaged productively through value addition and productive engagement. Secondly, we are significantly reducing our import dependence. The huge amounts of dollars we spend on iPhones and foreign-made tablets will be reduced. If on the average 100,000 people patronize the Any tab at inception, sold at N25,000, this will give us a whooping N2.5 billion to add to Nigeria's GDP. The consequences are great if N2.5 billion leaves Nigeria's GDP annually. How did he raise capital? One of the most difficult things for startups in Nigeria is the challenge of raising capital. Shahid, like most Nigerian entrepreneurs, faced this. He said, "Here venture capital, VC, is still in its infancy, and most VC firms would want to invest in tried and trusted companies that have gained some form of traction," he said. We face the challenge of getting people to listen to the various propositions. We've been to a number of private investors and also to the government, he explained. The Nigeria economy, the way forward. Born with a silver spoon. Though it is yet to be seen how his initiative will outdo its competitors, the fact that this young man was bold enough to dare is something to be encouraged. Our industrialists should invest in people like Adelaja. In these kinds of people, I see the new generation of Steve Jobs. Will his tablet computer succeed in such a competitive environment? Adelaja and his colleagues are adamant that it will, not only in Nigeria, but also in other African markets. This is the first step to succeeding in business. So I am calling on the federal and state governments in Nigeria to claim this young man's great talents, so that we will not be in competition with other countries when they spot his talent and want to take ownership of it. People like Adelaja seriously need the help of the federal government to go global. His tablet PC could easily compete with iPad, Samsung and other imported devices and outperform them in Africa. That is another sure means for foreign exchange earnings. In summary, looking at the individuals described above, we noticed some patterns in them. Firstly, they were not all born with silver spoons. Even those that were born with silver spoons did not tie their success to the fact that they had a father who was always there for them. People like Okoya and Otedala might have used their family networks to increase their net worth, but that was not the primary determinant. Secondly, these people are not primarily pleasure seekers. They watch television programs that add value only to their lives and businesses, not just for the fun of it. Thirdly, all these men are first-class entrepreneurs. They all have business ideas, and they were always ready to put their all into the growth of their ideas, no matter what. Fourthly, the government in developed societies see to it that people like these are supported for their contribution to economic development. There is no shame if we replicate same in the likes of Dangote, Otedala and others. The Nigeria economy, the way forward. Chapter 11. A look at the tourism sector. Chapter 11. A look at the tourism sector. Tourism in Nigeria is still in its infancy considering the large accumulation of resources which are yet untapped, and the institutional structure which is yet to be regulated to compete favorably with other fast-growing tourism destinations. Successive governments have tried in their very best to put the industry in the national economic map, but this sector could not meet up with the demands of the exclusive listing. We have so far looked at the agricultural sector as a contributor to the Nigerian economy, but we feel the need to take a look at the tourism sector so as to dispel the myth of oil dependency. Tourism is an increasingly vital part of the Nigerian economy. Throughout the world, tourism brings money to cities and countries. Tourism also provides jobs for local residents, further benefiting the destination. Nigeria has realized the profits available from this sector. Thanks to its growing economy and promoting itself as a culturally rich and diverse nation, the Nigerian tourism industry now brings millions of dollars into the economy each year. The Nigeria economy, the way forward. A look at the tourism sector. 56 years now into its independence from British colonial rule, Nigeria is gradually developing into a player on the world economic stage. As of 2010, more than 170 million people live in Nigeria, making it the most populated country in Africa, and the most populated country in the whole of Black race. Tourism is becoming more and more a vital part of the Nigerian economy with the rapid expansion and growth of the hospitality industry. Even though most of the population is urban, with the rural agro-based population gradually coming up, Nigeria's service-based economy has rapidly developed, especially in the last 20 years when Nigeria liberalized its markets. The services sector employs about 30% of Nigeria's workforce, yet provides about half of its output. Nigeria depended on its large English-speaking, well-educated workforce to develop a burgeoning technology sector as well. Tourism is a growing portion of Nigeria's economy with an earnings increase of more than 10% from 2010. The Nigerian government is currently playing an important role in promoting tourism. The government, through the Nigeria Tourism Development Corporation, NTDC, and its tourism ministry, has developed a national action plan for tourism to develop this portion of the economy. The plan seeks to promote tourism as a way to boost socio-economic development, increase employment, preserve the nation's heritage and environment, and promote international and domestic tourists to visit Nigeria as a way to increase its share of global tourism. In 2011, more than 2 million tourists visited Nigeria. Visitors to the various international church crusades and conferences, coupled with foreign investors in business tourism, make up the bulk of tourists. They spent the equivalent of $3.7 million US, and this figure is expected to rise by 10% in the coming year, the growth of which is also expected to increase year by year. Thanks to the friendly incentives being offered to investors by the government, foreign business travelers are descending on Nigeria in large numbers. Many extend their trips, adding more tourist money to the economy. In fact, foreign tourists from all over the world spend more in Nigeria than almost any other country worldwide. Tourists are attracted by Nigeria's cultural diversity, scenery, and festivals. Each region of Nigeria offers something for foreign visitors, from the Obudu Cattle Ranch, Osun-Osogbo Groove, Oluyamo Rock, Agbakim Waterfalls in Calabar, and a number of beaches and coastal cities. The Nigeria economy, the way forward. A look at the tourism sector. Not only are foreign tourists traveling to Nigeria, after the awareness created by the NTDC, Nigerians themselves have also started taking more domestic vacations as well. The country's gradual economic growth has increased its middle-class population. This group is contributing the most to domestic travel. Tourism versus agriculture and their contribution to the economy. In the area of employment creation, agriculture is one of most important sectors of the Nigeria economy, engaging about 70% of the labor force in various agricultural activities such as fishing, farming, hunting, etc. The tourism industry also provides employment opportunities. With tourism comes hotels, restaurants, car rental agencies for companies, service station, solvent shops, sport equipment rentals. Tourism creates different levels of employment for people in a given location or community where tourist centers are sited, for example Tinapa, Yankari Games Reserve Conservers, Oluyamo Rock, and other serenities in Nigeria. Both agriculture and tourism contribute to the country's gross domestic product, GDP. Agriculture contributed 32% to the country's GDP in 2009, Nigeria Agriculture 1999. Agricultural products can be divided into two main groups: food and crops. Produced for home consumption and goods produced to be exported to other countries. Tourism, being an employer of labor, contributed about 10% to the country's GDP. According to the former finance minister, Adelaja-THE, there is great potential in the tourism industry which Nigeria is yet to tap into. The tourism industry makes room for foreign earnings in the Nigeria economy. It does this by attracting foreigners from other countries to Nigeria, e.g. the Tinapa or Obuda cattle ranch in Cross River State, attract foreigners to the state annually for sightseeing and holidays. Agriculture also encourages foreign exchange through international trade, e.g. cocoa and rubber exportation, etc. The idea is to work towards bringing lasting development in the Nigerian economy. Therefore, there is a need for both the tourism and agricultural industry to be revamped. This is crucial to the country's development. Thus the call for investment in these industries. Tourism is a business of activities connected with providing accommodation services and entertainment for people who are visiting, i.e. tourism sector contributes to Nigeria through providing job opportunity, to the hotel management and entertainment sectors, when foreigners or people in the Nigeria economy, the way forward. A look at the tourism sector. The country visit tourist centers. While agriculture is the cultivation of animals, plants, fungi and other life forms for food, fiber, and other products used to sustain life. Agriculture contributes to the Nigerian economy through engaging people mostly in the cultivation of plant, fiber and other products to sustain life. Tourism contributes to knowledge. Culture tourism broadens one's experience and knowledge of both their culture and other people's culture through the visiting of tourist sites. Tourism is people-oriented. It encourages relationships between people of both different and the same race, e.g. foreigners develop relationships with local people, and the local people get to learn more about their counterparts. While agriculture does not create relationships between people, it is usually business-oriented. It is a known fact that tourism alone can earn us more foreign exchange earnings than oil. It is both a shame and a national humiliation that Nigeria has not been able to tap into her vast potential in tourism. The very first thing we must do in this regard is to quickly introduce a policy of visa-free entry into Nigeria, which could include the issuing of visas at the point of entry. How then do we boost tourism in Nigeria? We recommend the following measures: technical assistance, capacity building, and the revision of Nigeria's. We will need to work with foreign partners like international organizations to provide us with technical assistance, where Nigeria will be assisted in the area of data collection for the elaboration of tourism statistics, rural tourism development, hotel classification, and in designing programs to create awareness for tourism. One of the cardinal aspects of the sustainable tourism agenda is capacity building. The focus should be on the empowerment of women in tourism through the centers created in the 6 geopolitical zones and the training of festival managers. The provision stated that available training facilities for employees in the tourism industry are geared towards assisting them in understanding, applying and promoting sustainable tourism in the areas of the establishment of schools to train tourism officers, and those in the hotels and hospitality industry. 2. The introduction of a Department of Tourism in colleges of technology. 3. The inclusion of tourism in the educational curriculum in tertiary and university levels. 4. The establishment of conservation schools. The Nigeria economy, the way forward. A look at the tourism sector. The Federal Ministry for Culture and Tourism needs the United Nations World Tourism Organization, UNWTO, and foreign partners strengthening to fulfill its role in securing the necessary federal investment, target setting and monitoring. Here too, the need for economists, planners and personnel with statistics and industry experience are much in demand to fulfill this industry's requirements. The commercial sector is also seen to lack the much-needed strong single voice to articulate its needs to the government. The overall state of the commercial sector of the tourist industry, the lack of government support, and the multi-taxation of the industry underline the need for a strong single industry voice. Despite the existence of a number of funding schemes targeting SME enterprises and those available to applicants in the tourism sector, the conditions are currently too restrictive to effectively foster investment in the sector. The conditions and process to obtain the Bank of Industry funding needs to be made simpler and more accessible. The performance of the hotel and restaurant subsector of the tourism industry is quite dismal, but should receipts from other subsectors like the travels and transport, tourism sites and resorts, souvenirs and other support services like banking, insurance and the likes, to be effective and efficient in stimulating investment in development of the tourism clusters. The current conditions of the funding schemes for small and medium entrepreneur (SME) companies are not responsive, and will need to be amended as they are too complicated and difficult for SMEs. It is quite disturbing to find out that of the huge investments in the tourism industry in Nigeria, most projects of this economic sector have not been successful in securing incentives for a proposed investment. The same applies to the mandated fund available through the Bank of Industry for lending to SMEs. This is as a result of complicated application processes and the inability of people in the sector to prepare adequate business plans. The various education providers do not specify skills or program outcomes. There is no way of ensuring consistent delivery of quality outcomes, nor is there any way for auditing the quality of outcomes of the various training and education institutions. The training institutes are very poor, dirty, ill-equipped, badly maintained and underfunded. The management and staff morale is poor and at a low level. A number of institutions train their course attendees in theoretical aspects, but have no on-site practice training facilities. There is a significant shortage of suitably qualified instructors, teachers and lecturers across the teaching faculty. They also lack industry experience and in the Nigeria economy, the way forward. International aspect. The consequence is that the teaching methods and course content are out of date. The government should establish a National Institute for Culture and Tourism to research, plan and oversee education and training for the culture and tourism sector. Establish Abuja College of Culture and Tourism Studies aimed at becoming the premier tourism and cultural college serving West Africa. We equally recommend the funding of a campaign to enlighten Nigerians of the importance of the tourism industry to the citizens' socio-economic well-being, and its contribution to the national economy should be undertaken by government and industry operators. The government agencies responsible for tourism development should be friendlier in approach with regards to enforcing laws which may not be too friendly with the states, but should rather dialogue and collaborate to achieve success in developmental endeavors. Are there other means of earning foreign currency apart from the above-mentioned points? Yes, we could explore more options. In summary, we emphasized in the chapter the need to build capacity by ensuring that our tourism. A look at the tourism sector. Industry operators cooperate with international partners to bring in investments into the sector. We also maintain the need for building capacity in the sector through the establishment of specialized institutes to conduct research and train industry operators. The Nigeria Economy, the Way Forward, Chapter 12. Founders of New Generation Banks. Chapter 12. Founders of New Generation Banks. This chapter looks at the contribution of leaders of some of our new generation banks. It is important to look at the contribution of these young men doing great things in the contribution to the banks and the gross domestic product, GDP. It is in our opinion that we also look at them because, from my experience with commercial banks in Nigeria in 1980s and in the 1990s, one will see the radical transformation in terms of digital technology that has taken place in the banking industry, thanks to these largely uncelebrated young men. Also, from supporting the operation and administration of the internal operations to effectively managing the human and material resources of these banks, these chief executive officers, CEOs, are tasked with various functions and responsibilities required to lead the members of their staff towards achieving goals that many thought were impossible. In actual fact, they have done the unimaginable. This is why they must be supported not only by the government, but by society. These outstanding individuals have earned the Nigeria economy, the way forward. Founders of New Generation Banks. Their reputation as highly respected and accomplished professionals in the world's second most populous continent, Africa, and the world at large. The impact their banks have had on businesses in Nigeria and their overall contribution to economic growth are inestimable. We shall be taking the contributions of Fola Adeola of GT Bank plc, Jim Ovia of Zenith Bank plc, and Egboj Aigimokade of Access Bank plc. These are men of the future. These banks alone, we argue, can transform Nigeria into the financial hub of Africa. Fola Adeola. Mr. Fola Adeola is the founder/CEO, Guarantee Trust Bank plc. Over the years, Mr. Adeola has given no one any cause to doubt his brilliance and exceptional ability. For a man who literally gave the Nigeria economy and the global economy a very strong financial institution as Guarantee Trust Bank, now GT Bank plc, it is clear that he is certainly endowed with uncommon ability. Today, that same baby has now grown so big to the envy of its competitors, it is now the financial institution to be reckoned with on the continent of Africa. His journey into the world of entrepreneurship started in 1986 when he conceived a business idea. He and his friend, Teo Adarinikan, decided to set up a barbing saloon in Ikoyi to help people get their hair cut rather than having to travel to the mainland to get it done. When both men made enough money, they moved on in 1990 to actualize their dreams of owning a commercial bank. In 1990, Fola Adeola established Guarantee Trust Bank, which he managed as managing director/CEO from its inception in 1990 to July 2002. The bank has since expanded beyond Nigeria into other neighboring African countries, the Gambia, Sierra Leone, Ghana and Liberia, and the United Kingdom. The bank became listed on the Nigerian Stock Exchange in 1996. When the news broke that he was quitting his position as managing director of the bank in 2002, after 12 years of untainted records, many within and outside the bank couldn't just fathom the reason for that decision. But as a man full of ideas, what do you expect? His next venture has again proven that he is blessed with the proverbial Midas touch. He has since served as chairman to UTC, ARM, Lotus Capital, Eterna Oil, Cardinal Stone Partners Limited, Tafson Breweries, board member and credit registry service. The Nigeria economy, the way forward. Founders of New Generation Banks. In 2000, he established the Fate Foundation, a non-governmental organization which encourages entrepreneurship, using a mix of training, mentoring, loan support and consulting to support young Nigerians. The Fate Foundation has so far served more than 30,000 young Nigeria entrepreneurs. In all these places, Adeola has displayed his unequal expertise and virtuosity. There are few lessons many of our young ones can learn from the founder of GT Bank about entrepreneurship. Firstly, he understands the importance of taking opportunities. He and his friends understood the fact that islanders spend more time and money traveling to the mainland to have their hair cut, so they decided to bridge the gap. They set up a barbing saloon, which was the important step they needed to achieve their dreams of owning a commercial bank. Secondly, his story made the vital point that all that our people need to thrive is not money or any other resources for that matter. All they need is just an idea, a business idea. With this idea, it is always easy to come up with a business plan, and a venture capitalist will easily give them loans. Jim Ovia. As an undergraduate of business administration at the Southern University, Louisiana, United States, Jim Ovia, like many youth today, had a dream. He suddenly fell in love with computer technology. Little did he know that this love will make him one of the pioneers of modern banking in Nigeria, the pioneering chief executive officer, and now chairman of Africa's sixth biggest financial institution, Zenith Bank plc. Perhaps when he was growing up, if he had said that he would, one day, become a colossus in the Nigeria banking scene, his detractors might have sneered at him. Even in the days of liberalization of banking licenses in Nigeria, he was one of the few who said banking could be a thing of joy, but was mockingly described by the older generation of bankers as a cowboy banker. Nigerians who are much older will look back and say a little over 2 decades ago, Nigeria was in short supply of the human resources and infrastructure necessary to keep pace with the rapid technological and economic change in much of the developed world. Banking was a nightmare, as queues were a common sight in Nigerian banking halls. The Nigeria economy, the way forward. Founders of new generation banks. An economic overhaul and the ensuing banking license liberalization in the early 1990s brought with it a wave of entrepreneurs, among them Jim Ovia, who sought to inspire progressive change in what was then a highly underdeveloped banking climate. Ovia wanted to make a difference. He wanted a change from the past when men who had bank accounts would go to their banks and face a long queue that snaked in the banking hall. Jim Ovia introduced electronic banking that would ease the laborious workload of manual ledger entries in the bank. It was believed then that they would soon fizzle out. Although the race was tough and stiff, he endured, and today, with his Midas touch on the bank he co-founded, the bank has comfortably taken a leading position in the banking industry, not just in Nigeria, but in the sub-region. Zenith Bank has greatly impacted banking in Nigeria, lifting the sector from the era of over-conservatism to one of healthy conflict and dynamism, characterized by a culture of excellence and global best practices. This has been achieved through a combination of the power of vision and a skillful union of banking expertise and cutting-edge technology to create products and services that meet and anticipate customers' expectations. Ovia's love for technology also impacted Nigeria's burgeoning information technology industry. In 1995, when the internet was still at infancy in Nigeria, Ovia founded Cyberspace. The company was one of the pioneers in provision of internet services in Nigeria. He was also the pioneer president of the Nigeria Internet Group, an organization dedicated to mass employment of internet in Nigeria. Jim Ovia founded the ICT Foundation for Youth Empowerment, which focuses on improving the socio-economic welfare of Nigerian youths by inspiring and motivating them to embrace information and communication technology. In addition to this, Ovia is the proprietor of the University of Information and Communication Technology, Delta State, chairman of the Nigerian Software Development Initiative, NSDI, and also chairman, National Information Technology Advisory Council, NITAC, and a member of the Honorary International Investor Council, as well as the Digital Bridge Institute, DBI. Some lessons in Mr. Ovia's life shows the importance of believing in dreams. He started his career as a bank clerk and ended up building one of Africa's biggest banks. In all, Jim Ovia and Mr. Fola Adeola have proven to be models our youth must look up to. The Nigeria economy, the way forward. Founders of new generation banks. Adelaja-THE. In 2001, a man looking to buy a bank in Nigeria created a sensation in the financial world. At a time where one will need to break banks to buy a bank, this story made news since the person who wanted to buy the bank did not come from a wealthy background but was a 32-year-old banker who, through hard work, had become one of the most respected financial professionals in the country. His name was Adelaja-THE, and he was on his way to creating a legacy in Africa. His journey began while still a boy, in 1971, just after the Nigerian Civil War, when an epiphany struck him as he was stranded at an airport in Kaduna, Nigeria. I went to the airport to come home from school, and I remember vividly that Nigeria Airways was the only airline available. It was a state-owned monopoly, and they had atrocious services. I got to the airport and I was left to get my ticket. I was only 11 years of age. With all the hustle and bustle, I didn't get on the plane, and I remember standing on the tarmac with the other losers, with my suitcase crying because I wasn't on it, says AIG. People ask me, why were you crying? Did you think you were never going to get home? But that wasn't why I was crying. I asked myself, how come? There were other people on that plane and I was left on the tarmac? I said to myself it would never happen to me again. I will never be left on the tarmac. I surround myself with people who think the same way, people who are not prepared to be left on the tarmac. With this newfound philosophy, AIG's path started to take shape. At the age of 12, that path became clearer when another realization dawned on him. We didn't have to be rich to go to good schools, go abroad on holiday, or for your father to own a Mercedes-Benz. But with the economy in very poor shape by 1983, and the Structural Adjustment Program by 1984, the ability of a civil servant to keep their family in that lifestyle was greatly challenged. So we had to adjust, and I noticed that adjustment, and that was the first time it dawned on me that some kids came from parents who were wealthy and certainly my parents were not. I observed that my father's brother, who went into the private sector, did not struggle. So I made a career decision at 12 that I was going to work in the private sector. AIG looked at the leaders of the top multinationals at the time. They all had a legal background, so he decided to study law at the University of Benin. After qualifying as a lawyer, he joined the legal. The Nigeria economy, the way forward. Founders of New Generation Banks. Department of Continental Merchant Bank in 1988. AIG stood out among his peers. When some members of the senior management team were leaving to create a new bank, AIG was headhunted to join the team as the youngest member of staff. AIG had caught the financial bug. He wanted to move from the legal side of business and immerse himself in the banking game. He says his rapid rise is down to self-belief. Some people call it arrogance, and I say no, it is just simply confidence. I believe if I set my mind on something, I can do it. Initially, AIG was only interested in banks that were doing well, but the inflated prices made them rethink this strategy. At the time, a lot of banks were struggling, and it didn't take long for these young Turks to find one that was suitable for them. I had never considered Access Bank, and it was never an institution I had an interest in. Somebody said this bank had done a public offer looking to recapitalize, and they had not been doing well, therefore 51% of the bank was up for grabs if you could raise the money. We looked at it and, with limited due diligence, we said fine. We can do it. It took everything we had, we borrowed money and put it together and invested it, says AIG. Now that they owned a bank, the entrepreneurs had to build trust. When he took over at Access Bank, things were not in good shape. He said, initially our vision was to transform the bank into a world-class financial institution. The idea of this horrible institution taking on the renowned banks was mind-blowing, and our mission was to go beyond the ordinary and deliver the perceived impossible and quest for excellence. For AIG, spending time with his family is now a priority, but he is not ready to relax yet. For him, it is all about building a legacy and creating an advanced economy in Africa. Other giants we will like to add to the list are Nebelisa Era, Afribank, Cyril Chukwuma, Bank PHB, Emeka Onwuka, Diamond Bank, Ofong Amba, Ecobank, G. Falayan, ETB, Reginald Hijiahi, Fidelity Bank, Stephen Onasanya, First Bank, Lady Balagan, FCMB, Mrs. Suzanne Iroki, Finbank, Chris Newson, Stanbic IBTC, Mahmoud Lyalabi, Intercontinental Bank, Emeka Emua, Citibank, John Abo, Oceanic Bank, Akinsala Akinfenwa. The Nigeria economy, the way forward. Founders of New Generation Banks. Skybank, Mrs. Sola Iadil, Spring Bank, Christopher Knight, Standard Chartered Bank, Yemi Adeola, Sterling Bank, Mrs. Funk Asabadu, Union Bank, Tony Elomalu, UBA, Alhaji Falala Bello, Unity Bank, and Segan Olokituyi, Wema Bank. Why should the government support these ones? We think they will need to be supported by the federal government, especially because of the ingenious abilities they displayed in transforming our banks from their analog forms to digital and more competitive corporations. If these abilities are cultivated, having demonstrated that they can operate in unfriendly environments, they can contribute positively to improving Nigeria's falling GDP. If they are neglected, there is the risk that our productive youths may not be motivated to take up challenges, since there will be no one in the society to recognize them and their effort. This scenario may lead to a fall in investor confidence, especially in a critical sector like banking. Conclusion: it is true that Nigeria's economy is experiencing a crisis. The naira has fallen by over 50% in the last year alone. Oil revenues, the mainstay of Nigeria's foreign earnings, are at their lowest in the last 2 decades. Though President Muhammadu Buhari, to be fair, did not create this situation, but he as the Nigerian president, has a responsibility to fix it. An economy in crisis requires urgent measures, and it is not clear that the Buhari government is addressing Nigeria's economic crisis with the urgency that is required. This is why we join our voice to recommend practical solutions to the government on how to solve the present economic challenges. As we have seen so far, Nigeria is a nation of opportunities. The potential in the country abounds, and is only waiting for those who can capitalize on it. Opportunities are available only for those who want them badly. The country's abundant resources are in the people, not necessarily in oil. If our people can recognize this and embrace what has been presented to them, then the country has a great future. Our government also has a big role to play in ensuring that these opportunities are continuously being created for our people. We recommend what we call 4-point tactical plan for the Nigerian government to rescue the economy. The Nigeria economy, the way forward. Founders of new generation banks. Protect the naira and strive to maintain a dollar-naira exchange rate of less than N200 to the dollar as a means of controlling inflation. 2. Promote import substitution to reduce inflationary and devaluation pressures on the naira. 3. Diversify the economy to promote exports and grow jobs. And 4. Increase capital investments in the economy through the fiscal budgetary process to drive growth. It is crucial for Nigerians to get the right picture of their country and her prospects in a global economy, especially now that there is presently a big dip in the price of oil. Some Nigerians may begin to panic, thinking we are doomed as a nation because of the fall in the price of oil. We are not doomed. Oil is only 8% of our economy. Nigeria has a great future, oil or no oil. I hope that this work I have endeavored to put together will help to give some form of direction to the Nigerian nation. As you can see, I have so many suggestions to put forward for consideration for the betterment of the nation. These suggestions are not necessarily in chronological order, nevertheless. I hope that they are clearly stated enough to be understood by anyone desperate for change. I am not an economist, neither am I a financial guru, but I am a student of progress. I therefore hope that this work will not be judged too harshly, but that it would be accepted as a passionate cry of a patriotic citizen. As a pastor and an international speaker, I have been privileged to visit all the continents of the world. I have also had the opportunity to address governments of nations. I have had the opportunity to speak to the United States Senate. I was able to speak in the United Nations a couple of times. I have been to the Japanese Parliament and the Israeli Knesset, besides my 30-year sojourn in Europe. All this experience has led me to voice my suggestions to my nation in her time of need. I sincerely believe that if all these ideas could be meticulously systemized, they could become strategic policies for the future growth and dominance of the Nigerian economy on the global stage. I have also written this in such a way that it is not just interesting to the politicians and policy makers. I hope it is also helpful to individual Nigerians, especially the youth, who should be able to glean some secrets for their own personal and individual breakthroughs from the nations and individual businessmen, whose lives and principles have been shared in this book. If this book will help at least one person, it would have. The Nigeria Economy, The Way Forward. Founders of New Generation Banks. Fulfilled its purpose. For the love of God, church and nation. Sunday Adelaja. Kiev, Ukraine. References. 1. Agba Michael S., 2011, Political Thuggery and Democratic Dividends in Nigeria, an Empirical Study. Higher Education of Social Science, 1, 58-65. Available from URL, http://www.scanata.net/index.php/has/article/view/j.hes.11927024010110110 19270240 01.0